Book VIII of Pierre, or The Ambiguities, by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The second interview at the farmhouse, and the second part of the story of Isabel, their immediate impulsive effect upon Pierre. Chapter I. His second interview with Isabel was more satisfying, but none the less affecting and mystical than the first, though in the beginning, to his no small surprise, it was far more strange and embarrassing. As before, Isabel herself admitted him into the farmhouse, and spoke no word to him till they were both seated in the room of the double casement, and himself had first addressed her. If Pierre had any way predetermined how to deport himself at the moment, it was to manifest by some outward token the utmost affection for his sister. But her rapt silence, and that atmosphere of unearthliness which invested her, now froze him to his seat. His arms refused to open, his lips refused to meet in the fraternal kiss, while all the while his heart was overflowing with the deepest love. And he knew full well that his presence was inexpressibly grateful to the girl. Never did love and reverence so intimately react and blend. Never did pity so join with wonder in casting a spell upon the movements of his body, and impeding him in its command. After a few embarrassed words from Pierre, and a brief reply, a pause ensued, during which not only was the slow, soft stepping overhead quite audible, as at intervals on the night before, but also some slight domestic sounds were heard from the adjoining room. And noticing the unconsciously interrogating expression of Pierre's face, Isabel thus spoke to him. "I feel, my brother, that thou dost appreciate the peculiarity and the mystery of my life and of myself, and therefore I am at rest concerning the possibility of thy misconstruing any of my actions. It is only when people refuse to admit the uncommonness of some persons and the circumstances surrounding them, that erroneous conceits are nourished and their feelings pained. My brother, if ever I shall seem reserved and unembracing to thee, still thou must ever trust the heart of Isabel, and permit no doubt to cross thee there. My brother, the sounds thou hast just overheard in yonder room have suggested to thee interesting questions connected with myself. Do not speak. I fervently understand thee. I will tell thee upon what terms I have been living here, and how it is that I, a hired person, am enabled to receive thee in this seemly privacy. For as thou mayest very readily imagine, this room is not my own, and this reminds me also that I have yet some few further trifling things to tell thee respecting the circumstances which have ended in bestowing upon me so angelical a brother." "I can not retain that word," said Pierre, with earnest lowness, and drawing a little nearer to her. "Of right it only pertains to thee." "My brother, I will now go on, and tell thee all that I think thou couldst wish to know, in addition to what was so dimly rehearsed last night. Some 3 months ago, the people of the distant farmhouse where I was then staying broke up their household, and departed for some western country. No place immediately presented itself where my services were wanted, but I was hospitably received at an old neighbor's hearth, and most kindly invited to tarry there till some employ should offer. But I did not wait for chance to help me. My inquiries resulted in ascertaining the sad story of Delly Ulver, and that through the fate which had overtaken her, her aged parents were not only plunged into the most poignant grief, but were deprived of the domestic help of an only daughter, a circumstance whose deep discomfort cannot be easily realized by persons who have always been ministered to by servants. Though indeed my natural mood, if I may call it so for want of a better term, was strangely touched by thinking that the misery of Delhi should be the source of benefit to me, yet this had no practically operative effect upon me. My most inmost and truest thoughts seldom have. And so I came hither, and my hands will testify that I did not come entirely for naught. Now, my brother, since thou didst leave me yesterday, I have felt no small surprise that thou didst not then seek from me how and when I came to learn the name of Glendinning, as so closely associated with myself, and how I came to know Saddle Meadows to be the family seat, and how I at last resolved upon addressing thee, Pierre, and none other, and to what may be attributed that very memorable scene in the sewing circle at the Miss Pennies. I have myself been wondering at myself that these things should hitherto have so entirely absented themselves from my mind, responded Pierre. But truly, Isabel, thy all abounding hair falls upon me with some spell which dismisses all ordinary considerations from me, and leaves me only sensible to the Nubian power in thine eyes. But go on, and tell me everything and anything. I desire to know all, Isabel, and yet nothing which thou wilt not voluntarily disclose. I feel that already I know the pith of all, that already I feel toward thee to the very limit of all, and that whatever remains for thee to tell me can but corroborate and confirm. So go on, my dearest, my only sister. Isabel fixed her wonderful eyes upon him with a gaze of long impassionment, then rose suddenly to her feet and advanced swiftly toward him, but more suddenly paused and reseated herself in silence, and continued so for a time, with her head averted from him, and mutely resting on her hand, gazing out of the open casement upon the soft heat lightning occasionally revealed there. She resumed anon. Chapter 2. My brother, thou wilt remember that certain part of my story which, in reference to my more childish years, spent remote from here, introduced the gentleman, yes, our father, Pierre. I cannot describe to thee, for indeed I do not myself comprehend how it was, that though at the time I sometimes called him my father, and the people of the house also called him so, sometimes when speaking of him to me, yet partly I suppose because of the extraordinary secludedness of my previous life, I did not then join in my mind with the word father all those peculiar associations which the term ordinarily inspires in children. The word father only seemed a word of general love and endearment to me, little or nothing more. It did not seem to involve any claims of any sort, one way or the other. I did not ask the name of my father, for I could have had no motive to hear him named, except to individualize the person who was so peculiarly kind to me, and individualized in that way he already was, since he was generally called by us the gentleman, and sometimes my father. As I have no reason to suppose that had I then or afterward questioned the people of the house as to what more particular name my father went by in the world, they would have at all disclosed it to me. And indeed, since, for certain singular reasons, I now feel convinced that on that point they were pledged to secrecy, I do not know that I ever would have come to learn my father's name, and by consequence ever have learned the least shade or shadow of knowledge as to you, Pierre, or any of your kin, had it not been for the merest little accident, which early revealed it to me, though at the moment I did not know the value of that knowledge. The last time my father visited the house, he chanced to leave his handkerchief behind him. It was the farmer's wife who first discovered it. She picked it up, and fumbling at it a moment, as if rapidly examining the corners, tossed it to me, saying, "Here, Isabel, here is the good gentleman's handkerchief. Keep it for him now, till he comes to see little Bell again." Gladly I caught the handkerchief, and put it into my bosom. It was a white one, and upon closely scanning it, I found a small line of fine faded yellowish writing in the middle of it. At that time I could not read either print or writing, so I was none the wiser then, but still some secret instinct told me that the woman would not so freely have given me the handkerchief had she known there was any writing on it. I forbore questioning her on the subject. I waited till my father should return, to secretly question him. The handkerchief had become dusty by lying on the uncarpeted floor. I took it to the brook and washed it, and laid it out on the grass, where none would chance to pass, and I ironed it under my little apron, so that none would be attracted to it to look at it again. But my father never returned, so in my grief the handkerchief became the more and the more endeared to me. It absorbed many of the secret tears I wept in memory of my dear departed friend, whom, in my childlike ignorance, I then equally called my father and the gentleman. But when the impression of his death became a fixed thing to me, then again I washed and dried and ironed the precious memorial of him, and put it away where none should find it but myself, and resolved never more to soil it with my tears. And I folded it in such a manner that the name was invisibly buried in the heart of it, and it was like opening a book, and turning over many blank leaves, before I came to the mysterious writing, which I knew should be one day read by me, without direct help from any one. Now I resolved to learn my letters, and learn to read, in order that of myself I might learn the meaning of those faded characters. No other purpose but that only one did I have in learning them to read. I easily induced the woman to give me my little teachings, and being uncommonly quick, and moreover most eager to learn, I soon mastered the alphabet, and went on to spelling, and by and by to reading, and at last to the complete deciphering of the talismanic word Glendinning. I was yet very ignorant. Glendinning, thought I, what is that? It sounds something like gentleman, Glendinning, just as many syllables as gentleman. And G, it begins with the same letter. Yes, it must mean my father. I will think of him by that word now. I will not think of the gentleman, but of Glendinning. When at last I removed from that house, and went to another, and still another, and as I still grew up and thought more to myself, that word was ever humming in my head. I saw it would only prove the key to more. But I repressed all undue curiosity, if any such has ever filled my breast. I would not ask of any one who it was that had been Glendinning, where he had lived, whether ever any other girl or boy had called him father as I had done. I resolved to hold myself in perfect patience, as somehow mystically certain that fate would at last disclose to me of itself, and at the suitable time, whatever fate thought it best for me to know. But now, my brother, I must go aside a little for a moment. Hand me the guitar. Surprised and rejoiced thus far at the unanticipated newness, and the sweet lucidness and simplicity of Isabel's narrating, as compared with the obscure and marvelous revelations of the night before, and all eager for her to continue her story in the same limpid manner, but remembering into what a wholly tumultuous and unearthly frame of mind the melodies of her guitar had formerly thrown him, Pierre, now in handing the instrument to Isabel, could not entirely restrain something like a look of half regret, accompanied rather strangely with a half smile of gentle humor. It did not pass unnoticed by his sister, who, receiving the guitar, looked up into his face with an expression which would almost have been arch and playful, were it not for the ever abiding shadows cast from her infinite hair into her unfathomed eyes, and redoubledly shot back again from them. Do not be alarmed, my brother, and do not smile at me. I am not going to play the mystery of Isabel to thee to-night. Draw nearer to me now, hold the light near to me." So saying, she loosened some ivory screws of the guitar, so as to open a peep lengthwise through its interior. "Now hold it thus, my brother, thus, and see what thou wilt see. But wait one instant till I hold the lamp." So saying, as Pierre held the instrument before him as directed, Isabel held the lamp so as to cast its light through the round sounding hole into the heart of the guitar. "Now, Pierre, now!" Eagerly Pierre did as he was bid, but somehow felt disappointed, and yet surprised at what he saw. He saw the word Isabel, quite legibly, but still fadedly, gilded upon a part of one side of the interior where it made a projecting curve. "A very curious place thou hast chosen, Isabel, wherein to have the ownership of the guitar engraved. How did ever any person get in there to do it, I should like to know?" The girl looked surprisedly at him a moment, then took the instrument from him, and looked into it herself. She put it down, and continued, "I see, my brother, thou dost not comprehend. When one knows every thing about any object, one is too apt to suppose that the slightest hint will suffice to throw it quite as open to any other person. I did not have the name gilded there, my brother." "How?" cried Pierre. "The name was gilded there when I first got the guitar, though then I did not know it. The guitar must have been expressly made for some one by the name of Isabel, because the lettering could only have been put there before the guitar was put together." "Go on, hurry," said Pierre. "Yes, one day, after I had owned it a long time, a strange whim came into me. Thou knowest that it is not at all uncommon for children to break their dearest playthings in order to gratify a half crazy curiosity to find out what is in the hidden heart of them. So it is with children sometimes. And, Pierre, I have always been, and feel that I must always continue to be a child, though I should grow to 60 and 10. Seized with this sudden whim, I unscrewed the part I showed thee, and peeped in, and saw Isabel. Now I have not yet told thee, that from as early a time as I can remember, I have nearly always gone by the name of Bell. And at the particular time I now speak of, my knowledge of general and trivial matters was sufficiently advanced to make it quite a familiar thing to me, that Bell was often a diminutive for Isabella, or Isabel. It was therefore no very strange affair, that considering my age, and other connected circumstances at the time, I should have instinctively associated the word Isabel found in the guitar with my own abbreviated name, and so be led into all sorts of fancyings. They return upon me now. Do not speak to me." She leaned away from him toward the occasionally illuminated casement in the same manner as on the previous night, and for a few moments seemed struggling with some wild bewilderment. But now she suddenly turned, and fully confronted Pierre with all the wonderfulness of her most surprising face. "I am called woman, and thou man, Pierre, but there is neither man nor woman about it. Why should I not speak out to thee? There is no sex in our immaculateness. Pierre, the secret name in the guitar, even now thrills me through and through. Pierre, think, think. Oh, canst thou not comprehend? See it? What I mean, Pierre? The secret name in the guitar thrills me, whirls me, whirls me. So secret, wholly hidden, yet constantly carried about in it. Unseen, unsuspected, always vibrating to the hidden heart strings, broken heart strings. Oh, my mother, my mother, my mother!" As the wild plaints of Isabel pierced into his bosom's core, they carried with them the first inkling of the extraordinary conceit, so vaguely and shrinkingly hinted at in her till now entirely unintelligible words. She lifted her dry, burning eyes of long fringed fire to him. "Pierre, I have no slightest proof, but the guitar was hers. I know, I feel it was. Say, did I not last night tell thee how it first sung to me upon the bed, and answered me without my once touching it, and how it always sung to me, and answered me, and soothed and loved me? Hark now, thou shalt hear my mother's spirit. She carefully scanned the strings and tuned them carefully, then placed the guitar in the casement bench and knelt before it, and in low, sweet, and changefully modulated notes, so barely audible that Pierre bent over to catch them, breathed the word "Mother, mother, mother." There was profound silence for a time, when suddenly, to the lowest and least audible note of all, the magical untouched guitar responded with a quick spark of melody, which in the following hush long vibrated and subsidingly tingled through the room; while to his augmented wonder he now espied, quivering along the metallic strings of the guitar, some minute scintillations, seemingly caught from the instrument's close proximity to the occasionally irradiated window. The girl still kept kneeling, but an altogether unwonted expression suddenly overcast her whole countenance. She darted one swift glance at Pierre, and then with a single toss of her hand tumbled her unrestrained locks all over her, so that they tent-wise invested her whole kneeling form close to the floor, and yet swept the floor with their wild redundancy. Never saw ye a Limnian girl at dim mass in St. Dominic's Cathedral so completely muffled the human figure. To Pierre, the deep oaken recess of the double casement before which Isabel was kneeling seemed now the immediate vestibule of some awful shrine, mystically revealed through the obscurely open window, which ever and anon was still softly illumined by the mild heat lightnings and ground lightnings that wove their wonderfulness without, in the unsearchable air of that ebonly warm and most noiseless summer night. Some unsubduable word was on Pierre's lip, but a sudden voice from out the veil bade him be silent. Mother, mother, mother! Again, after a preluding silence, the guitar as magically responded as before. The sparks quivered along its strings, and again Pierre felt as in the immediate presence of the spirit. "Shall I, mother? Art thou ready? Wilt thou tell me? Now? Now?" These words were lowly and sweetly murmured in the same way with the word mother, being changefully varied in their modulations, till at the last "Now," the magical guitar again responded, and the girl swiftly drew it to her beneath her dark tent of hair. In this act, as the long curls swept over the strings of the guitar, the strange sparks, still quivering there, caught at those attractive curls. The entire casement was suddenly and wovenly illumined; then waned again; while now, in the succeeding dimness, every downward undulating wave and billow of Isabel's tossed tresses gleamed here and there, like a tract of phosphorescent midnight sea; and simultaneously all the four winds of the world of melody broke loose, and again, as on the previous night, only in a still more subtle and wholly inexplicable way, Pierre felt himself surrounded by 10,000 sprites and gnomes, and his whole soul was swayed and tossed by supernatural tides, and again he heard the wondrous rebounding chanted words, "Mystery, mystery, mystery of Isabel, mystery, mystery, Isabel and mystery, mystery." Chapter III. Almost deprived of consciousness by the spell flung over him by the marvelous girl, Pierre unknowingly gazed away from her as on vacancy, and when at last stillness had once more fallen upon the room, all except the stepping, and he recovered his self possession, and turned to look where he might now be, he was surprised to see Isabel composedly, though avertedly, seated on the bench, the longer and fuller tresses of her now ungleaming hair flung back, and the guitar quietly leaning in the corner. He was about to put some unconsidered question to her, but she half anticipated it by bidding him, in a low but nevertheless almost authoritative tone, not to make any allusion to the scene he had just beheld. He paused, profoundly thinking to himself, and now felt certain that the entire scene, from the first musical invocation of the guitar, must have unpremeditatedly proceeded from a sudden impulse in the girl, inspired by the peculiar mood into which the preceding conversation, and especially the handling of the guitar under such circumstances, had irresistibly thrown her. But that certain something of the preternatural in the scene, of which he could not rid his mind, the, so to speak, voluntary and all but intelligent responsiveness of the guitar, its strangely scintillating strings, the so suddenly glorified head of Isabel, altogether these things seemed not at the time entirely produced by customary or natural causes. To Pierre's dilated senses, Isabel seemed to swim in an electric fluid. The vivid buckler of her brow seemed as a magnetic plate. Now, first this night, was Pierre made aware of what, in the superstitiousness of his rapt enthusiasm, he could not help believing was an extraordinary physical magnetism in Isabel. And, as it were, derived from this marvelous quality thus imputed to her, he now first became vaguely sensible of a certain still more marvelous power in the girl, over himself and his most interior thoughts and motions, a power so hovering upon the confines of the invisible world, that it seemed more inclined that way than this; a power which not only seemed irresistibly to draw him toward Isabel, but to draw him away from another quarter, wantonly, as it were, and yet quite ignorantly and unintendingly; and besides, without respect apparently to anything ulterior, and yet again only under cover of drawing him to her. For over all these things, and interfusing itself with the sparkling electricity in which she seemed to swim, was an ever creeping and condensing haze of ambiguities. Often, in after times with her, did he recall this first magnetic night, and would seem to see that she then had bound him to her by an extraordinary atmospheric spell, both physical and spiritual, which henceforth it had become impossible for him to break, but whose full potency he never recognized till long after he had become habituated to its sway. This spell seemed one with that pantheistic master spell which eternally locks in mystery and in muteness the universal subject world; and the physical electricalness of Isabel seemed reciprocal with the heat lightnings and the ground lightnings nigh to which it had first become revealed to Pierre. She seemed molded from fire and air, and vivified at some voltaic pile of August thunder clouds heaped against the sunset. The occasional sweet simplicity and innocence and humbleness of her story, her often serene and open aspect, her deep seated but mostly quiet unobtrusive sadness, and that touchingness of her less unwonted tone and air; these only the more signalized and contrastingly emphasized the profounder, subtler, and more mystic part of her. Especially did Pierre feel this, when, after another silent interval, she now proceeded with her story, in a manner so gently confiding, so entirely artless, so almost peasant like in its simplicity, and dealing in some details so little sublimated in themselves, that it seemed well nigh impossible that this unassuming maid should be the same dark regal being who had but just now bade Pierre be silent in so imperious a tone, and around whose wondrous temples the strange electric glory had been playing. Yet not very long did she now thus innocently proceed, ere at times some fainter flashes of her electricalness came from her, but only to be followed by such melting, human, and most feminine traits, as brought all his soft enthusiast tears into the sympathetic but still unshedding eyes of Pierre. Chapter IV. Thou rememberest, my brother, my telling thee last night how the the thou knowest what I mean, that there," avertedly pointing to the guitar. "Thou rememberest how it came into my possession. But perhaps I did not tell thee that the pedlar said he had got it in barter from the servants of a great house some distance from the place where I was then residing." Pierre signed his acquiescence, and Isabel proceeded. Now, at long, though stated intervals, that man passed the farmhouse in his trading route between the small towns and villages. When I discovered the gilding in the guitar, I kept watch for him; for though I truly felt persuaded that Fate had the dispensing of her own secrets in her own good time, yet I also felt persuaded that in some cases Fate drops us one little hint, leaving our own minds to follow it up, so that we of ourselves may come to the grand secret in reserve. So I kept diligent watch for him, and the next time he stopped, without permitting him at all to guess my motives, I contrived to steal out of him what great house it was from which the guitar had come. And, my brother, it was the mansion of Saddle Meadows." Pierre started, and the girl went on. "Yes, my brother, Saddle Meadows. Old General Glendinning's place," he said; "but the old hero's long dead and gone now; and, the more's the pity, so is the young General, his son, dead and gone. But then there is a still younger grandson General left. That family always keep the title and the name a going; yes, even to the surname, Pierre. Pierre Glendinning was the white haired old General's name, who fought in the old French and Indian wars; and Pierre Glendinning is his young great grandson's name. Thou mayest well look at me so, my brother. Yes, he meant thee, thee, my brother." "But the guitar, the guitar!" cried Pierre. "How came the guitar openly at Saddle Meadows? And how came it to be bartered away by servants? Tell me that, Isabel." "Do not put such impetuous questions to me, Pierre, else thou mayest recall the old, maybe it is the evil spell upon me. I can not precisely and knowingly answer thee. I could surmise, but what are surmises worth? Oh, Pierre, better, a million times, and far sweeter, are mysteries than surmises. Though the mystery be unfathomable, it is still the unfathomableness of fullness; but the surmise, that is but shallow and unmeaning emptiness. But this is the most inexplicable point of all. Tell me, Isabel, surely thou must have thought something about this thing?" "Much, Pierre, very much; but only about the mystery of it, nothing more. Could I would not now be fully told how the guitar came to be at Saddle Meadows, and came to be bartered away by the servants of Saddle Meadows. Enough, that it found me out, and came to me, and spoke and sung to me, and soothed me, and has been everything to me." She paused a moment, while vaguely to his secret self Pierre revolved these strange revealings; but now he was all attention again, as Isabel resumed. "I now held in my mind's hand the clew, my brother, but I did not immediately follow it further up. Sufficient to me in my loneliness was the knowledge that I now knew where my father's family was to be found. As yet, not the slightest intention of ever disclosing myself to them had entered my mind; and assured as I was, that for obvious reasons none of his surviving relatives could possibly know me, even if they saw me for what I really was, I felt entire security in the event of encountering any of them by chance. But my unavoidable displacements and migrations from one house to another at last brought me within 12 miles of Saddle Meadows. I began to feel an increasing longing in me; but side by side with it, a new born and competing pride. Yes, pride, Pierre. Do my eyes flash? They belie me if they do not. But it is no common pride, Pierre; for what has Isabel to be proud of in this world? It is the pride of a too longing, loving heart, Pierre; the pride of lasting suffering and grief, my brother. Yes, I conquered the great longing with the still more powerful pride, Pierre; and so I would not now be here in this room, nor wouldst thou ever have received any line from me, nor in all worldly probability ever so much as heard of her who is called Isabel Banford, had it not been for my hearing that at Walter Ulver's, only 3 miles from the mansion of Saddle Meadows, poor Bell would find people kind enough to give her wages for her work. Feel my hand, my brother." "Dear, divine girl, my own exalted Isabel!" cried Pierre, catching the offered hand with ungovernable emotion. "How most unbeseeming that this strange hardness, and this still stranger littleness, should be united in any human hand! But hard and small, it by an opposite analogy hints of the soft capacious heart, that made the hand so hard with heavenly submission to thy most undeserved and martyred lot. Would, Isabel, that these my kisses on the hand were on the heart itself, and dropped the seeds of eternal joy and comfort there." He leaped to his feet, and stood before her with such warm, godlike majesty of love and tenderness, that the girl gazed up at him as though he were the one benignant star in all her general night. "Isabel," cried Pierre, "I stand the sweet penance in my father's stead, thou in thy mother's. By our earthly acts we shall redeemingly bless both their eternal lots. We will love with the pure and perfect love of angel to an angel. If ever I fall from thee, dear Isabel, may Pierre fall from himself, fall back forever into vacant nothingness and night." My brother, speak not so to me. It is too much. Unused to any love ere now, thine, so heavenly and immense, falls crushing on me. Such love is almost hard to bear as hate. Be still, do not speak to me." They were both silent for a time, when she went on: "Yes, my brother, fate had now brought me within 3 miles of thee. And but shall I go straight on, and tell thee all, Pierre, all, everything? Art thou of such divineness that I may speak straight on in all my thoughts, heedless whither they may flow, or what things they may float to me?" "Straight on, and fearlessly," said Pierre. "By chance I saw thy mother, Pierre, and under such circumstances that I knew her to be thy mother. And but shall I go on?" "Straight on, my Isabel. Thou didst see my mother well?" "And when I saw her, though I spake not to her, nor she to me, yet straightway my heart knew that she would love me not." "Thy heart spake true," muttered Pierre to himself. "Go on." "I re-swore an oath never to reveal myself to thy mother." "Oath well sworn," again he muttered. "Go on." "But I saw thee, Pierre, and more than ever filled my mother toward thy father, Pierre, then upheaved in me. Straightway I knew that if ever I should come to be made known to thee, then thy own generous love would open itself to me." Again, "Thy heart spake true," he murmured. "Go on. And didst thou re-swear again?" "No, Pierre, but yes, I did. I swore that thou wert my brother. With love and pride I swore that young and noble Pierre Glendinning was my brother. And only that? Nothing more, Pierre. Not to thee, even, did I ever think to reveal myself." "How then? Thou art revealed to me." "Yes, but the great God did it, Pierre, not poor Bell. Listen. I felt very dreary here. Poor dear Delly, thou must have heard something of her story. A most sorrowful house, Pierre. Hark! that is her seldom pausing pacing, thou hearest from the floor above. So she keeps ever pacing, pacing, pacing. In her track, all threadbare, Pierre, is her chamber rug. Her father will not look upon her. Her mother, she hath cursed her to her face. Out of yon chamber, Pierre, Delly hath not slept for now 4 weeks and more, nor ever hath she once laid upon her bed. It was last made up 5 weeks ago, but paces, 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 all through the night, till after 12, and then sits vacant in her chair. Often I would go to her to comfort her, but she says nay, 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 to me through the door, says nay, 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 and only nay to me through the bolted door, bolted 3 weeks ago, when I by cunning art stole her dead baby from her, and with these fingers alone by night scooped out a hollow, and seconding heaven's own charitable stroke, buried that sweet wee symbol of her not unpardonable shame far from the ruthless foot of man. Yes, Bolted 3 weeks ago, not once unbolted since. Her food I must thrust through the little window in her closet. Pierre, hardly these 2 handfuls has she eaten in a week." "Curses, wasp-like, cohere on that villain Ned, and sting him to his death!" cried Pierre, smit by this most piteous tale. "What can be done for her, sweet Isabel? Can Pierre do aught?" "If thou or I do not, then the ever hospitable grave will prove her quick refuge, Pierre. Father and mother both are worse than dead and gone to her. They would have turned her forth, I think, but for my own poor petitionings, unceasing in her behalf." Pierre's deep concern now gave place to a momentary look of benevolent intelligence. "Isabel, a thought of benefit to Delly has just entered me, but I am still uncertain how best it may be acted on. Resolved I am, though, to succor her. Do thou still hold her here yet awhile by thy sweet petitionings, till my further plans are more matured. Now run on with thy story, and so divert me from the pacing. Her every step steps in my soul." "Thy noble heart hath many chambers, Pierre. The records of thy wealth, I see, are not bound up in the one poor book of Isabel, my brother. Thou art a visible token, Pierre, of the invisible angelhoods, which in our darker hours we do sometimes distrust. The gospel of thy acts goes very far, my brother. Were all men like to thee, then were there no men at all, mankind extinct in seraphim. Praises are for the base, my sister, cunningly to entice them to fair virtue by our ignorings of the ill in them, and our imputings of the good not theirs. So make not my head to hang, sweet Isabel, praise me not. Go on now with thy tale." "I have said to thee, my brother, how most dreary I found it here, and from the first wanted all my life to sadness, if it be such. Still this house hath such acuteness in its general grief, such hopelessness and despair of any slightest remedy, that even poor Bell could scarce abide it always, without some little going forth into contrasting scenes. So I went forth into the places of delight, only that I might return more braced to minister in the haunts of woe. For continual unchanging residence therein doth but bring on woe's stupor, and make us as dead. So I went forth betimes, visiting the neighboring cottages, where there were chattering children, and no one place vacant at the cheerful board. Thus at last I chanced to hear of the sewing circle to be held at the Miss Pennies, and how that they were anxious to press into their kind charity all the maidens of the country round. In various cottages I was besought to join, and they at length persuaded me; not that I was naturally loath to it, and needed such entreaties; but at first I felt great fear, lest at such a scene I might closely encounter some of the Glendinnings; and that thought was then namelessly repulsive to me. But by stealthy inquiries I learned that the lady of the manorial house would not be present. It proved deceptive information, but I went, and all the rest thou knowest. I do, sweet Isabel, but thou must tell it over to me, and all thy emotions there. Chapter V. Though but one day hath passed, my brother, since we first met in life, yet thou hast that heavenly magnet in thee, which draws all my soul's interior to thee. I will go on. Having to wait for a neighbor's wagon, I arrived but late at the sewing circle. When I entered, the 2 joined rooms were very full with the farmers' girls, our neighbors. I passed along to the further corner, where thou didst see me. And as I went, some heads were turned, and some whisperings I heard of. She's the new help at poor Walter Ulver's, the strange girl they've got. She thinks herself 'mazing pretty, I'll be bound. But nobody knows her. Oh, how demure, but not over good, I guess. I wouldn't be her, not I. Mayhap she's some other ruined Delly run away. Minx. It was the first time poor Bell had ever mixed in such a general crowded company; and knowing little or nothing of such things, I had thought, that the meeting being for charity's sweet sake, uncharity could find no harbor there. But no doubt it was mere thoughtlessness, not malice in them. Still it made my heart ache in me sadly, for then I very keenly felt the dread suspiciousness in which a strange and lonely grief invests itself to common eyes, as if grief itself were not enough, nor innocence any armor to us, but despite must also come. and icy infamy. Miserable returnings then I had of the feeling, the bewildering feeling of the inhumanities I spoke of in my earlier story. But Pierre, blessed Pierre, do not look so sadly and half reproachfully upon me. Lone and lost though I have been, I love my kind, and charitably and intelligently pity them, who uncharitably and unintelligently do me despite. And thou, blessed brother, hast glorified many sombre places in my soul, and taught me once for all to know that my kind are capable of things which would be glorious in angels. So look away from me, dear Pierre, till thou hast taught thine eyes more wonted glances. They are vile, falsifying telegraphs of me, then, sweet Isabel. What my look was, I cannot tell, but my heart was only dark with ill restrained upbraidings against heaven, that could unrelentingly see such innocence as thine so suffer. Go on with thy too touching tale. Quietly I sat there sewing, not brave enough to look up at all, and thanking my good star that had led me to so concealed a nook behind the rest. Quietly I sat there sewing on a flannel shirt, and with each stitch praying God that whatever heart it might be folded over, the flannel might hold it truly warm, and keep out the wide world coldness which I felt myself, and which no flannel or thickest fur or any fire then could keep off from me. Quietly I sat there sewing, when I heard the announcing words. Oh, how deep and ineffaceably engraved they are! Ah, dames, dames, Madame Glendinning, Master Pierre Glendinning. Instantly my sharp needle went through my side, and stitched my heart. The flannel dropped from my hand. Thou heardst my shriek, but the good people bore me still nearer to the casement close at hand, and threw it open wide, and God's own breath breathed on me, and I rallied, and said it was some merest passing fit. 'Twas quite over now. I was used to it. They had my heart's best thanks. But would they now only leave me to myself, it were best for me. I would go on and sew. And thus it came and passed away, and again I sat sewing on the flannel, hoping either that the unanticipated persons would soon depart, or else that some spirit would catch me away from there. I sat sewing on, till Pierre, Pierre, without looking up, for that I dared not do at any time that evening, only once without looking up, or knowing aught but the flannel on my knee, and the needle in my heart, I felt, Pierre, felt a glance of magnetic meaning on me. Long I, shrinking sideways, turned to meet it, but could not, till some helping spirit seized me, and all my soul looked up at thee in my full fronting face. It was enough. Fate was in that moment. All the loneliness of my life, all the choked longings of my soul, now poured over me. I could not away from them. Then first I felt the complete deplorableness of my state; that while thou, my brother, had a mother, and troops of aunts and cousins, and plentiful friends in city and in country, I, Isabel, thy own father's daughter, was thrust out of all hearts' gates, and shivered in the winter way. But this was but the least. Not poor Bell can tell thee all the feelings of poor Bell, or what feelings she felt first. It was all one whirl of old and new bewilderings, mixed and slanted with a driving madness. But it was most the sweet, inquisitive, kindly, interested aspect of thy face, so strangely like thy father's too, the one only being that I first did love. It was that which most stirred the distracting storm in me, most charged me with the immense longings for some one of my blood to know me, and to own me, though but once, and then away. Oh, my dear brother, Pierre, Pierre, couldst thou take out my heart, and look at it in thy hand, then thou wouldst find it all over written, this way and that, and crossed again and yet again, with continual lines of longings that found no end, but in suddenly calling thee. Call him, he will come. So cried my heart to me, so cried the leaves and stars to me, as I that night went home. But pride rose up, the very pride in my own longings, and as one arm pulled, the other held. So I stood still, and called thee not. But fate will be fate, and it was fated. Once having met thy fixed regardful glance, once having seen the full angelicalness in thee, my whole soul was undone by thee, my whole pride was cut off at the root, and soon showed a blighting in the bud, which spread deep into my whole being, till I knew that utterly decay and die away I must, unless pride let me go, and I, with the one little trumpet of a pen, blew my heart's shrillest blast, and called dear Pierre to me. My soul was full, and as my beseeching ink went tracing o'er the page, my tears contributed their mite, and made a strange alloy. How blessed I felt that my so bitterly teared mingled ink, that last depth of my anguish, would never be visibly known to thee, but the tears would dry upon the page, and all be fair again, ere the so submerged, freighted letter should meet thine eye. Ah, there thou wast deceived, poor Isabel, cried Pierre impulsively. Thy tears dried not fair, but dried red, almost like blood, and nothing so much moved my inmost soul as that tragic sight. How, Pierre, my brother, dried they red? Oh, horrible enchantment, most undreamed of! Nay, the ink, something chemic in it, changed thy real tears to seeming blood. Only that, my sister. Oh, Pierre, thus wonderfully is it, seems to me, that our own hearts do not ever know the extremity of their own sufferings. Sometimes we bleed blood when we think it only water. Of our sufferings, as of our talents, others sometimes are the better judges. But stop me, force me backward to my story. Yet methinks that now thou knowest all. No, not entirely all. Thou dost not know what planned and winnowed motive I did have in writing thee, nor does poor Bell know that, for poor Bell was too delirious to have planned and winnowed motives then. The impulse in me called thee, not poor Bell. God called thee, Pierre, not poor Bell. Even now, when I have passed one night after seeing thee, and hearkening to all thy full love and graciousness, even now I stand as one amazed, and feel not what may be coming to me, or what will now befall me, from having so rashly claimed thee for mine. Pierre, now, this instant, a vague anguish fills me. Tell me, by loving me, by owning me, publicly or secretly, tell me, doth it involve any vital hurt to thee? Speak without reserve, speak honestly, as I do to thee. Speak now, Pierre, and tell me all. Is love a harm? Can truth betray to pain? Sweet Isabel, how can hurt come in the path to God? Now when I know thee all, now did I forget thee, fail to acknowledge thee, and love thee before the wide world's whole brazen width, could I do that? Then mightst thou ask thy question reasonably, and say, tell me, Pierre, does not the suffocating in thee of poor Bell's holy claims, does not that involve for thee unending misery? And my truthful soul would echo, unending misery. Nay, 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 thou art my sister, and I am thy brother, and that part of the world which knows me shall acknowledge thee, or by heaven I will crush the disdainful world down on its knees to thee, my sweet Isabel. The menacings in thy eyes are dear delights to me. I grow up with thy own glorious stature, and in thee, my brother, I see God's indignant ambassador to me, saying, up, up, Isabel, and take no terms from the common world, but do thou make terms to it, and grind thy fierce rights out of it. Thy catching nobleness unsexes me, my brother, and now I know that in her most exalted moment, then woman no more feels the twin born softness of her breasts, but feels chain armor palpitating there. Her changed attitude of beautiful audacity, her long scornful hair that trailed out a disheveled banner, her wonderful transfigured eyes, in which some meteors seemed playing up, all this now seemed to Pierre the work of an invisible enchanter. Transformed, she stood before him, and Pierre, bowing low over to her, owned that irrespective, darting majesty of humanity, which can be majestical and menacing in woman as in man. But her gentler sex returned to Isabel at last, and she sat silent in the casement's niche, looking out upon the soft ground lightnings of the electric summer night. Chapter VI. Sadly smiling, Pierre broke the pause. My sister, thou art so rich, that thou must do me alms. I am very hungry. I have forgotten to eat since breakfast, and now thou shalt bring me bread and a cup of water, Isabel, ere I go forth from thee. Last night I went rummaging in a pantry like a bakehouse burglar, but tonight thou and I must sup together, Isabel. For as we may henceforth live together, let us begin forthwith to eat in company. Isabel looked up at him with sudden and deep emotion, then all acquiescing sweetness, and silently left the room. As she returned, Pierre, casting his eyes toward the ceiling, said, she is quiet now, the pacing hath entirely ceased. Not the beating, though, her foot hath paused, not her unceasing heart. My brother, she is not quiet now, quiet for her hath gone, so that the pivoted stillness of this night is yet a noisy madness to her. Give me pen or pencil and some paper, Isabel. She laid down her loaf and plate and knife, and brought him pen and ink and paper. Pierre took the pen. Was this the one, dear Isabel? It is the one, my brother. None other is in this poor cot. He gazed at it intensely, then turning to the table, steadily wrote the following note: For Delly Ulver, with the deep and true regard and sympathy of Pierre Glendinning. Thy sad story, partly known before, hath now more fully come to me, from one who sincerely feels for thee, and who hath imparted her own sincerity to me. Thou desirest to quit this neighborhood, and be somewhere at peace, and find some secluded employ fitted to thy sex and age. With this I now willingly charge myself, and insure it to thee so far as my utmost ability can go. Therefore, if consolation be not wholly spurned by thy great grief, which too often happens, though it be but grief's great folly so to feel, therefore two true friends of thine do here beseech thee to take some little heart to thee, and bethink thee that all thy life is not yet lived, that time hath surest healing in his continuous balm. Be patient yet a little while, till thy future lot be disposed for thee through our best help, and so know me and Isabel thy earnest friends and true hearted lovers. He handed the note to Isabel. She read it silently, and put it down, and spread her two hands over him, and with one motion lifted her eyes toward Delly and toward God. Thou think'st it will not pain her to receive the note, Isabel? Thou know'st best. I thought that ere our help do really reach her, some promise of it now might prove slight comfort. But keep it, and do as thou think'st best. Then straightway will I give it her, my brother, said Isabel, quitting him, and in fixing stillness, now thrust a long rivet through the night, and fast nailed it to that side of the world. And alone again in such an hour, Pierre could not but listen. He heard Isabel's step on the stair, then it approached him from above, then he heard a gentle knock, and thought he heard a rustling as of paper slid over a threshold underneath a door. Then another advancing and opposite step tremblingly met Isabel's, and then both steps stepped from each other, and soon Isabel came back to him. Thou didst knock, and slide it underneath the door? Yes, and she hath it now. Hark, a sobbing. Thank God, long arid grief hath found a tear at last. Pity, sympathy hath done this. Pierre, for thy dear deed thou art already sainted, ere thou be dead. Do saints hunger, Isabel? said Pierre, striving to call her away from this. Come, give me the loaf. But no, thou shalt help me, my sister. Thank thee, this is twice over the bread of sweetness. Is this of thine own making, Isabel? My own making, my brother. Give me the cup, hand it me with thine own hand. So, Isabel, my heart and soul are now full of deepest reverence. Yet I do dare to call this the real sacrament of the supper. Eat with me. They eat together without a single word. And without a single word, Pierre rose and kissed her pure and spotless brow, and without a single word departed from the place. Chapter VII. We know not Pierre Glendinning's thoughts as he gained the village, and passed on beneath its often shrouding trees, and saw no light from man, and heard no sound from man, but only by intervals saw at his feet the soft ground lightnings, snake like, playing in and out among the blades of grass, and between the trees, caught the far dim light from heaven, and heard the far wide general hum of the sleeping but still breathing earth. He paused before a detached and pleasant house, with much shrubbery about it. He mounted the portico, and knocked distinctly there, just as the village clock struck one. He knocked, but no answer came. He knocked again, and soon he heard a sash thrown up in the second story, and an astonished voice inquired who was there. It is Pierre Glendinning, and he desires an instant interview with the Reverend Mr. Falsgrave. Do I hear right? In heaven's name, what is the matter, young gentleman? Everything is the matter, the whole world is the matter. Will you admit me, sir? Certainly. But I beseech thee. Nay, stay, I will admit thee. In quicker time than could have been anticipated, the door was opened to Pierre by Mr. Falsgrave in person, holding a candle, and invested in his very becoming student's wrapper of Scotch plaid. For heaven's sake, what is the matter, Mr. Glendinning? Heaven and earth is the matter, sir. Shall we go up to the study? Certainly, but well, let us proceed then. They went upstairs, and soon found themselves in the clergyman's retreat, and both sat down, the amazed host still holding the candle in his hand, and intently eyeing Pierre with an apprehensive aspect. Thou art a man of God, sir, I believe. I, upon my word, Mr. Glendinning. Yes, sir, the world calls thee a man of God. Now, what hast thou, the man of God, decided with my mother concerning Delly Ulver? Delly Ulver? Why, what can this madness mean? It means, sir, what have thou and my mother decided concerning Delly Ulver? She, Delly Ulver, she is to depart the neighborhood. Why, her own parents want her not. How is she to depart? Who is to take her? Art thou to take her? Where is she to go? Who has food for her? What is to keep her from the pollution to which such as she are every day driven to contribute by the detestable uncharitableness and heartlessness of the world? Mr. Glendinning, said the clergyman, now somewhat calmly putting down the candle, and folding himself with dignity in his gown, Mr. Glendinning, I will not now make any mention of my natural astonishment at this most unusual call, and the most extraordinary time of it. Thou hast sought information upon a certain point, and I have given it to thee, to the best of my knowledge. All thy after and incidental questions I choose to have no answer for. I would be most happy to see thee at any other time, but for the present thou must excuse my presence. Good night, sir. But Pierre sat entirely still, and the clergyman could not but remain standing still. I perfectly comprehend the whole, sir. Delly Ulver, then, is to be driven out to starve or rot, and this, too, by the acquiescence of a man of God. Mr. Falsgrave, the subject of Delly, deeply interesting as it is to me, is only the preface to another, still more interesting to me, and concerning which I once cherished some slight hope that thou wouldst have been able, in thy Christian character, to sincerely and honestly counsel me. But a hint from heaven assures me now that thou hast no earnest and world-disdaining counsel for me. I must seek it direct from God himself, whom I now know never delegates his holiest admonishings. But I do not blame thee. I think I begin to see how thy profession is unavoidably entangled by all fleshly alliances, and cannot move with godly freedom in a world of benefices. I am more sorry than indignant. Pardon me for my most uncivil call, and know me as not thy enemy. Good night, sir. End of Book 8. Book 9 of Pierre, or the Ambiguities, by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 9. More light, and the gloom of that light. More gloom, and the light of that gloom. Chapter 1. In those Hyperborean regions to which enthusiastic truth and earnestness and independence will invariably lead a mind fitted by nature for profound and fearless thought, all objects are seen in a dubious, uncertain, and refracting light. Viewed through that rarefied atmosphere, the most immemorially admitted maxims of men begin to slide and fluctuate, and finally become wholly inverted, the very heavens themselves being not innocent of producing this confounding effect, since it is mostly in the heavens themselves that these wonderful mirages are exhibited. But the example of many minds forever lost, like undiscoverable Arctic explorers amid those treacherous regions, warns us entirely away from them. And we learn that it is not for man to follow the trail of truth too far, since by so doing he entirely loses the directing compass of his mind, for arrived at the pole to whose barrenness only it points, there the needle indifferently respects all points of the horizon alike. But even the less distant regions of thought are not without their singular introversions. Hardly any sincere man of ordinary reflective powers, and accustomed to exercise them at all, but must have been independently struck by the thought, that, after all, what is so enthusiastically applauded as the march of mind, meaning the inroads of truth into error, which has ever been regarded by hopeful persons as the one fundamental thing most earnestly to be prayed for, as the greatest possible Catholic blessing to the world, almost every thinking man must have been some time or other struck with the idea that in certain respects a tremendous mistake may be lurking here. Since all the world does never gregariously advance to truth, but only here and there some of its individuals do, and by advancing leave the rest behind, cutting themselves forever adrift from their sympathy, and making themselves always liable to be regarded with distrust, dislike, and often downright, though ofttimes concealed, fear and hate. What wonder then that those advanced minds, which in spite of advance happen still to remain for the time ill regulated, should now and then be goaded into turning round in acts of wanton aggression upon sentiments and opinions now forever left in their rear. Certain it is that in their earlier stages of advance, especially in youthful minds as yet untranquilized by long habituation to the world as it inevitably and eternally is, this aggressiveness is almost invariably manifested, and as invariably afterward deplored by themselves. That amazing shock of practical truth, which in the compass of a very few days and hours had not so much advanced as magically transplanted the youthful mind of Pierre far beyond all common discernments. It had not been entirely unattended by the lamentable rearward aggressiveness we have endeavored to portray above. Yielding to that unwarrantable mood, he had invaded the profound midnight slumbers of the Reverend Mr. Falsgrave, and most discourteously made war upon that really amiable and estimable person. But as through the strange force of circumstances his advance in insight had been so surprisingly rapid, so also was now his advance in some sort of wisdom, in charitableness, and his concluding words to Mr. Falsgrave sufficiently evinced that already, ere quitting that gentleman's study, he had begun to repent his ever entering it on such a mission. And as he now walked on in the profound meditations induced by the hour, and as all that was in him stirred to and fro, intensely agitated by the ever creative fire of enthusiastic earnestness, he became fully alive to many palliating considerations, which, had they previously occurred to him, would have peremptorily forbidden his impulsive intrusion upon the respectable clergyman. But it is through the malice of this earthly heir, that only by being guilty of folly does mortal man in many cases arrive at the perception of sense; a thought which should forever free us from hasty imprecations upon our ever recurring intervals of folly, since though folly be our teacher, sense is the lesson she teaches; since, if folly wholly depart from us, further sense will be her companion in the flight, and we will be left standing midway in wisdom. For it is only the miraculous vanity of man which ever persuades him that even for the most richly gifted mind there ever arrives an earthly period where it can truly say to itself, I have come to the ultimate of human speculative knowledge. Hereafter, at this present point, I will abide. Sudden onsets of new truth will assail him, and overturn him, as the Tartars did China. For there is no China wall that man can build in his soul which shall permanently stay the irruptions of those barbarous hordes which truth ever nourishes in the loins of her frozen yet teeming north; so that the empire of human knowledge can never be lasting in any one dynasty, since truth still gives new emperors to the earth. But the thoughts we here indite as Pierre's are to be very carefully discriminated from those we indite concerning him. Ignorant at this time of the ideas concerning the reciprocity and partnership of folly and sense, in contributing to the mental and moral growth of the mind, Pierre keenly upbraided his thoughtlessness, and began to stagger in his soul, as distrustful of that radical change in his general sentiments which had thus hurried him into a glaring impropriety and folly; as distrustful of himself, the most wretched distrust of all. But this last distrust was not of the heart, for heaven itself, so he felt, had sanctified that with its blessing; but it was the distrust of his intellect, which, in undisciplinedly espousing the manly enthusiast cause of his heart, seemed to cast a reproach upon that cause itself. But though evermore hath the earnest heart an eventual balm for the most deplorable error of the head, yet in the interval small alleviation is to be had, and the whole man droops into nameless melancholy. Then it seems as though the most magnanimous and virtuous resolutions were only intended for fine spiritual emotions, not as mere preludes to their bodily translation into acts; since in essaying their embodiment we have but proved ourselves miserable bunglers, and thereupon taken ignominious shame to ourselves. Then, too, the never entirely repulsed hosts of commonness and conventionalness and worldly prudent mindedness return to the charge, press hard on the faltering soul, and with inhuman hootings deride all its nobleness as mere eccentricity, which further wisdom and experience shall assuredly cure. The man is as seized by arms and legs, and convulsively pulled either way by his own indecisions and doubts. Blackness advances her banner over this cruel altercation, and he droops and swoons beneath its folds. It was precisely in this mood of mind that at about 2 in the morning, Pierre, with a hanging head, now crossed the private threshold of the mansion of Saddle Meadows. II. In the profoundly silent heart of a house full of sleeping serving men and maids, Pierre now sat in his chamber before his accustomed round table, still tossed with the books and the papers which, 3 days before, he had abruptly left for a sudden and more absorbing object. Uppermost and most conspicuous among the books were the Inferno of Dante and the Hamlet of Shakespeare. His mind was wandering and vague; his arm wandered and was vague. Soon he found the open Inferno in his hand, and his eye met the following lines, allegorically overscribed within the arch of the outgoings of the womb of human life: "Through me you pass into the city of woe; through me you pass into eternal pain; through me among the people lost for aye. All hope abandon, ye who enter here." He dropped the fatal volume from his hand; he dropped his faded head upon his chest. His mind was wandering and vague; his arm wandered and was vague. Some moments passed, and he found the open Hamlet in his hand, and his eyes met the following lines: "The time is out of joint; O cursed spite, that ever I was born to set it right." He dropped the too true volume from his hand; his petrifying heart dropped hollowly within him, as a pebble down Carisbrooke well. III. The man Dante Alighieri received unforgivable affronts and insults from the world, and the poet Dante Alighieri bequeathed his immortal curse to it in the sublime malediction of the Inferno. The fiery tongue, whose political forkings lost him the solacements of this world, found its malicious counterpart in that muse of fire, which would forever bar the vast bulk of mankind from all solacement in the worlds to come. Fortunately for the felicity of the dilettante in literature, the horrible allegorical meanings of the Inferno lie not on the surface; but unfortunately for the earnest and youthful piercers into truth and reality, those horrible meanings, when first discovered, infuse their poison into a spot previously unprovided with that sovereign antidote of a sense of uncapitulatable security, which is only the possession of the furthest advanced and profoundest souls. Judge ye then, ye judicious, the mood of Pierre, so far as the passage in Dante touched him. If, among the deeper significances of its pervading indefiniteness, which significances are wisely hidden from all but the rarest adepts, the pregnant tragedy of Hamlet convey any one particular moral at all fitted to the ordinary uses of man, it is this, that all meditation is worthless, unless it prompt to action; that it is not for man to stand shilly-shallying amid the conflicting invasions of surrounding impulses; that in the earliest instant of conviction, the roused man must strike, and if possible, with the precision and the force of the lightning bolt. Pierre had always been an admiring reader of Hamlet, but neither his age nor his mental experience thus far had qualified him either to catch initiating glimpses into the hopeless gloom of its interior meaning, or to draw from the general story those superficial and purely incidental lessons wherein the painstaking moralist so complacently expatiates. The intensest light of reason and revelation combined can not shed such blazonings upon the deeper truths in man, as will sometimes proceed from his own profoundest gloom. Utter darkness is then his light, and cat like he distinctly sees all objects through a medium which is mere blindness to common vision. Wherefore have gloom and grief been celebrated of old as the selectest chamberlains to knowledge? Wherefore is it that not to know gloom and grief is not to know aught that an heroic man should learn? By the light of that gloom, Pierre now turned over the soul of Hamlet in his hand. He knew not, at least felt not, then, that Hamlet, though a thing of life, was, after all, but a thing of breath, evoked by the wanton magic of a creative hand, and as wantonly dismissed at last into endless halls of hell and night. It is the not impartially bestowed privilege of the more final insights, that at the same moment they reveal the depths, they do sometimes also reveal, though by no means so distinctly, some answering heights. But when only midway down the gulf, its crags wholly conceal the upper vaults, and the wanderer thinks it all one gulf of downward dark. Judge ye then, ye judicious, the mood of Pierre, so far as the passage in Hamlet touched him. Chapter IV. Torn into 100 shreds, the printed pages of hell and Hamlet lay at his feet, which trampled them, while their vacant covers mocked him with their idle titles. Dante had made him fierce, and Hamlet had insinuated that there was none to strike. Dante had taught him that he had bitter cause of quarrel. Hamlet taunted him with faltering in the fight. Now he began to curse anew his fate, for now he began to see that after all he had been finely juggling with himself, and postponing with himself, and in meditative sentimentalities wasting the moments consecrated to instant action. 48 hours and more had passed. Was Isabel acknowledged? Had she yet hung on his public arm? Who knew yet of Isabel but Pierre? Like a skulking coward, he had gone prowling in the woods by day, and like a skulking coward, he had stolen to her haunt by night. Like a thief, he had sat and stammered and turned pale before his mother, and in the cause of holy right permitted a woman to grow tall and hector over him. Ah! Easy for man to think like a hero, but hard for man to act like one. All imaginable audacities readily enter into the soul, few come boldly forth from it. Did he, or did he not, vitally mean to do this thing? Was the immense stuff to do it his, or was it not his? Why defer? Why put off? What was there to be gained by deferring and putting off? His resolution had been taken. Why was it not executed? What more was there to learn? What more which was essential to the public acknowledgment of Isabel had remained to be learned after his first glance at her first letter? Had doubts of her identity come over him to stay him? None at all. Against the wall of the thick darkness of the mystery of Isabel, recorded as by some phosphoric finger, was the burning fact that Isabel was his sister. Why then? How then? Whence then this utter nothing of his acts? Did he stagger at the thought that at the first announcement to his mother concerning Isabel, and his resolution to own her boldly and lovingly, his proud mother, spurning the reflection on his father, would likewise spurn Pierre and Isabel, and denounce both him and her, and hate them both alike as unnatural accomplices against the good name of the purest of husbands and parents? Not at all. Such a thought was not in him, for had he not already resolved that his mother should know nothing of the fact of Isabel? But how now? What then? How was Isabel to be acknowledged to the world, if his mother was to know nothing of that acknowledgment? Short sighted, miserable palterer and huckster, thou hast been playing a most fond and foolish game with thyself. Fool and coward, coward and fool, tear thyself open, and read there the confounding story of thy blind dotishness, thy two grand resolutions, the public acknowledgment of Isabel, and the charitable withholding of her existence from thy own mother. These are impossible adjuncts. Likewise, thy so magnanimous purpose to screen thy father's honorable memory from reproach, and thy other intention, the open vindication of thy fraternalness to Isabel, these also are impossible adjuncts. And the having individually entertained four such resolves, without perceiving that once brought together they all mutually expire. This ineffable folly, Pierre, brands thee in the forehead for an unaccountable infatuate. Well mayest thou distrust thyself, and curse thyself, and tear thy Hamlet and thy hell. O fool, blind fool, and a million times an ass! Go, go, thou poor and feeble one! High deeds are not for such blind grubs as thou. Quit Isabel, and go to Lucy. Beg humble pardon of thy mother, and hereafter be a more obedient and good boy to her. Pierre, 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 infatuate! Impossible would it be now to tell all the confusion and confoundings in the soul of Pierre, so soon as the above absurdities in his mind presented themselves first to his combining consciousness. He would fain have disowned the very memory and the mind which produced to him such an immense scandal upon his common sanity. Now, indeed, did all the fiery floods in the Inferno, and all the rolling gloom in Hamlet, suffocate him at once in flame and smoke. The cheeks of his soul collapsed in him. He dashed himself in blind fury and swift madness against the wall, and fell dabbling in the vomit of his loathed identity. End of Book 9. Book 10 of Pierre, or the Ambiguities, by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Unprecedented Final Resolution of Pierre. Chapter 1. Glorified be his gracious memory, who first said, the deepest gloom precedes the day. We care not whether the saying will prove true to the utmost bounds of things, sufficient that it sometimes does hold true within the bounds of earthly finitude. Next morning Pierre rose from the floor of his chamber, haggard and tattered in body from his past night's utter misery, but stoically serene and symmetrical in soul, with the foretaste of what then seemed to him a planned and perfect future. Now he thinks he knows that the wholly unanticipated storm which had so terribly burst upon him had yet burst upon him for his good. For the place which in its undetected incipiency the storm had obscurely occupied in his soul seemed now clear sky to him, and all his horizon seemed distinctly commanded by him. His resolution was a strange and extraordinary one, but therefore it only the better met a strange and extraordinary emergency. But it was not only strange and extraordinary in its novelty of mere aspect, but it was wonderful in its unequaled renunciation of himself. From the first, determined at all hazards to hold his father's fair fame inviolate from anything he should do in reference to protecting Isabel, and extending to her a brother's utmost devotedness and love, and equally determined not to shake his mother's lasting peace by any useless exposure of unwelcome facts, and yet vowed in his deepest soul some way to embrace Isabel before the world, and yield to her his constant consolation and companionship. And finding no possible mode of unitedly compassing all these ends, without a most singular act of pious imposture, which he thought all heaven would justify in him, since he himself was to be the grand self-renouncing victim. Therefore this was his settled and immovable purpose now, namely, to assume before the world that by secret rites Pierre Glendinning was already become the husband of Isabel Banford, an assumption which would entirely warrant his dwelling in her continual company, and upon equal terms taking her wherever the world admitted him, and at the same time foreclose all sinister inquisitions bearing upon his deceased parent's memory, or any way affecting his mother's lasting peace, as indissolubly linked with that. True, he in embryo foreknew that the extraordinary thing he had resolved would in another way, indirectly, though inevitably, dart a most keen pang into his mother's heart. But this then seemed to him part of the unavoidable vast price of his enthusiastic virtue; and thus minded, rather would he privately pain his living mother with a wound that might be curable, than cast world-wide and irremediable dishonor, so it seemed to him, upon his departed father. Probably no other being than Isabel could have produced upon Pierre impressions powerful enough to eventuate in a final resolution so unparalleled as the above. But the wonderful melodiousness of her grief had touched the secret monochord within his breast by an apparent magic, precisely similar to that which had moved the stringed tongue of her guitar to respond to the heart-strings of her own melancholy plaints. The deep voice of the being of Isabel called to him from out the immense distances of sky and air, and there seemed no veto of the earth that could forbid her heavenly claim. During the 3 days that he had personally known her, and so been brought into magnetic contact with her, other persuasions and potencies than those direct ones involved in her bewildering eyes and marvelous story had unconsciously left their ineffaceable impressions on him, and perhaps without his privity had mainly contributed to his resolve. She had impressed him as the glorious child of pride and grief, in whose countenance were traceable the divinest lineaments of both her parents. Pride gave to her her nameless nobleness; grief touched that nobleness with an angelical softness; and again that softness was steeped in a most charitable humility, which was the foundation of her loftiest excellence of all. Neither by word or letter had Isabel betrayed any spark of those more common emotions and desires which might not unreasonably be ascribed to an ordinary person placed in circumstances like hers. Though almost penniless, she had not invoked the pecuniary bounty of Pierre, and though she was altogether silent on that subject, yet Pierre could not but be strangely sensible of something in her which disdained to voluntarily hang upon the mere bounty even of a brother. Nor, though she by various nameless ways manifested her consciousness of being surrounded by uncongenial and inferior beings, while yet descended from a generous stock, and personally meriting the most refined companionships which the wide world could yield, nevertheless she had not demanded of Pierre that he should array her in brocade, and lead her forth among the rare and opulent ladies of the land. But while thus evincing her intuitive, true lady likeness and nobleness by this entire freedom from all sordid motives, neither had she merged all her feelings in any sickly sentimentalities of sisterly affection toward her so suddenly discovered brother; which, in the case of a naturally unattractive woman in her circumstances, would not have been altogether alluring to Pierre. No, that intense and indescribable longing, which her letter by its very incoherencies had best embodied, proceeded from no base, vain, or ordinary motive whatever; but was the unsuppressible and unmistakable cry of the Godhead through her soul, commanding Pierre to fly to her, and do his highest and most glorious duty in the world. Nor now, as it changedly seemed to Pierre, did that duty consist in stubbornly flying in the marble face of the past, and striving to reverse the decree which had pronounced that Isabel could never perfectly inherit all the privileges of a legitimate child of her father. And thoroughly now he felt, that even as this would, in the present case, be both preposterous in itself, and cruel in effect to both the living and the dead, so was it entirely undesired by Isabel, who, though once yielding to a momentary burst of aggressive enthusiasm, yet in her more wonted mood of mournfulness and sweetness, evinced no such lawless wandering. Thoroughly now he felt, that Isabel was content to live obscure in her paternal identity, so long as she could any way appease her deep longings for the constant love and sympathy, and close domestic contact of some one of her blood; so that Pierre had no slightest misgiving that upon learning the character of his scheme, she would deem it to come short of her natural expectations; while so far as its apparent strangeness was concerned, a strangeness perhaps invincible to squeamish and humdrum women, here Pierre anticipated no obstacle in Isabel, for her whole past was strange, and strangeness seemed best befitting to her future. But had Pierre now reread the opening paragraph of her letter to him, he might have very quickly derived a powerful anticipative objection from his sister, which his own complete disinterestedness concealed from him. Though Pierre had every reason to believe that, owing to her secluded and humble life, Isabel was in entire ignorance of the fact of his precise relation to Lucy Tartan; an ignorance whose first indirect and unconscious manifestation in Isabel had been unspeakably welcome to him; and though of course he had both wisely and benevolently abstained from enlightening her on that point, still, notwithstanding this, was it possible that any true hearted noble girl like Isabel would, to benefit herself, willingly become a participator in an act, which would prospectively and forever bar the blessed boon of marriageable love from one so young and generous as Pierre, and eternally entangle him in a fictitious alliance, which, though in reality but a web of air, yet in effect would prove a wall of iron; for the same powerful motive which induced the thought of forming such an alliance, would always thereafter forbid that tacit exposure of its fictitiousness which would be consequent upon its public discontinuance, and the real nuptials of Pierre with any other being during the lifetime of Isabel. But according to what view you take of it, it is either the gracious or the malicious gift of the great gods to man, that on the threshold of any wholly new and momentous devoted enterprise, the thousand ulterior intricacies and imperilings to which it must conduct, these at the outset are mostly withheld from sight. And so, through her ever primeval wilderness, Fortune's knight rides on, alike ignorant of the palaces or the pitfalls in its heart. Surprising and past all ordinary belief are those strange oversights and inconsistencies into which the enthusiastic meditation upon unique or extreme resolves will sometimes beget in young and over ardent souls. That all comprehending oneness, that calm representativeness by which a steady philosophic mind reaches forth and draws to itself in their collective entirety the objects of its contemplations. That pertains not to the young enthusiast. By his eagerness all objects are deceptively foreshortened. By his intensity each object is viewed as detached, so that essentially and relatively everything is misseen by him. Already have we exposed that passing preposterousness in Pierre, which, by reason of the above named cause which we have endeavored to portray, induced him to cherish for a time four unitedly impossible designs. And now we behold this hapless youth all eager to involve himself in such an inextricable twist of fate, that the three dexterous maids themselves could hardly disentangle him, if once he tie the complicating knots about him and Isabel. Ah, thou rash boy! Are there no couriers in the air to warn thee away from these imperilings, and point thee to those Cretan labyrinths to which thy life's court is leading thee? Where now are the high benefices? Whither fled the sweet angels that are alleged guardians to man? Not that the impulsive Pierre wholly overlooked all that was menacing to him in his future, if now he acted out his most rare resolve; but eagerly foreshortened by him, they assumed not their full magnitude of menacing. Nor indeed, so riveted now his purpose, were they pushed up to his face, would he for that renounce his self renunciation. While concerning all things more immediately contingent upon his central resolution, these were doubtless in a measure foreseen and understood by him. Perfectly at least he seemed to foresee and understand that the present hope of Lucy Tartan must be banished from his being; that this would carry a terrible pang to her, which in the natural recoil would but redouble his own; that to the world all his heroicness standing equally unexplained and unsuspected, therefore the world would denounce him as infamously false to his betrothed, reckless of the most binding human vows, a secret wooer and wedder of an unknown and enigmatic girl, a spurner of all a loving mother's wisest counselings, a bringer down of lasting reproach upon an honorable name, a besotted self exile from a most prosperous house and bounteous fortune; and lastly, that now his whole life would, in the eyes of the wide humanity, be covered with an all pervading haze of incurable sinisterness, possibly not to be removed even in the concluding hour of death. Such, O thou son of man, are the perils and the miseries thou callest down on thee, when even in a virtuous cause thou steppest aside from those arbitrary lines of conduct by which the common world, however base and dastardly, surrounds thee for thy worldly good. Ofttimes it is very wonderful to trace the rarest and profoundest things, and find their probable origin in something extremely trite or trivial. Yet so strange and complicate is the human soul, so much is confusedly evolved from out itself, and such vast and varied accessions come to it from abroad, and so impossible is it always to distinguish between these two, that the wisest man were rash, positively to assign the precise and incipient origination of his final thoughts and acts. Far as we blind moles can see, man's life seems but an acting upon mysterious hints. It is somehow hinted to us to do thus or thus; for surely no mere mortal who has at all gone down into himself will ever pretend that his slightest thought or act solely originates in his own defined identity. This preamble seems not entirely unnecessary, as usher of the strange conceit, that possibly the latent germ of Pierre's proposed extraordinary mode of executing his proposed extraordinary resolve, namely, the nominal conversion of a sister into a wife, might have been found in the previous conversational conversion of a mother into a sister; for hereby he had habituated his voice and manner to a certain fictitiousness in one of the closest domestic relations of life. And since man's moral texture is very porous, and things assumed upon the surface at last strike in, hence this outward habituation to the above named fictitiousness had insensibly disposed his mind to it as it were, but only innocently and pleasantly as yet. If by any possibility this general conceit be so, then to Pierre the times of sportfulness were as pregnant with the hours of earnestness, and in sport he learnt the terms of woe. II. If next to that resolve concerning his lasting fraternal succor to Isabel, there was at this present time any determination in Pierre absolutely inflexible, and partaking at once of the sacredness and the indissolubleness of the most solemn oath, it was the enthusiastic and apparently wholly supererogatory resolution to hold his father's memory untouched, nor to one single being in the world reveal the paternity of Isabel. Unrecallably dead and gone from out the living world, again returned to utter helplessness so far as this world went, his perished father seemed to appeal to the dutifulness and mercifulness of Pierre in terms far more moving than though the accents proceeded from his mortal mouth. And what though not through the sin of Pierre, but through his father's sin, that father's fair fame now lay at the mercy of the son, and could only be kept inviolate by the son's free sacrifice of all earthly felicity? What if this were so? It but struck a still loftier chord in the bosom of the son, and filled him with infinite magnanimities. Never had the generous Pierre cherished the heathenish conceit, that even in the general world sin is a fair object to be stretched on the cruelest racks by self complacent virtue, that self complacent virtue may feed her lily liveredness on the pallor of sin's anguish. For perfect virtue does not more loudly claim our approbation, than repentant sin in its concludedness does demand our utmost tenderness and concern. And as the more immense the virtue, so should be the more immense our approbation. Likewise, the more immense the sin, the more infinite our pity. In some sort, sin hath its sacredness, not less than holiness. And great sin calls forth more magnanimity than small virtue. What man who is a man does not feel livelier and more generous emotions toward the great god of sin, Satan, than toward yonder haberdasher, who only is a sinner in the small and entirely honorable way of trade? Though Pierre profoundly shuddered at that impenetrable, yet blackly significant nebulousness which the wild story of Isabel threw around the early life of his father; yet as he recalled the dumb anguish of the invocation of the empty and the ashy hand uplifted from his father's death bed, he most keenly felt that of whatsoever unknown shade his father's guilt might be, yet in the final hour of death it had been most dismally repented of; by a repentance only the more full of utter wretchedness, than it was a consuming secret in him. Mince the matter how his family would, had not his father died a raver. Whence that raving, following so prosperous a life? Whence, but from the cruelest compunctions? Touched thus, and strung in all his sinews and his nerves to the holding of his father's memory intact, Pierre turned his confronting and unfrightened face toward Lucy Tartan, and stilly vowed that not even she should know the whole, no, not know the least. There is an inevitable keen cruelty in the loftier heroism. It is not heroism only to stand unflinched ourselves in the hour of suffering, but it is heroism to stand unflinched both at our own and at some loved one's united suffering. A united suffering which we could put an instant period to, if we would but renounce the glorious cause for which ourselves do bleed, and see our most loved one bleed. If he would not reveal his father's shame to the common world, whose favorable opinion for himself Pierre now despised, how then reveal it to the woman he adored? To her, above all others, would he now uncover his father's tomb, and bid her behold from what vile attaintings he himself had sprung? So Pierre turned round and tied Lucy to the same stake which must hold himself, for he too plainly saw that it could not be, but that both their hearts must burn. Yes, his resolve concerning his father's memory involved the necessity of assuming even to Lucy his marriage with Isabel. Here he could not explain himself even to her. This would aggravate the sharp pang of parting by self-suggested, though wholly groundless surmising in Lucy's mind, in the most miserable degree contaminating to her idea of him. But on this point he still fondly trusted that without at all marring his filial bond, he would be enabled, by some significant intimations, to arrest in Lucy's mind those darker imaginings which might find entrance there, and if he could not set her wholly right, yet prevent her from going wildly wrong. For his mother, Pierre was more prepared. He considered that by an inscrutable decree, which it was but foolishness to try to evade, or shun, or deny existence to, since he felt it so profoundly pressing on his inmost soul, the family of the Glendinnings was imperiously called upon to offer up a victim to the gods of woe; one grand victim at the least, and that grand victim must be his mother or himself. If he disclosed his secret to the world, then his mother was made the victim. If at all hazards he kept it to himself, then himself would be the victim. A victim as respecting his mother, because under the peculiar circumstances of the case, the non-disclosure of the secret involved her entire and infamy engendering misconception of himself. But to this he bowed submissive. One other thing, and the last to be here named, because the very least in the conscious thoughts of Pierre, one other thing remained to menace him with assured disastrousness. This thing it was, which, though but dimly hinted of as yet, still in the apprehension, must have exerted a powerful influence upon Pierre in preparing him for the worst. His father's last and fatal sickness had seized him suddenly. Both the probable concealed distraction of his mind with reference to his early life, as recalled to him in an evil hour, and his consequent mental wanderings; these, with other reasons, had prevented him from framing a new will to supersede one made shortly after his marriage and ere Pierre was born. By that will, which as yet had never been dragged into the courts of law, and which, in the fancied security of her own and her son's congenial and loving future, Mrs. Glendinning had never but once, and then inconclusively, offered to discuss, with a view to a better and more appropriate ordering of things to meet circumstances non existent at the time, at the period the testament was framed. By that will, all the Glendinning property was declared his mother's. Acutely sensible to those prophetic intimations in him, which painted in advance the haughty temper of his offended mother as all bitterness and scorn toward a son, once the object of her proudest joy, but now become a deep reproach; as not only rebellious to her, but glaringly dishonorable before the world. Pierre distinctly foresaw that as she never would have permitted Isabel Banford in her true character to cross her threshold, neither would she now permit Isabel Banford to cross her threshold in any other and disguised character; least of all, as that unknown and insidious girl, who by some pernicious arts had lured her only son from honor into infamy. But not to admit Isabel was now to exclude Pierre, if indeed, on independent grounds of exasperation against himself, his mother would not cast him out. Nor did the same interior intimations in him, which forepainted the above bearing of his mother, abstain to trace her whole haughty heart as so unrelentingly set against him, that while she would close her doors against both him and his fictitious wife, so also she would not willingly contribute one copper to support them, in a supposed union so entirely abhorrent to her. And though Pierre was not so familiar with the science of the law, as to be quite certain what the law, if appealed to concerning the provisions of his father's will, would decree concerning any possible claims of the son to share with the mother in the property of the sire; yet he prospectively felt an invincible repugnance to dragging his dead father's hand and seal into open court, and fighting over them with a base mercenary motive, and with his own mother for the antagonist. For so thoroughly did his infallible presentiments paint his mother's character to him, as operated upon and disclosed in all those fiercer traits, hitherto held in abeyance by the mere chance and felicity of circumstances, that he felt assured that her exasperation against him would even meet the test of a public legal contention concerning the Glendinning property. For indeed there was a reserved strength and masculineness in the character of his mother, from which, on all these points, Pierre had every thing to dread. Besides, will the matter how he would, Pierre, for nearly 2 whole years to come, would still remain a minor, an infant in the eye of the law, incapable of personally asserting any legal claim. And though he might sue by his next friend, yet who would be his voluntary next friend, when the execution of his great resolve would for him depopulate all the world of friends? Now to all these things, and many more, seemed the soul of this infatuated young enthusiast braced. Chapter III. There is a dark, mad mystery in some human hearts, which sometimes, during the tyranny of a usurper mood, leads them to be all eagerness to cast off the most intense beloved bond, as a hindrance to the attainment of whatever transcendental object that usurper mood so tyrannically suggests. Then the beloved bond seems to hold us to no essential good. Lifted to exalted mounts, we can dispense with all the veil. Endearments we spurn, kisses are blisters to us, and forsaking the palpitating forms of mortal love, we emptily embrace the boundless and the embodied air. We think we are not human; we become as immortal bachelors and gods. But again, like the Greek gods themselves, prone we descend to earth, glad to be uxorious once more, glad to hide these godlike heads within the bosoms made of too seducing clay. Weary with the invariable earth, the restless sailor breaks from every enfolding arm, and puts to sea in height of tempest that blows off shore. But in long night watches at the antipodes, how heavily that ocean gloom lies in vast bales upon the deck! Thinking that that very moment in his deserted hamlet home, the household sun is high, and many a sun-eyed maiden meridian as the sun, he curses fate; himself he curses, his senseless madness, which is himself. For whoso once has known this sweet knowledge, and then fled it, in absence to him the avenging dream will come. Pierre was now this vulnerable god, this self upbraiding sailor, this dreamer of the avenging dream. Though in some things he had unjuggled himself, and forced himself to eye the prospect as it was, yet so far as Lucy was concerned, he was at bottom still a juggler. True, in his extraordinary scheme, Lucy was so intimately interwoven, that it seemed impossible for him at all to cast his future without some way having that heart's love in view. But ignorant of its quantity as yet, or fearful of ascertaining it, like an algebraist, for the real Lucy he, in his scheming thoughts, had substituted but a sign, some empty X, and in the ultimate solution of the problem, that empty X still figured, not the real Lucy. But now, when risen from the abasement of his chamber floor, and risen from the still profounder prostration of his soul, Pierre had thought that all the horizon of his dark fate was commanded by him, all his resolutions clearly defined and immovably decreed. Now finally, to top all, there suddenly slid into his inmost heart the living and breathing form of Lucy. His lungs collapsed, his eyeballs glared; for the sweet imagined form, so long buried alive in him, seemed now as gliding on him from the grave, and her light hair swept far adown her shroud. Then, for the time, all minor things were whelmed in him. His mother, Isabel, the whole wide world, and one only thing remained to him, this all including query, Lucy or God? But here we draw a veil. Some nameless struggles of the soul can not be painted, and some woes will not be told. Let the ambiguous procession of events reveal their own ambiguousness. End of Book 10. Book 11 of Pierre, or the Ambiguities, by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. He crosses the Rubicon. Chapter I. Sucked within the maelstrom, man must go round, strike at one end the longest conceivable row of billiard balls in close contact, and the furthermost ball will start forth, while all the rest stand still. And yet that last ball was not struck at all. So, through long previous generations, whether of births or thoughts, fate strikes the present man. Idly he disowns the blow's effect, because he felt no blow. and indeed received no blow. But Pierre was not arguing fixed fate and free will now. Fixed fate and free will were arguing him, and fixed fate got the better in the debate. The peculiarities of those influences which on the night and early morning following the last interview with Isabel persuaded Pierre to the adoption of his final resolve, did now irresistibly impel him to a remarkable instantaneousness in his actions, even as before he had proved a lagger. Without being consciously that way pointed, through the desire of anticipating any objections on the part of Isabel to the assumption of a marriage between himself and her, Pierre was now impetuously hurried into an act which should have the effective virtue of such an executed intention without its corresponding motive. Because, as the primitive resolve so deplorably involved Lucy, her image was then prominent in his mind, and hence because he felt all eagerness to hold her no longer in suspense, but by a certain sort of charity of cruelty at once to pronounce to her her fate. Therefore it was among his first final thoughts that morning to go to Lucy, and to this, undoubtedly, so trifling a circumstance as her being nearer to him geographically than Isabel must have contributed some added, though unconscious, influence in his present fateful frame of mind. On the previous undetermined days Pierre had solicitously sought to disguise his emotions from his mother by a certain carefulness and choiceness in his dress; but now, since his very soul was forced to wear a mask, he would wear no paltry palliatives and disguisements on his body. He went to the cottage of Lucy, as disordered in his person, as haggard in his face. Chapter II. She was not risen yet; so the strange, imperious instantaneousness in him impelled him to go straight to her chamber door, and in a voice of mild invincibleness demand immediate audience, for the matter pressed. Already namelessly concerned, and alarmed for her lover, now 48 hours absent on some mysterious and undisclosable affair, Lucy, at this surprising summons, was overwhelmed with sudden terror, and in oblivion of all ordinary proprieties, responded to Pierre's call by an immediate assent. Opening the door, he advanced slowly and deliberately toward her, and as Lucy caught his pale, determined figure, she gave a cry of groping misery, which knew not the pang that caused it, and lifted herself trembling in her bed, but without uttering one word. Pierre sat down on the bedside, and his set eyes met her terrified and virgin aspect. Decked in snow white, and pale of cheek, thou indeed art fitted for the altar, but not that one of which thy fond heart didst dream, so fair a victim. Pierre! 'Tis the last cruelty of tyrants to make their enemies slay each other. My heart, my heart! Nay, Lucy, I am married. The girl was no more pale, but white as any leper. The bedclothes trembled to the concealed shudderings of all her limbs. One moment she sat looking vacantly into the blank eyes of Pierre, and then fell over toward him in a swoon. Swift madness mounted into the brain of Pierre. All the past seemed as a dream, and all the present an unintelligible horror. He lifted her and extended her motionless form upon the bed, and stamped for succor. The maid Martha came running into the room, and beholding those two inexplicable figures, shrieked and turned in terror. But Pierre's repeated cry rallied Martha from this, and darting out of the chamber, she returned with a sharp restorative, which at length brought Lucy back to life. "Martha, Martha!" now murmured Lucy in a scarce audible whispering, and shuddering in the maid's own shuddering arms. "Quick, quick, come to me! Drive it away! Wake me! Wake me!" "Nay, pray God to sleep again!" cried Martha, bending over her and embracing her, and half turning upon Pierre with a glance of loathing indignation. "In God's holy name, sir, what may this be? How came you here, accursed?" "Accursed? It is well. Is she herself again, Martha?" "Thou hast somehow murdered her. How then be herself again? My sweet mistress, oh, my young mistress, tell me, tell me!" and she bent low over her. Pierre now advanced toward the bed, making a gesture for the maid to leave them; but soon as Lucy recaught his haggard form, she whisperingly wailed again, "Martha, Martha, drive it away! There, there! Him, him!" and shut her eyes convulsively, with arms abhorrently outstretched. "Monster! Incomprehensible fiend!" cried the anew terror smitten maid. "Depart! See, she dies away at the sight of thee! Begone! Wouldst thou murder her afresh? Begone!" Starched and frozen by his own emotion, Pierre silently turned and quitted the chamber, and heavily descending the stairs, tramped heavily, as a man slowly bearing a great burden, through a long narrow passage leading to a wing in the rear of the cottage, and knocking at Miss Lanyllyn's door, summoned her to Lucy, who he briefly said had fainted; then, without waiting for any response, left the house and went directly to the mansion. Chapter III. "Is my mother up yet?" said he to Dates, whom he met in the hall. "Not yet, sir. Heavens, sir, are you sick?" "To death. Let me pass." Ascending toward his mother's chamber, he heard a coming step, and met her on the great middle landing of the stairs, where in an ample niche a marble group of the temple polluting Laocoon and his two innocent children, caught in inextricable snarls of snakes, writhed in eternal torments. "Mother, go back with me to thy chamber." She eyed his sudden presence with a dark but repressed foreboding, drew herself up haughtily and repellingly, and with a quivering lip said, "Pierre, thou thyself hast denied me thy confidence, and thou shalt not force me back to it so easily. Speak, what is that now between thee and me?" "I am married, mother." "Great God! To whom?" "Not to Lucy Tartan, mother." "That thou merely sayest 'tis not Lucy, without saying who indeed it is, this is good proof she is something vile. Does Lucy know thy marriage?" "I am but just from Lucy's." Thus far Mrs. Glendinning's rigidity had been slowly relaxing. Now she clutched the baluster, bent over, and trembled for a moment; then erected all her haughtiness again, and stood before Pierre in incurious, unappeasable grief and scorn for him. "My dark soul prophesied something dark. If already thou hast not found other lodgment and other table than this house supplies, then seek it straight. Beneath my roof and at my table, he who was once Pierre Glendinning no more puts himself." She turned from him, and with a tottering step climbed the winding stairs, and disappeared from him; while in the baluster he held, Pierre seemed to feel the sudden thrill running down to him from his mother's convulsive grasp. He stared about him with an idiot eye, staggered to the floor below to dumbly quit the house, but as he crossed its threshold, his foot tripped upon its raised ledge, he pitched forward upon the stone portico and fell, he seemed as jeeringly hurled from beneath his own ancestral roof. Chapter IV. Passing through the broad courtyard's postern, Pierre closed it after him, and then turned and leaned upon it, his eyes fixed upon the great central chimney of the mansion, from which a light blue smoke was wreathing gently into the morning air. The hearthstone from which thou risest nevermore, I inly feel, will these feet press. O God, what callest thou that which has thus made Pierre a vagabond? He walked slowly away, and passing the windows of Lucy, looked up and saw the white curtains closely drawn, the white cottage profoundly still, and a white saddle horse tied before the gate. I would enter, but again would her abhorrent wails repel. What more can I now say or do to her? I cannot explain. She knows all I propose to disclose. Ay, but thou didst cruelly burst upon her with it. Thy impetuousness, thy instantaneousness, hath killed her, Pierre. Nay, 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 cruel tidings who can gently break? If to stab be inevitable, then instant be the dagger. Those curtains are close drawn upon her, so let me upon her sweet image draw the curtains of my soul. Sleep, 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 thou angel, wake no more to Pierre, nor to thyself, my Lucy. Passing on now hurriedly and blindly, he jostled against some oppositely going wayfarer. The man paused amazed, and looking up, Pierre recognized a domestic of the mansion. That instantaneousness which now impelled him in all his actions, again seized the ascendancy in him. Ignoring the dismayed expression of the man at thus encountering his young master, Pierre commanded him to follow him. Going straight to the Black Swan, the little village inn, he entered the first vacant room, and bidding the man be seated, sought the keeper of the house, and ordered pen and paper. If fit opportunity offer in the hour of unusual affliction, minds of a certain temperament find a strange hysterical relief in a wild perverse humorousness, the more alluring from its entire unsuitableness to the occasion, although they seldom manifest this trait toward those individuals more immediately involved in the cause or the effect of their suffering. The cool censoriousness of the mere philosopher would denominate such conduct as nothing short of temporary madness, and perhaps it is, since in the inexorable and inhuman eye of mere undiluted reason, all grief, whether on our own account or that of others, is the sheerest unreason and insanity. The note now written was the following: For that fine old fellow Dates. Dates, my old boy, bestir thyself now. Go to my room, Dates, and bring me down my mahogany strong box, and lock up the thing covered with blue chintz. Strap it very carefully, my sweet Dates, it is rather heavy, and set it just without the postern. Then back and bring me down my writing desk, and set that too just without the postern. Then back yet again, and bring me down the old camp bed. See that all the parts be there, and bind the case well with a cord. Then go to the left corner little drawer in my wardrobe, and thou wilt find my visiting cards. Tack one on the chest, and the desk, and the camp bed case. Then get all my clothes together, and pack them in trunks, not forgetting the two old military cloaks, my boy, and tack cards on them also, my good Dates. Then fly round 3 times indefinitely, my good Dates, and wipe a little of the perspiration off. And then let me see, then my good Dates, why what then? Why this much, pick up all papers of all sorts that may be lying round my chamber, and see them burned. And then have old White Hoof put to the lightest farm wagon, and send the chest, and the desk, and the camp bed, and the trunks to the Black Swan, where I shall call for them when I am ready, and not before, sweet Dates. So God bless thee, my fine old imperturbable Dates, and adieu. Thy old young master, Pierre. Nota bene, mark well, though Dates, should my mother possibly interrupt thee, say that it is my orders, and mention what it is I send for, but on no account show this to thy mistress. Do you hear? Pierre again. Folding this scrawl into a grotesque shape, Pierre ordered the man to take it forthwith to Dates. But the man, all perplexed, hesitated, turning the billet over in his hand, till Pierre loudly and violently bade him begone. But as the man was then rapidly departing in a panic, Pierre called him back, and retracted his rude words. But as the servant now lingered again, perhaps thinking to avail himself of this repentant mood in Pierre to say something in sympathy or remonstrance to him. Pierre ordered him off with augmented violence, and stamped for him to be gone. Apprising the equally perplexed old landlord that certain things would in the course of that forenoon be left for him, Pierre, at the inn, and also desiring him to prepare a chamber for himself and wife that night, some chamber with a commodious connecting room, which might answer for a dressing room, and likewise still another chamber for a servant, Pierre departed the place, leaving the old landlord staring vacantly at him, and dumbly marveling what horrible thing had happened to turn the brain of his fine young favorite and old shooting comrade, Master Pierre. Soon the short old man went out bareheaded upon the low porch of the inn, descended its one step, and crossed over to the middle of the road, gazing after Pierre, and only as Pierre turned up a distant lane did his amazement and his solicitude find utterance. "I taught him. Yes, old casks. The best shot in all the country round is Master Pierre. Pray God he hits not now the bull's eye in himself. Married, married, and coming here? This is pesky strange." End of Book 11. Book 12 of Pierre, or the Ambiguities, by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Isabel, Mrs. Glendinning, the Portrait, and Lucy. Chapter 1. When, on the previous night, Pierre had left the farmhouse where Isabel harbored, it will be remembered that no hour, either of night or day, no special time at all, had been assigned for a succeeding interview. It was Isabel who, for some doubtlessly sufficient reason of her own, had for the first meeting assigned the early hour of darkness. As now, when the full sun was well up the heavens, Pierre drew near the farmhouse of the Ulvers, he descried Isabel standing without the little dairy wing, occupied in vertically arranging numerous glittering shield-like milk pans on a long shelf, where they might purifyingly meet the sun. Her back was toward him. As Pierre passed through the open wicket and crossed the short, soft green sward, he unconsciously muffled his footsteps, and now standing close behind his sister, touched her shoulder and stood still. She started, trembled, turned upon him swiftly, made a low, strange cry, and then gazed rivetedly and imploringly upon him. "I look rather queerish, sweet Isabel, do I not?" said Pierre at last, with a writhed and painful smile. "My brother, my blessed brother, speak, tell me what has happened. What hast thou done? Oh, oh, I should have warned thee before, Pierre. Pierre, it is my fault, mine, mine." "What is thy fault, sweet Isabel?" "Thou hast revealed Isabel to thy mother, Pierre." "I have not, Isabel. Mrs. Glendinning knows not thy secret at all." "Mrs. Glendinning? That's thine own mother, Pierre. In heaven's name, my brother, explain thyself. Knows not my secret, and yet thou here so suddenly, and with such a fatal aspect. Come, come with me into the house. Quick, Pierre, why dost thou not stir? Oh, my God, if mad myself sometimes, I am to make mad him who loves me best, and who I fear has in some way ruined himself for me. Then let me no more stand upright on this sod, but fall prone beneath it, that I may be hidden. Tell me," catching Pierre's arms in both her frantic hands, "tell me, do I blast where I look? Is my face Gorgon's?" "Nay, sweet Isabel, but it hath a more sovereign power, that turn to stone. Thine might turn white marble into mother's milk. Come with me, come quickly." They passed into the dairy, and sat down on a bench by the honey-suckled casement. "Pierre, forever fatal and accursed be the day, my longing heart called thee to me, if now, in the very springtime of our related love, thou art minded to play deceivingly with me, even though thou shouldst fancy it for my good. Speak to me, oh, speak to me, my brother." "Thou hintest of deceiving one for one's good. Now, supposing, sweet Isabel, that in no case would I affirmatively deceive thee, in no case whatever, wouldst thou then be willing for thee and me to piously deceive others for both their and our united good? Thou sayest nothing. Now then, is it my turn, sweet Isabel, to bid thee speak to me? Oh, speak to me. That unknown approaching thing seemeth ever ill, my brother, which must have unfrank heralds to go before. Oh, Pierre, dear, dear Pierre, be very careful with me. This strange, mysterious, unexampled love between us makes me all plastic in thy hand. Be very careful with me. I know little out of me. The world seems all one unknown India to me. Look up, look on me, Pierre. Say, now, thou wilt be very careful. Say so, Pierre. If the most exquisite and fragile filigree of Genoa be carefully handled by its artisan, if sacred nature carefully folds and warms, and by inconceivable attentivenesses eggs round and round her minute and marvelous embryos, then, Isabel, do I most carefully and most tenderly egg thee, gentlest one, and the fate of thee. Short of the great God, Isabel, there lives none who will be more careful with thee, more infinitely considerate and delicate with thee. From my deepest heart do I believe thee, Pierre. Yet thou mayest be very delicate in some point, where delicateness is not all essential, and in some quick impulsive hour omit thy fullest heedfulness somewhere where heedlessness were most fatal. Nay, nay, my brother, bleach these locks snow white, thou sun, if I have any thought to reproach thee, Pierre, or betray distrust of thee. But earnestness must sometimes seem suspicious, else it is none. Pierre, Pierre, all thy aspect speaks eloquently of some already executed resolution, born in suddenness. Since I last saw thee, Pierre, some deed irrevocable has been done by thee. My soul is stiff and starched to it. Now tell me what it is. Thou and I and Delly Ulver to morrow morning depart this whole neighborhood, and go to the distant city. That is it. No more? Is it not enough? There is something more, Pierre. Thou hast not yet answered a question I put to thee but just now. Bethink thee, Isabel, the deceiving of others by thee and me, in a thing wholly pertaining to ourselves, for their and our united good. Wouldst thou? I would do anything that does not tend to the marring of thy best lasting fortunes, Pierre. What is it thou wouldst have thee and me to do together? I wait, I wait. Let us go into the room of the double casement, my sister, said Pierre, rising. Nay, then, if it can not be said here, then can I not do it anywhere, my brother, for it would harm thee? Girl, cried Pierre sternly, if for thee I have lost but he checked himself. Lost for me now does the very worst blacken on me. Pierre, Pierre, I was foolish, and sought but to frighten thee, my sister. It was very foolish. Do thou now go on with thine innocent work here, and I will come again a few hours hence. Let me go now. He was turning from her, when Isabel sprang forward to him, caught him with both her arms round him, and held him so convulsively, that her hair sideways swept over him, and half concealed him. Pierre, if indeed my soul hath cast on thee the same black shadow that my hair now flings on thee, if thou hast lost aught for me, then eternally is Isabel lost to Isabel, and Isabel will not outlive this night. If I am indeed an accursing thing, I will not act the given part, but cheat the air, and die from it. See, I let thee go, lest some poison I know not of distill upon thee from me. She slowly drooped and trembled from him, but Pierre caught her and supported her. Foolish, foolish one, behold, in the very bodily act of loosing hold of me, thou dost reel and fall, unanswerable emblem of the indispensable heart stay I am to thee, my sweet, sweet Isabel. Prate not then of parting. What hast thou lost for me? Tell me. A gainful loss, my sister. 'Tis mere rhetoric. What hast thou lost? Nothing that my inmost heart would now recall. I have bought inner love and glory by a price, which, large or small, I would not now have paid me back, so I must return the thing I bought. Is love then cold, and glory white? Thy cheek is snowy, Pierre. It should be, for I believe to God that I am pure, let the world think how it may. What hast thou lost? Not thee, nor the pride and glory of ever loving thee, and being a continual brother to thee, my best sister. Nay, why dost thou now turn thy face from me? With fine words he wheedles me and coaxes me, not to know some secret thing. Go, go, Pierre, come to me when thou wilt. I am steeled now to the worst and to the last. Again I tell thee, I will do anything, yes, anything that Pierre commands, for though outer ill do lower upon us, still deep within thou wilt be careful, very careful with me, Pierre. Thou art made of that fine, unshared stuff of which God makes his seraphim. But thy divine devotedness to me is met by mine to thee. Well mayest thou trust me, Isabel, and whatever strangest thing I may yet propose to thee, thy confidence, will it not bear me out? Surely thou wilt not hesitate to plunge, when I plunged first. Already have I plunged. Now thou canst not stay upon the bank. Hearken, hearken to me. I seek not now to gain thy prior assent to a thing as yet undone, but I call to thee now, Isabel, from the depth of a foregone act to ratify it backward by thy consent. Look not so hard upon me. Listen, I will tell all. Isabel, though thou art all fearfulness to injure any living thing, least of all thy brother, still thy true heart foreknoweth not the myriad alliances and crisscrossings among mankind, the infinite entanglements of all social things, which forbids that one thread should fly the general fabric on some new line of duty, without tearing itself and tearing others. Listen. All that has happened up to this moment, and all that may be yet to happen, some sudden inspiration now assures me inevitably proceeded from the first hour I saw thee. Not possibly could it or can it be otherwise. Therefore feel I that I have some patience. Listen. Whatever outer things might possibly be mine, whatever seeming brightest blessings, yet now to live uncomforting and unloving to thee, Isabel, now to dwell domestically away from thee, so that only by stealth and base connivances of the night I could come to thee as thy related brother, this would be and is unutterably impossible. In my bosom a secret adder of self reproach and self infamy would never leave off its sting. Listen. But without gratuitous dishonor to a memory which, for right cause or wrong, is ever sacred and inviolate to me, I cannot be an open brother to thee, Isabel. But thou wantest not the openness, for thou dost not pine for empty nominalness, but for vital realness. What thou wantest is not the occasional openness of my brotherly love, but its continual domestic confidence. Do I not speak thine own hidden heart to thee? Say, Isabel. Well, then, still listen to me. One only way presents to this, a most strange way, Isabel. To the world that never throbbed for thee in love, a most deceitful way, but to all a harmless way. So harmless in its essence, Isabel, that seems to me Pierre hath consulted heaven itself upon it, and heaven itself did not say nay. Still listen to me, mark me. As thou knowest that thou wouldst now droop and die without me, so would I without thee. We are equal there. Mark that, too, Isabel. I do not stoop to thee, nor thou to me, but we both reach up alike to a glorious ideal. Now the continualness, the secretness, yet the always present domesticness of our love, how may we best compass that, without jeopardizing the ever sacred memory I hinted of? One way, only one. A strange way, but most pure. Listen. Brace thyself. Here, let me hold thee now. And then whisper it to thee, Isabel. Come, I holding thee, thou canst not fall. He held her tremblingly. She bent over toward him. His mouth wet her ear. He whispered it. The girl moved not, was done with all her tremblings, leaned closer to him, with an inexpressible strangeness of an intense love, new and inexplicable. Over the face of Pierre there shot a terrible self-revelation. He imprinted repeated burning kisses upon her, pressed hard her hand, would not let go her sweet and awful passiveness. Then they changed, they coiled together, and entangledly stood mute. Chapter 2. Mrs. Glendinning walked her chamber, her dress loosened. That such accursed vileness should proceed from me, now will the tongued world say, see the vile boy of Mary Glendinning. Deceitful, thick with guilt, where I thought it was all guilelessness and gentlest docility to me. It has not happened, it is not day. Were this thing so, I should go mad, and be shut up, and not walk here, where every door is open to me. My own only son married to an unknown thing. My own only son false to his holiest, plighted public vow, and the wide world knowing to it. He bears my name, Glendinning. I will disown it. Were it like this dress, I would tear my name off from me, and burn it till it shrivel to a crisp. Pierre, Pierre, come back, and swear it is not so. It cannot be. Wait, I will ring the bell, and see if it be so. She rung the bell with violence, and soon heard a responsive knock. Come in. Nay, falter not. Throwing a shawl over her, come in. Stand there, and tell me, if thou darest, that my son was in this house this morning, and met me on the stairs. Darest thou say that? Dates looked confounded at her most unwonted aspect. Say it, find thy tongue, or I will root mine out, and fling it at thee. Say it. My dear mistress, I am not thy mistress, but thou my master, for if thou sayest it, thou commandest me to madness. O vile boy, begone from me. She locked the door upon him, and swiftly and distractedly walked to her chamber. She paused, and tossing down the curtains, shut out the sun from the two windows. Another, but an unsummoned knock was at the door. She opened it. My mistress, his reverence is below. I would not call you, but he insisted. Let him come up. Here, immediately? Didst thou hear me? Let Mr. Falsgrave come up. As if suddenly and admonishingly made aware by Dates of the ungovernable mood of Mrs. Glendinning, the clergyman entered the open door of her chamber with a most deprecating, but honest reluctance and apprehensiveness of he knew not what. Be seated, sir. Stay, shut the door and lock it. Madam, I will do it. Be seated. Hast thou seen him? Whom, madam? Master Pierre. Him? Quick. It was to speak of him I came, madam. He made a most extraordinary call upon me last night, midnight. And thou marriedst him? Damn thee. Nay, 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 madam, there is something here I know not of. I came to tell thee news, but thou hast some o'erwhelming tidings to reveal to me. I beg no pardons, but I may be sorry. Mr. Falsgrave, my son, standing publicly plighted to Lucy Tartan, has privately wedded some other girl, some slut. Impossible. True as thou art there, thou knowest nothing of it then? Nothing, nothing, not one grain till now. Who is it he has wedded? Some slut, I tell thee. I am no lady now, but something deeper, a woman, an outraged and pride poisoned woman. She turned from him swiftly, and again paced the room, as frantic and entirely regardless of any presence, waiting for her to pause, but in vain. Mr. Falsgrave advanced toward her cautiously, and with the profoundest deference, which was almost a cringing, spoke. It is the hour of woe to thee, and I confess my cloth hath no consolation for thee yet awhile. Permit me to withdraw from thee, leaving my best prayers for thee, that thou mayest know some peace, ere this now shut out sun goes down. Send for me whenever thou desirest me. May I go now? Begone, and let me not hear thy soft mincing voice, which is an infamy to a man. Begone, thou helpless and unhelping one. She swiftly paced the room again, swiftly muttering to herself, now, I see it clearer, clearer, clear now as day. My first dim suspicions pointed right to right. Ay, the sewing, it was the sewing, the shriek. I saw him gazing, rooted at her. He would not speak, going home with me. I charged him with his silence. He put me off with lies, lies, lies. Ay, he is married to her, to her, to her. Perhaps was then. And yet, how can it be? Lucy, Lucy, I saw him, after that look on her, as if he would be glad to die for her, and go to hell for her, whither he deserves to go. Oh, oh, oh! Thus ruthlessly to cut off, at one gross sensual dash, the fair succession of an honorable race, mixing the choicest wine with filthy water from the plebeian pool, and so turning all to undistinguishable rankness. O viper, had I thee now in me, I would be a suicide and a murderer with one blow. A third knock was at the door. She opened it. My mistress, I thought it would disturb you. It is so just overhead, so I have not removed them yet. Unravel thy gibberish. What is it? Pardon, my mistress, I somehow thought you knew it, but you cannot. What is that writing crumpling in thy hand? Give it me. I have promised my young master not to, my mistress. I will snatch it then, and so leave thee blameless. What? He's mad, sure. Fine old fellow Dates. What? Mad and merry. Chest, clothes, trunks. He wants them. Tumble them out of his window. And if he stand right beneath, tumble them out. Dismantle that whole room. Tear up the carpet. I swear he shall leave no smallest vestige in this house. Here, this very spot. Here, where I stand, he may have stood upon. Yes, he tied my shoestring here. It's slippery. Dates. My mistress. Do his bidding. By reflection, he has made me infamous to the world, and I will make him infamous to it. Listen, and do not delude thyself that I am crazy. Go up to yonder room," pointing upward, "and remove every article in it, and where he bid thee set down the chest and trunks, there set down all the contents of that room. 'Twas before the house, this house, and if it had not been there, I would not order thee to put them there. Dunce, I would have the world know that I disown and scorn him. Do my bidding. Stay, let the room stand, but take him what he asks for." "I will, my mistress." As Dates left the chamber, Mrs. Glendinning again paced it swiftly, and again swiftly muttered, "Now if I were less a strong and haughty woman, the fit would have gone by ere now. But deep volcanoes long burn ere they burn out. Oh, that the world were made of such malleable stuff, that we could recklessly do our fieriest heart's wish before it, and not falter. Accursed be those 4 syllables of sound which make up that vile word propriety. It is a chain and bell to drag. Drag? What sound is that? There's dragging. His trunks, the travelers, dragging out. Oh, would I could so drag my heart, as fishers for the drowned do, as that I might drag up my sunken happiness. Boy, worse than brought in dripping drowned to me, drowned in icy infamy. Oh. She threw herself upon the bed, covered her face, and lay motionless, but suddenly rose again, and hurriedly rang the bell. "Open that desk, and draw the stand to me. Now wait, and take this to Miss Lucy." With a pencil she rapidly traced these lines: "My heart bleeds for thee, sweet Lucy. I cannot speak. I know it all. Look for me the first hour I regain myself." Again she threw herself upon the bed, and lay motionless. Chapter III. Towards sundown that evening, Pierre stood in one of the 3 bespoken chambers in the Black Swan Inn, the blue chintz covered chest and the writing desk before him. His hands were eagerly searching through his pockets. The key. Nay, then, I must force it open. It bodes ill, too, yet lucky is it. Some bankers can break into their own vaults when other means do fail. Not so ever. Let me see. Yes, the tongs there. Now then, for the sweet sight of gold and silver. I never loved it till this day. How long it has been hoarded. Little token pieces of years ago, from aunts, uncles, cousins innumerable, and from but I won't mention them. Dead henceforth to me. Sure there'll be a premium on such ancient gold. There's some broad bits, token pieces to my I name him not, more than half a century ago. Well, I never thought to cast them back into the sordid circulations whence they came. But if they must be spent, now is the time, in this last necessity, and in this sacred cause. 'Tis a most stupid, dunderheaded crowbar. Hoy, so, now for it. Snake's nest. Forced suddenly back, the chest lid had as suddenly revealed to him the chair portrait lying on top of all the rest, where he had secreted it some days before. Face up, it met him with its noiseless, ever nameless, and ambiguous, unchanging smile. Now his first repugnance was augmented by an emotion altogether new. That certain lurking lineament in the portrait, whose strange transfer, blended with far other and sweeter and noble characteristics, was visible in the countenance of Isabel. That lineament in the portrait was somehow now detestable, nay, altogether loathsome, ineffably so, to Pierre. He argued not with himself why this was so; he only felt it, and most keenly. Omitting more subtle inquisition into this deftly winding theme, it will be enough to hint, perhaps, that possibly one source of this new hatefulness had its primary and unconscious rise in one of those profound ideas which at times atmospherically, as it were, do insinuate themselves even into very ordinary minds. In the strange relativeness, reciprocalness, and transmittedness between the long-dead father's portrait and the living daughter's face, Pierre might have seemed to see reflected to him by visible and uncontradictable symbols the tyranny of time and fate. Painted before the daughter was conceived or born, like a dumb seer, the portrait still seemed levelling its prophetic finger at that empty air from which Isabel did finally emerge. There seemed to lurk some mystical intelligence and vitality in the picture, because since in his own memory of his father Pierre could not recall any distinct lineament transmitted to Isabel, but vaguely saw such in the portrait, therefore not Pierre's parent as any way rememberable by him, but the portrait's painted self seemed the real father of Isabel. For, so far as all sense went, Isabel had inherited one peculiar trait, no whither traceable but to it. And as his father was now sought to be banished from his mind as a most bitter presence there, but Isabel was become a thing of intense and fearful love for him, therefore it was loathsome to him that in the smiling and ambiguous portrait her sweet mournful image should be so sinisterly becrooked, bemixed, and mutilated to him. When the first shock and then the pause were over, he lifted the portrait in his two hands and held it averted from him. It shall not live. Hitherto I have hoarded up mementos and monuments of the past, been a worshipper of all heirlooms, a fond filer away of letters, locks of hair, bits of ribbon, flowers, and the 1,001 minutenesses which love and memory think they sanctify. But it is forever over now. If to me any memory shall henceforth be dear, I will not mummy it in a visible memorial for every passing beggar's dust to gather on. Love's museum is vain and foolish as the catacombs, where grinning apes and abject lizards are embalmed, as, forsooth, significant of some imagined charm. It speaks merely of decay and death, and nothing more. Decay and death of endless, innumerable generations. It makes of earth one mold. How can lifelessness be fit memorial of life? So far for mementos of the sweetest. As for the rest, now I know this, that in commonest memorials, the twilight fact of death first discloses in some secret way all the ambiguities of that departed thing or person. Obliquely it casts hints and insinuates surmises base, and eternally incapable of being cleared. Decreed by God omnipotent it is, that death should be the last scene of the last act of man's play. A play which begin how it may, in farce or comedy, ever hath its tragic end. The curtain inevitably falls upon a corpse. Therefore, nevermore will I play the vile pygmy, and by small memorials after death, attempt to reverse the decree of death by essaying the poor perpetuating of the image of the original. Let all die, and mix again. As for this, why longer should I preserve it? Why preserve that on which one cannot patient look? If I am resolved to hold his public memory inviolate, destroy this thing, for here is the one great condemning and unsuborned proof whose mysticalness drives me half mad. Of old Greek times, before man's brain went into doting bondage, and bleached and beaten in Baconian fulling mills, his four limbs lost their barbaric tan and beauty. When the round world was fresh and rosy and spicy as a new plucked apple, all's wilted now. In those bold times, the great dead were not turkey-like, dished in trenchers and set down, all garnished in the ground, to glut the damned Cyclops like a cannibal, but nobly envious life cheated the glutton worm, and gloriously burned the corpse, so that the spirit up pointed, and visibly forked to heaven. So now will I serve thee, though that solidity of which thou art the unsolid duplicate hath long gone to its hideous churchyard account; and though, God knows, but for one part of thee it may have been fit auditing, yet will I now a second time see thy obsequies performed, and by now burning thee, earn thee in the great vase of air. Come now. A small wood fire had been kindled on the hearth to purify the long closed room. It was now diminished to a small pointed heap of glowing embers. Detaching and dismembering the gilded but tarnished frame, Pierre laid the four pieces on the coals. As their dryness soon caught the sparks, he rolled the reverse canvas into a scroll, and tied it, and committed it to the now crackling, clamorous flames. Steadfastly Pierre watched the first crispings and blackenings of the painted scroll, but started as suddenly unwinding from the burnt string that had tied it. For one swift instant, seen through the flame and smoke, the upwrithing portrait tormentedly stared at him in beseeching horror, and then, wrapped in one broad sheet of oily fire, disappeared for ever. Yielding to a sudden ungovernable impulse, Pierre darted his hand among the flames to rescue the imploring face, but as swiftly drew back his scorched and bootless grasp. His hand was burnt and blackened, but he did not heed it. He ran back to the chest, and seizing repeated packages of family letters and all sorts of miscellaneous memorials in paper, he threw them one after the other upon the fire. Thus, and thus, and thus, on thy mains I fling fresh spoils, pour out all my memory in one libation. So, 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 lower, lower, lower. Now all is done, and all is ashes. Henceforth cast out Pierre hath no paternity and no past, and since the future is one blank to all, therefore, twice disinherited, Pierre stands untrammelledly his ever-present self, free to do his own self-will and present fancy to whatever end. Chapter 4. That same sunset Lucy lay in her chamber. A knock was heard at its door, and the responding Martha was met by the now self-controlled and resolute face of Mrs. Glendinning. "How is your young mistress, Martha? May I come in?" But waiting for no answer, with the same breath she passed the maid, and determinedly entered the room. She sat down by the bed, and met the open eye, but closed and pallid mouth of Lucy. She gazed rivetedly and inquisitively a moment, then turned a quick, aghast look toward Martha, as if seeking warrant for some shuddering thought. "Miss Lucy," said Martha, "it is Mrs. Glendinning. Speak to her, Miss Lucy." As if left in the last helpless attitude of some spent contortion of her grief, Lucy was not lying in the ordinary posture of one in bed, but lay half crosswise upon it, with the pale pillows propping her hueless form, but a single sheet thrown over her, as though she were so heart overladen that her white body could not bear one added feather. And as in any snowy marble statue, the drapery clings to the limbs, so as one found drowned, the thin defining sheet invested Lucy. "It is Mrs. Glendinning. Will you speak to her, Miss Lucy?" The thin lips moved and trembled for a moment, and then were still again, and augmented pallor shrouded her. Martha brought restoratives, and when all was as before, she made a gesture for the lady to depart, and in a whisper said, "She will not speak to any. She does not speak to me. The doctor is just left. He has been here 5 times since morning, and says she must be kept entirely quiet." Then pointing to the stand, added, "You see what he has left, mere restoratives. Quiet is her best medicine now, he says. Quiet, quiet, quiet. Oh, sweet quiet, wilt thou now ever come?" "Has Mrs. Tartan been written to?" whispered the lady. Martha nodded. So the lady moved to quit the room, saying that once every 2 hours she would send to know how Lucy fared. "But where is her aunt, Martha?" she exclaimed lowly, pausing at the door, and glancing in sudden astonishment about the room. "Surely, Mrs. Lanyllyn." "Poor old lady," weepingly whispered Martha. "She hath caught infection from sweet Lucy's woe. She hurried hither, caught one glimpse of that bed, and fell like dead upon the floor. The doctor hath 2 patients now, lady," glancing at the bed, and tenderly feeling Lucy's bosom, to mark if yet it heaved. "Alack, alack! Oh, reptile, reptile, that could sting so sweet a breast! Fire would be too cold for him. Accursed!" "Thy own tongue blister the roof of thy mouth!" cried Mrs. Glendinning, in a half stifled whispering scream. "'Tis not for thee, hired one, to rail at my son, though he were Lucifer simmering in hell. Mend thy manners, minx." And she left the chamber, dilated with her unconquerable pride, leaving Martha aghast at such venom in such beauty. End of Book 12. Book 13 of Pierre, or the Ambiguities, by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. They depart the meadows. Chapter 1. It was just dusk when Pierre approached the Ulver farmhouse in a wagon belonging to the Black Swan Inn. He met his sister, shawled and bonneted, in the porch. "Now then, Isabel, is all ready? Where is Delly? I see 2 most small and inconsiderable portmanteaux. We is the chest that holds the goods of the disowned. The wagon waits, Isabel. Now, is all ready, and nothing left?" "Nothing, Pierre, unless in going hence but I'll not think of that. All's fated." "Delly, where is she? Let us go in for her," said Pierre, catching the hand of Isabel, and turning rapidly. As he thus half dragged her into the little lighted entry, and then dropping her hand, placed his touch on the catch of the inner door, Isabel stayed his arm, as if to keep him back, till she should forewarn him against something concerning Delly. But suddenly she started herself, and for one instant, eagerly pointing at his right hand, seemed almost to half shrink from Pierre. "'Tis nothing. I am not hurt. A slight burn. The merest accidental scorch this morning. But what's this?" he added, lifting his hand higher. "Smoke! Soot! This comes of going in the dark. Sunlight, and I had seen it. But I have not touched thee, Isabel." Isabel lifted her hand, and showed the marks. "But it came from thee, my brother; and I would catch the plague from thee, so that it should make me share thee. Do thou clean thy hand; let mine alone." "Delly, Delly!" cried Pierre, "why may I not go to her, to bring her forth?" Placing her finger upon her lip, Isabel softly opened the door, and showed the object of his inquiry avertedly seated, muffled on a chair. "Do not speak to her, my brother," whispered Isabel, "and do not seek to behold her face as yet. It will pass over now ere long, I trust. Come, shall we go now? Take Delly forth, but do not speak to her. I have bidden all good bye. The old people are in yonder room in the rear. I am glad that they chose not to come out to attend our going forth. Come now, be very quick, Pierre. This is an hour I like not, be it swiftly past." Soon all three alighted at the inn. Ordering lights, Pierre led the way above stairs, and ushered his two companions into one of the two outermost rooms of the three adjoining chambers prepared for all. "See," said he to the mute and still self averting figure of Delly, "see, this is thy room, Miss Ulver. Isabel has told thee all. Thou knowest our till now secret marriage. She will stay with thee now, till I return from a little business down the street. To morrow, thou knowest, very early we take the stage. I may not see thee again till then; so be steadfast, and cheer up a very little, Miss Ulver, and good night. All will be well." II. Next morning, by break of day, at 4 o'clock, the four swift hours were personified in four impatient horses, which shook their trappings beneath the windows of the inn. Three figures emerged into the cool, dim air, and took their places in the coach. The old landlord had silently and despondently shaken Pierre by the hand. The vainglorious driver was on his box, threadingly adjusting the four reins among the fingers of his buckskin gloves. The usual thin company of admiring ostlers and other early onlookers were gathered about the porch, when, on his companion's account, all eager to cut short any vain delay at such a painful crisis, Pierre impetuously shouted for the coach to move. In a moment the four meadow fed young horses leaped forward their own generous lengths, and the four responsive wheels rolled their complete circles, while making vast rearward flourishes with his whip, the elated driver seemed as a bravado hero signing his ostentatious farewell signature in the empty air. And so in the dim of the dawn, and to the defiant crackings of that long and sharp resounding whip, the three forever fled the sweet fields of Saddle Meadows. The short old landlord gazed after the coach awhile, and then re entering the inn, stroked his gray beard, and muttered to himself, "I have kept this house now 33 years, and have had plenty of bridal parties come and go, in their long train of wagons, breakdowns, buggies, gigs, a gay and giggling train ha! there's a pun! popped out like a cork. Ay, and once in ox carts, all garlanded. Ay, and once the merry bride was bedded on a load of sweet-scented new-cut clover. But such a bridal party as this morning's, why, it's as sad as funerals. And brave Master Pierre Glendinning is the groom. Well, well, wonders is all the go. I thought I had done with wondering when I passed 50, but I keep wondering still. Ah, somehow now I feel as though I had just come from lowering some old friend beneath the sod, and yet felt the grating cord marks in my palms. 'Tis early, but I'll drink. Let's see. Cider, a mug of cider. 'Tis sharp, and pricks like a gamecock spur. Cider's the drink for grief. Oh Lord, that fat men should be so thin-skinned, and suffer in pure sympathy on others' account. A thin-skinned thin man, he don't suffer so, because there ain't so much stuff in him for his thin skin to cover. Well, 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 of all colics, save me from the melon-colics. Green melons is the greenest thing. End of Book 13. Book 14 of Pierre, or the Ambiguities, by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Journey and the Pamphlet. Chapter 1. All profound things and emotions of things are preceded and attended by silence. What a silence is that with which the pale bride precedes the responsive I will to the priest's solemn question, Wilt thou have this man for thy husband? In silence, too, the wedded hands are clasped. Yea, in silence the child Christ was born into the world. Silence is the general consecration of the universe. Silence is the invisible laying on of the divine Pontiff's hands upon the world. Silence is at once the most harmless and the most awful thing in all nature. It speaks of the reserved forces of fate. Silence is the only voice of our God. Nor is this so august silence confined to things simply touching or grand. Like the air, silence permeates all things, and produces its magical power as well during that peculiar mood which prevails at a solitary traveler's first setting forth on a journey, as at the unimaginable time when before the world was, silence brooded on the face of the waters. No word was spoken by its inmates as the coach bearing our young enthusiast Pierre and his mournful party sped forth through the dim dawn into the deep midnight, which still occupied, unrepulsed, the hearts of the old woods through which the road wound, very shortly after quitting the village. When first entering the coach, Pierre had pressed his hand upon the cushioned seat to steady his way. Some crumpled leaves of paper had met his fingers. He had instinctively clutched them, and the same strange clutching mood of his soul which had prompted that instinctive act did also prevail in causing him now to retain the crumpled paper in his hand for an hour or more of that wonderful, intense silence which the rapid coach bore through the heart of the general stirless morning silence of the fields and the woods. His thoughts were very dark and wild. For a space there was rebellion and horrid anarchy and infidelity in his soul. This temporary mood may best be likened to that which, according to a singular story once told in the pulpit by a reverend man of God, invaded the heart of an excellent priest. In the midst of a solemn cathedral, Upon a cloudy Sunday afternoon, this priest was in the act of publicly administering the bread at the holy sacrament of the supper, when the Evil One suddenly propounded to him the possibility of the mere moonshine of the Christian religion. Just such now was the mood of Pierre. To him the Evil One propounded the possibility of the mere moonshine of all his self-renouncing enthusiasm. The Evil One hooted at him and called him a fool, but by instant and earnest prayer, closing his two eyes, with his two hands still holding the sacramental bread, the devout priest had vanquished the impious devil. Not so with Pierre, the imperishable monument of his holy Catholic Church, the imperishable record of his holy Bible, the imperishable intuition of the innate truth of Christianity. These were the indestructible anchors which still held the priest to his firm faith's rock, when the sudden storm raised by the Evil One assailed him. But Pierre, where could he find the Church, the monument, the Bible, which unequivocally said to him, "Go on, thou art in the right. I endorse thee all over. Go on"? So the difference between the priest and Pierre was herein. With the priest it was a matter whether certain bodiless thoughts of his were true or not true. But with Pierre it was a question whether certain vital acts of his were right or wrong. In this little nut lie, germ-like, the possible solution of some puzzling problems, and also the discovery of additional and still more profound problems ensuing upon the solution of the former. For so true is this last, that some men refuse to solve any present problem for fear of making still more work for themselves in that way. Now Pierre thought of the magical, mournful letter of Isabel. He recalled the divine inspiration of that hour when the heroic words burst from his heart: "Comfort thee, and stand by thee, and fight for thee, will thy leapingly acknowledging brother." These remembrances unfurled themselves in proud exultations in his soul, and from before such glorious banners of virtue the club-footed Evil One limped away in dismay. But now the dread, fateful parting look of his mother came over him. Anew he heard the heart-proscribing words, "Beneath my roof and at my table, he who was once Pierre Glendinning no more puts himself." Swooning in her snow-white bed, the lifeless Lucy lay before him, wrapped as in the reverberating echoings of her own agonizing shriek, "My heart! My heart!" Then how swift the recurrence to Isabel, and the nameless awfulness of his still imperfectly conscious, incipient, new mingled emotion toward this mysterious being. "Lo, I leave corpses wherever I go," groaned Pierre to himself. "Can then my conduct be right? Lo, by my conduct I seem threatened by the possibility of a sin anomalous and accursed; so anomalous it may well be the one for which Scripture says, 'There is never forgiveness.' Corpses behind me, and the last sin before. How then can my conduct be right?" In this mood the silence accompanied him, and the first visible rays of the morning sun in this same mood found him and saluted him. The excitement and the sleepless night just past and the strange narcotic of a quiet, steady anguish, and the sweet quiescence of the air, and the monotonous cradle-like motion of the coach over a road made firm and smooth by a refreshing shower overnight, these had wrought their wonted effect upon Isabel and Delly. With hidden faces they leaned, fast asleep, in Pierre's sight. Fast asleep, thus unconscious. O sweet Isabel! O forlorn Delly! Your swift destinies I bear in my own. Suddenly, as his sad eye fell lower and lower from scanning their magically quiescent persons, his glance lit upon his own clutched hand, which rested on his knee. Some paper protruded from that clutch. He knew not how it had got there, or whence it had come, though himself had closed his own grip upon it. He lifted his hand and slowly unfingered and unbolted the paper, and unrolled it, and carefully smoothed it, to see what it might be. It was a thin, tattered, dried fish-like thing, printed with blurred ink upon mean, sleazy paper. It seemed the opening pages of some ruinous old pamphlet, a pamphlet containing a chapter or so of some very voluminous disquisition. The conclusion was gone. It must have been accidentally left there by some previous traveler, who, perhaps, in drawing out his handkerchief, had ignorantly extracted his waste paper. There is a singular infatuation in most men which leads them in odd moments, intermitting between their regular occupations, and when they find themselves all alone in some quiet corner or nook, to fasten with unaccountable fondness upon the merest rag of old printed paper, some shred of a long exploded advertisement perhaps, and read it, and study it, and reread it, and pore over it, and fairly agonize themselves over this miserable, sleazy paper rag, which at any other time, or in any other place, they would hardly touch with St. Dunstan's long tongs. So now, in a degree, with Pierre. But notwithstanding that he, with most other human beings, shared in the strange hallucination above mentioned, yet the first glimpse of the title of the dried fish-like, pamphlet-shaped rag did almost tempt him to pitch it out of the window. For be a man's mood what it may, what sensible and ordinary mortal could have patience, for any considerable period, to knowingly hold in his conscious hand a printed document, and that too a very blurred one as to ink, and a very sleazy one as to paper, so metaphysically and insufferably entitled as this, Chronometricals and Horologicals? Doubtless it was something vastly profound, but it is to be observed that when a man is in a really profound mood, then all merely verbal or written profundities are unspeakably repulsive, and seem downright childish to him. Nevertheless, the silence still continued. The road ran through an almost unplowed and uninhabited region. The slumberer still slumbered before him. The evil mood was becoming well nigh insupportable to him; so, more to force his mind away from the dark realities of things than from any other motive, Pierre finally tried his best to plunge himself into the pamphlet. Chapter II. Sooner or later in this life, the earnest or enthusiastic youth comes to know, and more or less appreciate, this startling solecism, that while, as the grand condition of acceptance to God, Christianity calls upon all men to renounce this world, yet, by all odds, the most mammonish part of this world, Europe and America, are owned by none but professed Christian nations, who glory in the owning, and seem to have some reason therefor. This solecism, once vividly and practically apparent, Then comes the earnest re-perusal of the Gospels, the intense self-absorption into that greatest real miracle of all religions, the Sermon on the Mount. From that divine mount to all earnest loving youths flows an inexhaustible soul-melting stream of tenderness and loving kindness, and they leap exulting to their feet to think that the founder of their holy religion gave utterance to sentences so infinitely sweet and soothing as these sentences, which embody all the love of the past and all the love which can be imagined in any conceivable future. Such emotions as that sermon raises in the enthusiastic heart, such emotions all youthful hearts refuse to ascribe to humanity as their origin. "This is of God," cries the heart, and in that cry ceases all inquisition. Now with this fresh read sermon in his soul, the youth again gazes abroad upon the world. Instantly, in aggravation of the former solecism, an overpowering sense of the world's downright positive falsity comes over him. The world seems to lie saturated and soaking with lies. The sense of this thing is so overpowering that at first the youth is apt to refuse the evidence of his own senses, even as he does that same evidence in the matter of the movement of the visible sun in the heavens, which with his own eyes he plainly sees to go round the world, but nevertheless, on the authority of other persons, the Copernican astronomers whom he never saw, he believes it not to go round the world, but the world round it. Just so, too, he hears good and wise people sincerely say, this world only seems to be saturated and soaking with lies, but in reality it does not so lie, soaking and saturate. Along with some lies, there is much truth in this world. But again he refers to his Bible, and there he reads most explicitly that this world is unconditionally depraved and accursed, and that at all hazards men must come out of it. But why come out of it, if it be a true world and not a lying world? Assuredly, then, this world is a lie. Hereupon, then, in the soul of the enthusiast youth, two armies come to the shock, and unless he prove recreant, or unless he prove gullible, or unless he can find the talismanic secret to reconcile this world with his own soul, then there is no peace for him, no slightest truce for him in this life. Now, without doubt, this talismanic secret has never yet been found, and in the nature of human things it seems as though it never can be. Certain philosophers have time and again pretended to have found it, but if they do not in the end discover their own delusion, other people soon discover it for themselves, and so those philosophers and their vain philosophy are let glide away into practical oblivion. Plato and Spinoza and Goethe and many more belong to this guild of self-impostors, with a preposterous rabble of Muggletonian Scots and Yankees, whose vile brogue still the more bestreaks the stripedness of their Greek or German Neo-Platonical originals. That profound silence, that only voice of our God, which I before spoke of, from that divine thing without a name, those impostor philosophers pretend somehow to have got an answer, which is as absurd as though they should say they had got water out of stone. For how can a man get a voice out of silence? Certainly all must admit that if, for any one, this problem of the possible reconcilement of this world with our own souls possessed a peculiar and potential interest, that one was Pierre Glendinning at the period we now write of. For in obedience to the loftiest behest of his soul, he had done certain vital acts which had already lost him his worldly felicity, and which he felt must in the end indirectly work him some still additional and not to be thought of woe. Soon then, as after his first distaste at the mystical title, and after his then reading on, merely to drown himself, Pierre at last began to obtain a glimmering into the profound intent of the writer of the sleazy rag pamphlet, he felt a great interest awakened in him. The more he read and reread, the more this interest deepened, but still the more likewise did his failure to comprehend the writer increase. He seemed somehow to derive some general vague inkling concerning it, but the central conceit refused to become clear to him. The reason whereof is not so easy to be laid down, seeing that the reason originating heart and mind of man, these organic things themselves, are not so easily to be expounded. Something, however, more or less to the point, may be adventured here. If a man be in any vague latent doubt about the intrinsic correctness and excellence of his general life theory and practical course of life, then if that man chance to light on any other man, or any little treatise or sermon which unintendingly, as it were, yet very palpably illustrates to him the intrinsic incorrectness and non-excellence of both the theory and the practice of his life, then that man will, more or less unconsciously, try hard to hold himself back from the self-admitted comprehension of a matter which thus condemns him. For in this case to comprehend is himself to condemn himself, which is always highly inconvenient and uncomfortable to a man. Again, and if a man be told a thing wholly new, then, during the time of its first announcement to him, it is entirely impossible for him to comprehend it. For, absurd as it may seem, men are only made to comprehend things which they comprehended before, though but in the embryo, as it were. Things new it is impossible to make them comprehend by merely talking to them about it. True, sometimes they pretend to comprehend. In their own hearts they really believe they do comprehend, outwardly look as though they did comprehend, wag their bushy tails comprehendingly, but for all that they do not comprehend. Possibly they may afterward come of themselves to inhale this new idea from the circumambient air, and so come to comprehend it, but not otherwise at all. It will be observed that neither points of the above speculations do we in set terms attribute to Pierre in connection with the rag pamphlet. Possibly both might be applicable, possibly neither. Certain it is, however, that at the time, in his own heart, he seemed to think that he did not fully comprehend the strange writer's conceit in all its bearings. Yet was this conceit apparently one of the plainest in the world; so natural, a child might almost have originated it. Nevertheless, again so profound, that scarce Jugularius himself could be the author; and still again, so exceedingly trivial, that Jugularius' smallest child might well have been ashamed of it. Seeing then that this curious paper rag so puzzled Pierre, foreseeing too that Pierre may not in the end be entirely uninfluenced in his conduct by the torn pamphlet, when afterwards perhaps by other means he shall come to understand it, or peradventure come to know that he in the first place did, seeing too that the author thereof came to be made known to him by reputation, and though Pierre never spoke to him, yet exerted a surprising sorcery upon his spirit by the mere distant glimpse of his countenance, all these reasons I account sufficient apology for inserting in the following chapters the initial part of what seems to me a very fanciful and mystical rather than philosophical lecture, from which I confess that I myself can derive no conclusion which permanently satisfies those peculiar motions in my soul, to which that lecture seems more particularly addressed. For to me it seems more the excellently illustrated restatement of a problem than the solution of the problem itself, but as such mere illustrations are almost universally taken for solutions, and perhaps they are the only possible human solutions. Therefore it may help to the temporary quiet of some inquiring mind, and so not be wholly without use. At the worst, each person can now skip or read and rail for himself. Chapter 3 EI by Plotinus Plinlimmon in 333 lectures. Lecture First. Chronometricals and Horologicals. Being not to much the portal, as part of the temporary scaffold to the portal of this new philosophy. Few of us doubt, gentlemen, that human life on this earth is but a state of probation, which, among other things, implies that here below we mortals have only to do with things provisional. Accordingly, I hold that all our so-called wisdom is likewise but provisional. This preamble laid down, I begin. It seems to me in my visions that there is a certain most rare order of human souls, which, if carefully carried in the body, will almost always and everywhere give heaven's own truth, with some small grains of variance. For, peculiarly coming from God, the sole source of that heavenly truth, and the great Greenwich Hill and Tower from which the universal meridians are far out into infinity reckoned, such souls seem as London sea chronometers, Greek time namers, which, as the London ship floats past Greenwich down the Thames, are accurately adjusted by Greenwich time, and if heedfully kept, will still give that same time, even though carried to the Azores. True, in nearly all cases of long remote voyages, to China say, chronometers of the best make, and the most carefully treated, will gradually more or less vary from Greenwich time, without the possibility of the error being corrected by direct comparison with their great standard. But skillful and devout observations of the stars by the sextant will serve materially to lessen such errors. And besides, there is such a thing as rating a chronometer, that is, having ascertained its degree of organic inaccuracy, however small, then in all subsequent chronometrical calculations, that ascertained loss or gain can be readily added or deducted, as the case may be. Then again, on these long voyages, the chronometer may be corrected by comparing it with the chronometer of some other ship at sea, more recently from home. Now, in an artificial world like ours, the soul of man is further removed from its God and the heavenly truth than the chronometer carried to China is from Greenwich. And as that chronometer, if at all accurate, will pronounce it to be 12 o'clock high noon, when the China local watches say perhaps it is 12 o'clock midnight, so the chronometric soul, if in this world true to its great Greenwich in the other, will always, in its so-called intuitions of right and wrong, be contradicting the mere local standards and watchmakers' brains of this earth. Bacon's brains were mere watchmakers' brains, but Christ was a chronometer, and the most exquisitely adjusted and exact one, and the least affected by all terrestrial jarrings, of any that have ever come to us. And the reason why his teachings seemed folly to the Jews was because he carried that heaven's time in Jerusalem, while the Jews carried Jerusalem time there. Did he not expressly say, "My wisdom, time, is not of this world"? But whatever is really peculiar in the wisdom of Christ seems precisely the same folly today as it did 1850 years ago, because in all that interval his bequeathed chronometer has still preserved its original heaven's time, and the general Jerusalem of this world has likewise carefully preserved its own. But though the chronometer carried from Greenwich to China should truly exhibit in China what the time may be at Greenwich at any moment, yet though thereby it must necessarily contradict China time, it does by no means thence follow that with respect to China, the China watches are at all out of the way. Precisely the reverse. For the fact of that variance is a presumption that, with respect to China, the Chinese watches must be all right, and consequently, As the China watches are right as to China, so the Greenwich chronometers must be wrong as to China. Besides, of what use to the Chinaman would a Greenwich chronometer keeping Greenwich time be? Were he thereby to regulate his daily actions, he would be guilty of all manner of absurdities, going to bed at noon, save when his neighbors would be sitting down to dinner. And thus, though the earthly wisdom of man be heavenly folly to God, so also conversely is the heavenly wisdom of God an earthly folly to man. Literally speaking, this is so. Nor does the God at the heavenly Greenwich expect common men to keep Greenwich wisdom in this remote Chinese world of ours, because such a thing were unprofitable for them here, and indeed a falsification of himself, inasmuch as in that case China time would be identical with Greenwich time, which would make Greenwich time wrong. But why then does God now and then send a heavenly chronometer as a meteoric stone into the world, uselessly as it would seem to give the lie to all the world's timekeepers? Because he is unwilling to leave man without some occasional testimony to this, that though man's Chinese notions of things may answer well enough here, they are by no means universally applicable, and that the central Greenwich in which he dwells goes by a somewhat different method from this world. And yet it follows not from this that God's truth is one thing and man's truth another, but as above hinted, and as will be further elucidated in subsequent lectures, by their very contradiction they are made to correspond. By inference it follows also that he who, finding in himself a chronometrical soul, seeks practically to force that heavenly time upon the earth, in such an attempt he can never succeed with an absolute and essential success. And as for himself, if he seek to regulate his own daily conduct by it, he will but array all men's earthly timekeepers against him, and thereby work himself woe and death. Both these things are plainly evinced in the character and fate of Christ, and the past and present condition of the religion he taught. But here one thing is to be especially observed. Though Christ encountered woe in both the precept and the practice of his chronometricals, yet did he remain throughout entirely without folly or sin. Whereas almost invariably with inferior beings, the absolute effort to live in this world according to the strict letter of the chronometricals is somehow apt to involve those inferior beings eventually in strange, unique follies and sins unimagined before. It is the story of the Ephesian matron allegorized. To any earnest man of insight, a faithful contemplation of these ideas concerning chronometricals and horologicals will serve to render provisionally far less dark some few of the otherwise obscurest things which have hitherto tormented the honest thinking men of all ages. What man who carries a heavenly soul in him has not grown to perceive that unless he committed a sort of suicide as to the practical things of this world, he never can hope to regulate his earthly conduct by that same heavenly soul? And yet by an infallible instinct he knows that that monitor cannot be wrong in itself. And where is the earnest and righteous philosopher, gentlemen, who, looking right and left and up and down through all the ages of the world, the present included, where is there such an one who has not 1,000 times been struck with a sort of infidel idea, that whatever other worlds God may be Lord of, he is not the Lord of this, for else this world would seem to give the lie to him, so utterly repugnant seem its ways to the instinctively known ways of heaven. But it is not, and cannot be so, nor will he who regards this chronometrical conceit aright ever more be conscious of that horrible idea, for he will then see, or seem to see, that this world's seeming incompatibility with God absolutely results from its meridional correspondence with him. This chronometrical conceit does by no means involve the justification of all the acts which wicked men may perform. For in their wickedness, downright wicked men sin as much against their own horologes as against the heavenly chronometer. That this is so, their spontaneous liability to remorse does plainly evince. No, this conceit merely goes to show that for the mass of men, the highest abstract heavenly righteousness is not only impossible, but would be entirely out of place, and positively wrong in a world like this. To turn the left cheek if the right be smitten is chronometrical, hence no average son of man ever did such a thing. To give all that thou hast to the poor, this too is chronometrical, hence no average son of man ever did such a thing. Nevertheless, if a man gives with a certain self-considerate generosity to the poor, abstains from doing downright ill to any man, does his convenient best in a general way to do good to his whole race, takes watchful, loving care of his wife and children, relatives and friends, is perfectly tolerant to all other men's opinions, whatever they may be, is an honest dealer, an honest citizen, and all that, and more especially if he believe that there is a God for infidels as well as for believers, and acts upon that belief, then, though such a man falls infinitely short of the chronometrical standard, though all his actions are entirely horologic, yet such a man need never lastingly despond, because he is sometimes guilty of some minor offense, hasty words impulsively returning a blow, fits of domestic petulance, selfish enjoyment of a glass of wine while he knows there are those around him who lack a loaf of bread. I say he need never lastingly despond on account of his perpetual liability to these things, because not to do them, and their like, would be to be an angel, a chronometer, whereas he is a man and a horologe. Yet does the horologe itself teach that all liabilities to these things should be checked as much as possible, though it is certain they can never be utterly eradicated. They are only to be checked, then, because if entirely unrestrained, they would finally run into utter selfishness and human demonism, which, as before hinted, are not by any means justified by the horologe. In short, this chronometrical and horological conceit in some seems to teach this, that in things terrestrial, horological, a man must not be governed by ideas celestial, chronometrical; that certain minor self-renunciations in this life his own mere instinct for his own everyday general well-being will teach him to make, but he must by no means make a complete unconditional sacrifice of himself in behalf of any other being, or any cause, or any conceit. For does aught else completely and unconditionally sacrifice itself for him? God's own sun does not abate one tittle of its heat in July, however you swoon with that heat in the sum; and if it did abate its heat on your behalf, then the wheat and the rye would not ripen, and so, for the incidental benefit of one, a whole population would suffer. A virtuous expediency, then, seems the highest desirable or attainable earthly excellence for the mass of men, and is the only earthly excellence that their Creator intended for them. When they go to heaven, it will be quite another thing. There they can freely turn the left cheek, because there the right cheek will never be smitten. There they can freely give all to the poor, for there will be no poor to give to. A due appreciation of this matter will do good to man. For hitherto, being authoritatively taught by his dogmatical teachers that he must, while on earth, aim at heaven, and attain it too in all his earthly acts, on pain of eternal wrath, and finding by experience that this is utterly impossible, in his despair he is too apt to run clean away into all manner of moral abandonment, self-deceit, and hypocrisy, cloaked, however, mostly under an aspect of the most respectable devotion, or else he openly runs, like a mad dog, into atheism. Whereas, let men be taught those chronometricals and or horologicals, and while still retaining every common sense incentive to whatever of virtue be practicable and desirable, and having these incentives strengthened too by the consciousness of powers to attain their mark, then there would be an end to that fatal despair of becoming at all good, which has too often proved the vice-producing result of many minds of the undiluted chronometrical doctrines hitherto taught to mankind. But if any man say that such a doctrine as this I lay down is false, is impious, I would charitably refer that man to the history of Christendom for the last 1800 years, and ask him whether, in spite of all the maxims of Christ, that history is not just as full of blood, violence, wrong, and iniquity of every kind as any previous portion of the world's story. Therefore it follows that, so far as practical results are concerned, regarded in a purely earthly light, the only great original moral doctrine of Christianity, that is, the chronometrical gratuitous return of good for evil, as distinguished from the horological forgiveness of injuries taught by some of the pagan philosophers, has been found horologically a false one, because after 1800 years' inculcation from tens of thousands of pulpits, it has proved entirely impracticable. I but lay down, then, what the best mortal men do daily practice, and what all really wicked men are very far removed from. I present consolation to the earnest man, who among all his human frailties is still agonizingly conscious of the beauty of chronometrical excellence. I hold up a practicable virtue to the vicious, and interfere not with the eternal truth that sooner or later, in all cases, downright vice is downright woe. Moreover, if but here the pamphlet was torn, and came to a most untidy termination. End of Book 14. Book 15 of Pierre, or The Ambiguities by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Cousins. Chapter 1. Though resolved to face all out to the last, at whatever desperate hazard, Pierre had not started for the city without some reasonable plans, both with reference to his more immediate circumstances and his ulterior condition. There resided in the city a cousin of his, Glendinning Stanley, better known in the general family as Glen Stanley, and by Pierre as Cousin Glen. Like Pierre, he was an only son. His parents had died in his early childhood, and within the present year he had returned from a protracted sojourn in Europe to enter, at the age of 21, into the untrammeled possession of a noble property, which in the hands of faithful guardians had largely accumulated. In their boyhood and earlier adolescence, Pierre and Glen had cherished a much more than cousinly attachment. At the age of 10 they had furnished an example of the truth that the friendship of fine-hearted, generous boys, nurtured amid the romance-engendering comforts and elegancies of life, sometimes transcends the bounds of mere boyishness, and revels for a while in the empyrean of a love which only comes short by one degree of the sweetest sentiment entertained between the sexes. Nor is this boy love without the occasional fillips and spicinesses, which at times by an apparent abatement enhance the permanent delights of those more advanced lovers who love beneath the cestus of Venus. Jealousies are felt. The sight of another lad too much consorting with the boy's beloved object shall fill him with emotions akin to those of Othello's. A fancied slight, or lessening of the everyday indications of warm feelings, shall prompt him to bitter upbraidings and reproaches, or shall plunge him into evil moods for which grim solitude only is congenial. Nor are the letters of Aphroditean devotees more charged with headlong vows and protestations, more cross-written and crammed with discursive sentimentalities, more undeviating in their semi-weekliness or dailiness, as the case may be, than are the love-friendship missive of boys. Among those bundles of papers which Pierre, in an ill hour, so frantically destroyed in the chamber of the inn, were 2 large packages of letters, densely written, and in many cases inscribed crosswise throughout with red ink upon black, so that the love in those letters was 2 layers deep, and 1 pen and 1 pigment were insufficient to paint it. The first package contained the letters of Glen to Pierre, the other those of Pierre to Glen, which, just prior to Glen's departure for Europe, Pierre had obtained from him, in order to reread them in his absence, and so fortify himself the more in his affection by reviving reference to the young ardent hours of its earliest manifestations. But as the advancing fruit itself extrudes the beautiful blossom, so in many cases does the eventual love for the other sex forever dismiss the preliminary love friendship of boys. The mere outer friendship may in some degree, greater or less, survive, but the singular love in it has perishingly dropped away. If in the eye of unyielding reality and truth, the earthly heart of man do indeed ever fix upon some one woman, to whom alone, thenceforth eternally, to be a devotee, without a single shadow of the misgiving of its faith, and who to him does perfectly embody his finest, loftiest dream of feminine loveliness, if this indeed be so, and may Heaven grant that it be, nevertheless, in metropolitan cases, the love of the most single-eyed lover almost invariably is nothing more than the ultimate settling of innumerable wandering glances upon some one specific object, as admonished, that the wonderful scope and variety of female loveliness, if too long suffered to sway us without decision, shall finally confound all power of selection. The confirmed bachelor is, in America at least, quite as often the victim of a too profound appreciation of the infinite charmingness of woman, as made solitary for life by the legitimate empire of a cold and tasteless temperament. Though the peculiar heart longings pertaining to his age had at last found their glowing response in the bosom of Lucy, yet for some period prior to that Pierre had not been insensible to the miscellaneous promptings of the passion, so that even before he became a declarative lover, love had yet made him her general votary, and so already there had gradually come a cooling over that ardent sentiment which in earlier years he had cherished for Glen. All round and round does the world lie, as in a sharp shooter's ambush, to pick off the beautiful illusions of youth by the pitiless cracking rifles of the realities of the age. If the general love for women had in Pierre sensibly modified his particular sentiment toward Glen, neither had the thousand nameless fascinations of the then brilliant paradises of France and Italy failed to exert their seductive influence on many of the previous feelings of Glen. For as the very best advantages of life are not without some envious drawback, so it is among the evils of enlarged foreign travel, that in young and unsolid minds it dislodges some of the finest feelings of the home born nature, replacing them with a fastidious superciliousness, which, like the alleged bigoted federalism of old times, would not, according to a political legend, grind its daily coffee in any mill save of European manufacture, and was satirically said to have thought of importing European air for domestic consumption. The mutually curtailed, lessening, long postponed, and at last altogether ceasing letters of Pierre and Glen were the melancholy attestations of a fact, which perhaps neither of them took very severely to heart, as certainly concerning it neither took the other to task. In the earlier periods of that strange transition from the generous impulsiveness of youth to the provident circumspectness of age, there generally intervenes a brief pause of unpleasant reconsidering, when finding itself all wide of its former spontaneous self, the soul hesitates to commit itself wholly to selfishness, more than repents its wanderings. Yet all this is but transient, and again hurried on by the swift current of life. The prompt-hearted boy scarce longer is to be recognized in matured man, very slow to feel, deliberate even in love, and statistical even in piety. During the sway of this peculiar period, the boy shall still make some strenuous efforts to retrieve his departing spontaneities, but so alloyed are all such endeavors with the incipiencies of selfishness, that they were best not made at all, since too often they seem but empty and self-deceptive sallies, or still worse, the merest hypocritical assumptions. Upon the return of Glen from abroad, the commonest courtesy, not to say the blood relation between them, prompted Pierre to welcome him home, with a letter which, though not over long and little enthusiastic, still breathed a spirit of cousinly consideration and kindness, pervadingly touched by the then naturally frank and all attractive spirit of Pierre. To this the less earnest and now Europeanized Glen had replied in a letter all sudden suavity, and in a strain of artistic artlessness mourned the apparent decline of their friendship, yet fondly trusted that now, notwithstanding their long separation, it would revive with added sincerity. Yet upon accidentally fixing his glance upon the opening salutation of this delicate missive, Pierre thought he perceived certain not wholly disguisable chirographic tokens, that the "My very dear Pierre," with which the letter seemed to have been begun, had originally been written "Dear Pierre," but that when all was concluded, and Glen's signature put to it, then the ardent words "My very" had been prefixed to the reconsidered "Dear Pierre," a casual supposition, which possibly, however unfounded, materially retarded any answering warmth in Pierre, lest his generous flame should only embrace a flaunted feather. Nor was this idea altogether unreinforced, when on the reception of a second, and now half business letter, of which mixed sort nearly all the subsequent ones were, from Glen, he found that the "My very dear Pierre" had already retreated into "My dear Pierre," and on a third occasion into "Dear Pierre," and on a fourth had made a forced and very spirited advance march up to "My dearest Pierre," all of which fluctuations augured ill for the determinateness of that love, which, however immensely devoted to one cause, could yet hoist and sail under the flags of all nations. Nor could he but now applaud a still subsequent letter from Glen, which abruptly, and almost with apparent indecorousness under the circumstances, commenced the strain of friendship without any overture of salutation whatever; as if at last, owing to its infinite delicateness, entirely hopeless of precisely defining the nature of their mystical love, Glen chose rather to leave that precise definition to the sympathetical heart and imagination of Pierre, while he himself would go on to celebrate the general relation by many a sugared sentence of miscellaneous devotion. It was a little curious, and rather sardonically diverting, to compare these masterly, yet not wholly successful, and indeterminate tactics of the accomplished Glen with the unfaltering stream of beloved Pierre's, which not only flowed along the top margin of all his earlier letters, but here and there from their subterranean channel flashed out in bright intervals through all the succeeding lines. Nor had the chance recollection of these things at all restrained the reckless hand of Pierre, when he threw the whole package of letters, both new and old, into that most honest and summary of all elements, which is neither a respecter of persons, nor a finical critic of what manner of writing it burns, but like ultimate truth itself, of which it is the eloquent symbol, consumes all, and only consumes. When the betrothment of Pierre to Lucy had become an acknowledged thing, the courtly Glen, besides the customary felicitations upon that event, had not omitted so fit an opportunity to retender to his cousin all his previous jars of honey and treacle, accompanied by additional boxes of candied citron and plums. Pierre thanked him kindly, but in certain little roguish ambiguities begged leave, on the ground of cloying, to return him enclosed by far the greater portion of his present, whose non-substantialness was allegorically typified in the containing letter itself, prepaid with only the usual postage. True love, as every one knows, will still withstand many repulses, even though rude. But whether it was the love or the politeness of Glen, which on this occasion proved invincible, is a matter we will not discuss. Certain it was, that quite undaunted, Glen nobly returned to the charge, and in a very prompt and unexpected answer extended to Pierre all the courtesies of the general city, and all the hospitalities of 5 sumptuous chambers, which he and his luxurious environments contrived nominally to occupy in the most fashionable private hotel of a very opulent town. Nor did Glen rest here, but like Napoleon, now seemed bent upon gaining the battle by throwing all his regiments upon one point of attack, and gaining that point at all hazards. Hearing of some rumor at the tables of his relatives that the day was being fixed for the positive nuptials of Pierre, Glen called all his Parisian portfolios for his rosiest sheet, and with scented ink and a pen of gold, indited a most burnished and redolent letter, which, after invoking all the blessings of Apollo and Venus, and the 9 muses, and the cardinal virtues upon the coming event, concluded at last with a really magnificent testimonial to his love. According to this letter, among his other real estate in the city, Glen had inherited a very charming little old house, completely furnished in the style of the last century, in a quarter of the city, which, though now not so garishly fashionable as of yore, still in its quiet secludedness possessed great attractions for the retired billings and cooings of a honeymoon. Indeed, he begged leave now to christen it the Couerie, and if after his wedding jaunt Pierre would deign to visit the city with his bride for a month or two's sojourn, then the Couerie would be but too happy in affording him a harbor. His sweet cousin need be under no apprehension. Owing to the absence of any fit applicant for it, the house had now long been without a tenant, save an old confidential bachelor clerk of his father's, who on a nominal rent, and more by way of safekeeping to the house than anything else, was now hanging up his well-furbished hat in its hall. This accommodating old clerk would quickly unpeg his beaver at the first hint of new occupants. Glen would charge himself with supplying the house in advance with a proper retinue of servants. Fires would be made in the long unoccupied chambers. The venerable grotesque old mahoganies and marbles and mirror frames and moldings could be very soon dusted and burnished. The kitchen was amply provided with the necessary utensils for cooking. The strong box of old silver, immemorially pertaining to the mansion, could be readily carted round from the vaults of the neighboring bank; while the hampers of old china, still retained in the house, needed but little trouble to unpack, so that silver and china would soon stand assorted in their appropriate closets. At the turning of a faucet in the cellar, the best of the city's water would not fail to contribute its ingredient to the concocting of a welcoming glass of negus before retiring on the first night of their arrival. The over fastidiousness of some unhealthily critical minds, as well as the moral pusillanimity of others, equally bars the acceptance of effectually substantial favors from persons whose motive in proffering them is not altogether clear and unimpeachable, and toward whom perhaps some prior coolness or indifference has been shown. But when the acceptance of such a favor would be really convenient and desirable to the one party, and completely unattended with any serious distress to the other, there would seem to be no sensible objection to an immediate embrace of the offer. And when the acceptor is in rank and fortune the general equal of the profferer, and perhaps his superior, so that any courtesy he receives can be amply returned in the natural course of future events, then all motives to decline are very materially lessened. And as for the thousand inconceivable finicalnesses of small pros and cons about imaginary fitnesses and proprieties and self-consistencies, thank heaven, in the hour of heart, health, none such shilly-shallying sail-trimmers ever balk the onward course of a bluff-minded man. He takes the world as it is, and carelessly accommodates himself to its whimsical humours, nor ever feels any compunction at receiving the greatest possible favours from those who are as able to grant as free to bestow. He himself bestows upon occasion, so that at bottom common charity steps in to dictate a favourable consideration for all possible profferings, seeing that the acceptance shall only the more enrich him indirectly for new and larger beneficences of his own. And as for those who no ways pretend with themselves to regulate their deportment by considerations of genuine benevolence, and to whom such courteous profferings hypocritically come from persons whom they suspect for secret enemies, then to such minds not only will their own worldly tactics at once forbid the uncivil blank repulse of such offers, but if they are secretly malicious as well as frigid, or if they are at all capable of being fully gratified by the sense of concealed superiority and mastership, which precious few men are, then how delightful for such persons under the guise of mere acquiescence in his own voluntary civilities to make genteel use of their foe. For one would like to know what were foes made for except to be used. In the rude ages men hunted and javelined the tiger because they hated him for a mischief-minded wild beast. But in these enlightened times, though we love the tiger as little as ever, still we mostly hunt him for the sake of his skin. A wise man, then, will wear his tiger every morning, put on his tiger for a robe to keep him warm, and adorn him. In this view, foes are far more desirable than friends, for who would hunt and kill his own faithful, affectionate dog for the sake of his skin? And is a dog's skin as valuable as a tiger's? Cases there are where it becomes soberly advisable by direct arts to convert some well-wishers into foes. It is false that in point of policy a man should never make enemies. As well-wishers, some men may not only be nugatory, but positive obstacles in your peculiar plans. But as foes you may subordinately cement them into your general design. But into these ulterior refinements of cool Tuscan policy, Pierre as yet had never become initiated, his experiences hitherto not having been varied and ripe enough for that. Besides, he had altogether too much generous blood in his heart. Nevertheless, thereafter, in a less immature hour, though still he shall not have the heart to practise upon such maxims as the above, yet shall he have the brain thoroughly to comprehend their practicability, which is not always the case. And generally in worldly wisdom men will deny to one the possession of all insight, which one does not by his everyday outward life practically reveal. It is a very common error of some unscrupulously infidel-minded, selfish, unprincipled, or downright knavish men to suppose that believing men, or benevolent-hearted men, or good men, do not know enough to be unscrupulously selfish, do not know enough to be unscrupulous knaves. And thus, thanks to the world, are there many spies in the world's camp who are mistaken for strolling simpletons. And these strolling simpletons seem to act upon the principle that in certain things we do not so much learn by showing that already we know a vast deal, as by negatively seeming rather ignorant. But here we press upon the frontiers of that sort of wisdom which it is very well to possess, but not sagacious to show that you possess. Still men there are who, having quite done with the world, all its mere worldly contents, are become so far indifferent that they care little of what mere worldly imprudence they may be guilty. Now, if it were not conscious considerations like the really benevolent or neutral ones first mentioned above, it was certainly something akin to them which had induced Pierre to return a straightforward, manly, and entire acceptance to his cousin of the offer of the house, thanking him over and over for his most supererogatory kindness concerning the pre-engagement of servants and so forth, and the setting in order of the silver and china, but reminding him nevertheless that he had overlooked all special mention of wines, and begged him to store the bins with a few of the very best brands. He would likewise be obliged if he would personally purchase at a certain celebrated grocer's a small bag of undoubted Mocha coffee. But Glen need not order it to be roasted or ground, because Pierre preferred that both those highly important and flavor deciding operations should be performed instantaneously, previous to the final boiling and serving. Nor did he say that he would pay for the wines and the Mocha. He contented himself with merely stating the remissness on the part of his cousin, and pointing out the best way of remedying it. He concluded his letter by intimating that though the rumor of a set day, and a near one, for his nuptials was unhappily but ill founded, yet he would not hold Glen's generous offer as merely based upon that presumption, and consequently falling with it, but on the contrary would consider it entirely good for whatever time it might prove available to Pierre. He was betrothed beyond a peradventure, and hoped to be married ere death. Meanwhile Glen would further oblige him by giving the confidential clerk a standing notice to quit. Though at first quite amazed at this letter, for indeed his offer might possibly have proceeded as much from ostentation as anything else, nor had he dreamed of so unhesitating an acceptance, Pierre's cousin was too much of a precocious young man of the world disclosedly to take it in any other than a very friendly and cousinly and humorous and yet practical way, which he plainly evinced by a reply far more sincere and every way creditable, apparently, both to his heart and head, than any letter he had written to Pierre since the days of their boyhood. And thus, by the bluffness, and in some sort uncompunctuousness of Pierre, this very artificial youth was well betrayed into an act of effective kindness, being forced now to drop the empty mask of ostentation, and put on the solid, hearty features of a genuine face. And just so are some people in the world to be joked into occasionally effective goodness, when all coyness and coolness, all resentments, and all solemn preaching would fail. Chapter II. But little would we comprehend the peculiar relation between Pierre and Glen, a relation involving in the end the most serious results, were there not here thrown over the whole equivocal preceding account of it another and more comprehensive equivocalness, which shall absorb all minor ones in itself, and so make one pervading ambiguity the only possible explanation for all the ambiguous details. It had long been imagined by Pierre that prior to his own special devotion to Lucy, the splendid Glen had not been entirely insensible to her surprising charms. Yet this conceit in its incipiency he knew not how to account for. Assuredly his cousin had never in the slightest conceivable hint betrayed it. And as for Lucy, the same intuitive delicacy which forever forbade Pierre to question her on the subject, did equally close her own voluntary lips. Between Pierre and Lucy, delicateness put her sacred signet on this chest of secrecy, which, like the wax of an executor upon a desk, though capable of being melted into nothing by the smallest candle, for all this still possesses to the reverent the prohibited virtue of inexorable bars and bolts. If Pierre superficially considered the deportment of Glen toward him, therein he could find no possible warrant for indulging the suspicious idea. Doth jealousy smile so benignantly, and offer its house to the bride? Still, on the other hand, to quit the mere surface of the deportment of Glen, and penetrate beneath its brocaded vesture, there Pierre sometimes seemed to see the long lurking and yet unhealed wound of all a rejected lover's most rankling detestation of a supplanting rival, only intensified by their former friendship, and the unimpairable blood relation between them. Now, viewed by the light of this master solution, all the singular enigmas in Glen, his capriciousness in the matter of the epistolary, dear Pierre's and dearest Pierre's, the mercurial fall from the fever heat of cordiality to below the zero of indifference, then the contrary rise to fever heat, and above all his emphatic redundancy of devotion, so soon as the positive espousals of Pierre seemed on the point of consummation. Thus read, all these riddles apparently found their cunning solution. For the deeper that some men feel a secret and poignant feeling, the higher they pile the belying surfaces. The friendly deportment of Glen then was to be considered as in direct proportion to his hoarded hate, and the climax of that hate was evinced in throwing open his house to the bride. Yet if hate was the abstract cause, hate could not be the immediate motive of the conduct of Glen. Is hate so hospitable? The immediate motive of Glen then must be the intense desire to disguise from the wide world a fact unspeakably humiliating to his gold laced and haughty soul. The fact that in the profoundest desire of his heart Pierre had so victoriously supplanted him. Yet was it that very artful deportment in Glen, which Glen profoundly assumed to this grand end, that consummately artful deportment it was, which first obtruded upon Pierre the surmise which by that identical method his cousin was so absorbedly intent upon rendering impossible to him. Hence we here see that as in the negative way the secrecy of any strong emotion is exceedingly difficult to be kept lastingly private to one's own bosom by any human being, so it is one of the most fruitless undertakings in the world to attempt by affirmative assumptions to tender to men the precisely opposite emotion as yours. Therefore the final wisdom decrees that if you have aught which you desire to keep a secret to yourself, be a quietist there, and do and say nothing at all about it. For among all the poor chances this is the least poor. Pretensions and substitutions are only the recourse of undergraduates in the science of the world, in which science, on his own ground, my Lord Chesterfield is the poorest possible preceptor. The earliest instinct of the child, and the ripest experience of age, unite in affirming simplicity to be the truest and profoundest part for man. Likewise, this simplicity is so universal and all containing as a rule for human life, that the subtlest bad man and the purest good man, as well as the profoundest wise man, do all alike present it on that side which they socially turn to the inquisitive and unscrupulous world. Chapter III. Now the matter of the house had remained in precisely the above stated awaiting predicament, down to the time of Pierre's great life revolution, the receipt of Isabel's letter. And though indeed Pierre could not but naturally hesitate at still accepting the use of the dwelling under the widely different circumstances in which he now found himself, and though at first the strongest possible spontaneous objections on the ground of personal independence, pride, and general scorn, all clamorously declared in his breast against such a course, yet finally the same uncompunctious, ever adaptive sort of motive which had induced his original acceptation, prompted him in the end still to maintain it unrevoked. It would at once set him at rest from all immediate tribulations of mere bed and board, and by affording him a shelter for an indefinite term, enable him the better to look about him, and consider what could best be done to further the permanent comfort of those whom fate had entrusted to his charge. Irrespective, it would seem, of that wide general awaking of his profounder being, consequent upon the extraordinary trials he had so aggregatively encountered of late, the thought was indignantly suggested to him, that the world must indeed be organically despicable, if it held that an offer, superfluously accepted in the hour of his abundance, should now be rejected in that of his utmost need. And without at all imputing any singularity of benevolent mindedness to his cousin, he did not for a moment question that under the changed aspect of affairs, Glen would at least pretend the more eagerly to welcome him to the house, now that the mere thing of apparent courtesy had been transformed into something like a thing of positive and urgent necessity. When Pierre also considered that not himself only was concerned, but likewise two peculiarly helpless fellow beings, one of them bound to him from the first by the most sacred ties, and lately inspiring an emotion which passed all human precedent in its mixed and mystical import, these added considerations completely overthrew in Pierre all remaining dictates of his vague pride and false independence, if such indeed had ever been his. Though the interval elapsing between his decision to depart with his companions for the city, and his actual start in the coach, had not enabled him to receive any replying word from his cousin, and though Pierre knew better than to expect it, yet a preparative letter to him he had sent, and did not doubt that this proceeding would prove well advised in the end. In naturally strong-minded men, however, young and inexperienced in some things, those great and sudden emergencies, which but confound the timid and the weak, only serve to call forth all their generous latentness, and teach them, as by inspiration, extraordinary maxims of conduct, whose counterpart in other men is only the result of a long, variously tried, and painstaking life. One of these maxims is, that when, through whatever cause, we are suddenly translated from opulence to need, or from a fair fame to a foul, and straightway it becomes necessary not to contradict the thing, so far at least as the mere imputation goes, to some one previously entertaining high conventional regard for us, and from whom we would now solicit some genuine helping offices, then all explanation or palliation should be scorned. Promptness, boldness, utter gladiatorianism, and a defiant non-humility should mark every syllable we breathe and every line we trace. The preparative letter of Pierre de Glen plunged at once into the very heart of the matter, and was, perhaps, the briefest letter he had ever written him, though by no means are such characteristics invariable exponents of the predominant mood or general disposition of a man, since so accidental a thing as a numb finger, or a bad quill, or poor ink, or squalid paper, or a rickety desk, may produce all sorts of modifications. Yet in the present instance the handwriting of Pierre happened plainly to attest and corroborate the spirit of his communication. The sheet was large, but the words were placarded upon it in heavy though rapid lines, only 6 or 8 to the page; and as the footman of a haughty visitor, some count or duke, announces the chariot of his lord by a thunderous knock on the portal, so to Glen did Pierre, in the broad, sweeping, and prodigious superscription of his letter, forewarn him what manner of man was on the road. In the moment of strong feeling, a wonderful condensativeness points the tongue and pen, so that ideas, then enunciated, sharp and quick as minute guns, in some other hour of unruffledness or unstimulatedness, require considerable time and trouble to verbally recall. Not here and now can we set down the precise contents of Pierre's letter without a tautology illy doing justice to the ideas themselves. And though indeed the dread of tautology be the continual torment of some earnest minds, and as such is surely a weakness in them, and though no wise man will wonder at conscientious Virgil, all eager at death to burn his Aeneid for a monstrous heap of inefficient superfluity, yet not to dread tautology at times only belongs to those enviable dunces, whom the partial God hath blessed over all the earth with the inexhaustible self riches of vanity and folly, and a blind self complacency. Some rumor of the discontinuance of his betrothment to Lucy Tartan, of his already consummated marriage with a poor and friendless orphan, of his mother's disowning him consequent upon these events, such rumors, Pierre now wrote to his cousin, would very probably, in the parlors of his city relatives and acquaintances, precede his arrival in town. But he hinted no word of any possible commentary on these things. He simply went on to say, that now, through the fortune of life, which was but the proverbially unreliable fortune of war, he was for the present thrown entirely upon his own resources, both for his own support and that of his wife, as well as for the temporary maintenance of a girl, whom he had lately had excellent reason for taking under his especial protection. He proposed a permanent residence in the city, not without some nearly quite settled plans as to the procuring of a competent income, without any ulterior reference to any member of their wealthy and widely ramified family. The house, whose temporary occupancy Glen had before so handsomely proffered him, would now be doubly and trebly desirable to him. But the pre-engaged servants, and the old china, and the old silver, and the old wines, and the mocha, were now become altogether unnecessary. Pierre would merely take the place, for a short interval, of the worthy old clerk, and so far as Glen was concerned, simply stand guardian of the dwelling till his plans were matured. His cousin had originally made his most bounteous overture to welcome the coming of the presumed bride of Pierre, and though another lady had now taken her place at the altar, yet Pierre would still regard the offer of Glen as impersonal in that respect, and bearing equal reference to any young lady who should prove her claim to the possessed hand of Pierre. Since there was no universal law of opinion in such matters, Glen, on general worldly grounds, might not consider the real Mrs. Glendinning altogether so suitable a match for Pierre, as he possibly might have held numerous other young ladies in his eye. Nevertheless, Glen would find her ready to return with sincerity all his cousinly regard and attention. In conclusion, Pierre said that he and his party meditated an immediate departure, and would very probably arrive in town in 48 hours after the mailing of the present letter. He therefore begged Glen to see the more indispensable domestic appliances of the house set in some little order against their arrival, to have the rooms aired and lighted, and also forewarn the confidential clerk of what he might soon expect. Then, without any tapering, sequel of yours very truly and faithfully, my dear cousin Glen, he finished the letter with the abrupt and isolated signature of Pierre. End of Book 15. Book 16 of Pierre, or the Ambiguities, by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. First night of their arrival in the city. CHAPTER I. The stage was belated. The country road they travelled entered the city by a remarkably wide and winding street, a great thoroughfare for its less opulent inhabitants. There was no moon and few stars. It was that preluding hour of the night when the shops are just closing, and the aspect of almost every wayfarer as he passes through the unequal light reflected from the windows speaks of one hurrying not abroad but homeward. Though the thoroughfare was winding, yet no sweep that it made greatly obstructed its long and imposing vista, so that when the coach gained the top of the long and very gradual slope running toward the obscure heart of the town, and the twinkling perspective of two long and parallel rows of lamps was revealed, lamps which seemed not so much intended to dispel the general gloom as to show some dim path leading through it into some gloom still deeper beyond. When the coach gained this critical point, the whole vast triangular town for a moment seemed dimly and despondently to capitulate to the eye. And now, ere descending the gradually sloping declivity, and just on its summit as it were, the inmates of the coach, by numerous hard painful joltings and ponderous dragging trundlings, are suddenly made sensible of some great change in the character of the road. The coach seems rolling over cannon balls of all calibers. Grasping Pierre's arm, Isabel eagerly and forebodingly demands what is the cause of this most strange and unpleasant transition. The pavements, Isabel, this is the town. Isabel was silent. But the first time for many weeks, Delly voluntarily spoke. It feels not so soft as the green sward, Master Pierre. No, Miss Ulver, said Pierre very bitterly, the buried hearts of some dead citizens have perhaps come to the surface. Sir, said Delly. And are they so hard-hearted here? asked Isabel. Ask yonder pavements, Isabel. Milk dropped from the milkman's can in December freezes not more quickly on those stones than does snow-white innocence, if in poverty it chance to fall in these streets. Then God help my hard fate, Master Pierre, sobbed Delly. Why didst thou drag hither a poor outcast like me? Forgive me, Miss Ulver, exclaimed Pierre with sudden warmth and yet most marked respect. Forgive me. Never yet have I entered the city by night, but somehow it made me feel both bitter and sad. Come, be cheerful. We shall soon be comfortably housed, and have our comfort all to ourselves. The old clerk I spoke to you about is now doubtless ruefully tying his hat on the peg. Come, cheer up, Isabel. 'Tis a long ride, but here we are at last. Come, 'tis not very far now to our welcome. I hear a strange shuffling and clattering, said Delly with a shudder. It does not seem so light as just now, said Isabel. Yes, returned Pierre, it is the shop shutters being put on. It is the locking and bolting and barring of windows and doors. The townspeople are going to their rest. Please God they may find it, sighed Delly. They lock and bar out then when they rest, do they, Pierre? said Isabel. Yes, and you were thinking that does not bode well for the welcome I spoke of. Thou readst all my soul. Yes, I was thinking of that. But whither lead these long, narrow, dismal side glooms we pass every now and then? What are they? They seem terribly still. I see scarce anybody in them. There's another now. See how haggardly look its crisscross, far separate lamps. What are these side glooms, dear Pierre? Whither lead they? They are the thin tributaries, sweet Isabel, to the great Orinoco thoroughfare we are in; and like true tributaries, they come from the far hidden places, from under dark beetling secrecies of mortar and stone, through the long marsh grasses of villainy, and by many a transplanted bough beam, where the wretched have hung. I know nothing of these things, Pierre, but I like not the town. Thinkst thou, Pierre, the time will ever come when all the earth shall be paved? Thank God, that never can be. These silent side glooms are horrible. Look, methinks not for the world would I turn into one. That moment the nigh fore wheel sharply grated under the body of the coach. Courage, cried Pierre, we are in it. Not so very solitary either. Here comes a traveler. Hark, what is that? said Delly. That keen, iron ringing sound. It passed us just now. "The keen traveller," said Pierre. "He has steel plates to his boot heels. Some tender souled elder son, I suppose." "Pierre," said Isabel, "this silence is unnatural, is fearful. The forests are never so still." "Because brick and mortar have deeper secrets than wood or fell, sweet Isabel. But here we turn again. Now, if I guess right, two more turns will bring us to the door. Courage! All will be well. Doubtless he has prepared a famous supper. Courage, Isabel! Come, shall it be tea or coffee? Some bread or a crisp toast? We'll have eggs, too, and some cold chicken, perhaps." Then muttering to himself, "I hope not that either. No cold collations. There's too much of that in these paving stones here, set out for the famishing beggars to eat. No, I won't have the cold chicken." Then aloud, "But here we turn again. Yes, just as I thought. Ho, driver!" thrusting his head out of the window. "To the right, to the right. It should be on the right. The first house with a light on the right." "No lights yet but the street's," answered the surly voice of the driver. "Stupid! He has passed it. Yes, yes, he has. Ho, ho! Stop! Turn back! Have you not passed lighted windows?" "No lights but the street's," was the rough reply. "What's the number? The number! Don't keep me beating about here all night. The number, I say." "I do not know it," returned Pierre, "but I well know the house. You must have passed it, I repeat. You must turn back. Surely you have passed lighted windows. Then them lights must burn black. There's no lighted windows in the street. I knows the city. Old maids lives here, and they are all to bed. Rest is warehouses." "Will you stop the coach or not?" cried Pierre, now incensed at his surliness, and continuing to drive on. "I obeys orders. The first house with a light, and 'cording to my reckoning, though to be sure I don't know nothing of this city where I was born and bred all my life, no, I knows nothing at all about it, 'cording to my reckoning, the first light in this here street will be the watch house of the ward. Yes, there it is. All right. Cheap lodgings ye've engaged, nothing to pay, and wittles in." To certain temperaments, especially when previously agitated by any deep feeling, there is perhaps nothing more exasperating, and which sooner explodes all self command, than the coarse, jeering insolence of a porter, cabman, or hack driver; fetchers and carriers of the worst city infamy, as many of them are, professionally familiar with the most abandoned haunts in the heart of misery. They drive one of the most mercenary of all the trades of guilt. Day dozers and sluggards on their lazy boxes in the sunlight, and forlornly wakeful and cat eyed in the dark; most habituated to midnight streets, only trod by sneaking burglars, wantons, and debauchees; often in actual pandering league with the most abhorrent sinks; so that they are equally solicitous and suspectful that every customer they encounter in the dark will prove a profligate or a knave. This hideous tribe of ogres and Charon ferrymen to corruption and death, naturally slide into the most practically Calvinistical view of humanity, and hold every man at bottom a fit subject for the coarsest ribaldry and jest. Only fine coats and full pockets can whip such mangy hounds into decency; the least impatience, any quickness of temper, a sharp remonstrating word from a customer in a seedy coat, or betraying any other evidence of poverty, however minute and indirect, for in that pecuniary respect they are the most piercing and infallible of all the judgers of men, will be almost sure to provoke in such cases their least endurable disdain. Perhaps it was the unconscious transfer to the stage driver of some such ideas as these, which now prompted the highly irritated Pierre to an act, which in a more benignant hour his better reason would have restrained him from. He did not see the light to which the driver had referred, and was heedless, in his sudden wrath, that the coach was now going slower in approaching it. Ere Isabel could prevent him, he burst open the door, and leaping to the pavement, sprang ahead of the horses, and violently reined back the leaders by their heads. The driver seized his four in hand whip, and with a volley of oaths was about striking out its long coiling lash at Pierre, when his arm was arrested by a policeman, who suddenly leaping on the staid coach, commanded him to keep the peace. "Speak! What is the difficulty here? Be quiet, ladies; nothing serious has happened. Speak you." "Pierre! Pierre!" cried the alarmed Isabel. In an instant Pierre was at her side by the window, and now turning to the officer, explained to him that the driver had persisted in passing the house at which he was ordered to stop.
Then he shall turn to the right about with you, sir, in double quick time, too, do you hear? I know you rascals well enough. Turn about you, sir, and take the gentleman where he directed." The cowed driver was beginning a long string of criminating explanations, when turning to Pierre, the policeman calmly desired him to re-enter the coach. He would see him safely at his destination, and then seating himself beside the driver on the box, commanded him to tell the number given him by the gentleman. "He don't know no numbers. Didn't I say he didn't? That's what I got mad about." "Be still," said the officer. "Sir," turning round and addressing Pierre within, "where do you wish to go?" "I do not know the number, but it is a house in this street. We have passed it. It is, I think, the fourth or fifth house this side of the last corner we turned. It must be lighted up, too. It is the small, old fashioned dwelling with stone lion heads above the windows. But make him turn round and drive slowly, and I will soon point it out." "Can't see lions in the dark," growled the driver. "Lions! Ha, ha! Jackasses, more likely." "Look you," said the officer, "I shall see you tightly housed this night, my fine fellow, if you don't cease your jabber. Sir," he added, resuming with Pierre, "I am sure there is some mistake here. I perfectly well know now the house you mean. I passed it within the last half hour. All as quiet there as ever. No one lives there, I think. I never saw a light in it. Are you not mistaken in something, then?" Pierre paused in perplexity and foreboding. Was it possible that Glen had wilfully and utterly neglected his letter? Not possible; but it might not have come to his hand. The mails sometimes delayed. Then again it was not wholly out of the question that the house were prepared for them after all, even though it showed no outward sign. But that was not probable; at any rate, as the driver protested that his 4 horses and lumbering vehicle could not turn short round in that street, and that if he must go back, it could only be done by driving on and going round the block, and so retracing his road. And as after such a procedure on his part, then in case of a confirmed disappointment respecting the house, the driver would seem warranted at least in some of his unmannerliness; and as Pierre loathed the villain altogether, therefore, in order to run no such risks, he came to a sudden determination on the spot. "I owe you very much, my good friend," said he to the officer, "for your timely assistance. To be frank, what you have just told me has indeed perplexed me not a little concerning the place where I propose to stop. Is there no hotel in this neighborhood where I could leave these ladies while I seek my friend?" Wonted to all manner of deceitfulness, and engaged in a calling which unavoidably makes one distrustful of mere appearances, however specious, however honest, the really good hearted officer now eyed Pierre in the dubious light with a most unpleasant scrutiny, and he abandoned the "sir," and the tone of his voice sensibly changed, as he replied, "There is no hotel in this neighborhood. It is too off the thoroughfares." "Come, come," cried the driver, now growing bold again, "though you're an officer, I'm a citizen for all that. You haven't any further right to keep me out of my bed now. He don't know where he wants to go to, 'cause he hain't got no place at all to go to. So I'll just dump him here, and you daren't stay me." "Don't be impertinent now," said the officer, but not so sternly as before. "I'll have my rights, though, I tell you that. Leave go of my arm, damn ye, get off the box. I've the law now. I say, mister, come tramp, here goes your luggage," and so saying, he dragged toward him a light trunk on the top of the stage. "Keep a clean tongue in ye now," said the officer, "and don't be in quite so great a hurry." Then addressing Pierre, who had now re-alighted from the coach, "Well, this can't continue. What do you intend to do?" "Not to ride further with that man, at any rate," said Pierre. "I will stop right here for the present." "He! he!" laughed the driver. "He! he! 'Mazing 'commodating now. We hitches now, we do. Stops right afore the watch house. He! he! That's funny." "Off with the luggage, then, driver," said the policeman. "Here, hand the small trunk, and now away and unlash there behind." During all this scene, Delly had remained perfectly silent in her trembling and rustic alarm, while Isabel, by occasional cries to Pierre, had vainly besought some explanation. But though their complete ignorance of city life had caused Pierre's 2 companions to regard the scene thus far with too much trepidation, Yet now, when in the obscurity of night, and in the heart of a strange town, Pierre handed them out of the coach into the naked street, and they saw their luggage piled so near the white light of a watch house, the same ignorance in some sort reversed its effects on them; for they little fancied in what really untoward and wretched circumstances they first touched the flagging of the city. As the coach lumbered off and went rolling into the wide murkiness beyond, Pierre spoke to the officer. "It is a rather strange accident, I confess, my friend; but strange accidents will sometimes happen in the best of families," rejoined the other, a little ironically. "Now I must not quarrel with this man," thought Pierre to himself, stung at the officer's tone; then said, "Is there any one in your office?" "No one as yet; not late enough." "Will you have the kindness then to house these ladies there for the present, while I make haste to provide them with better lodgment? Lead on, if you please." The man seemed to hesitate a moment, but finally acquiesced, and soon they passed under the white light, and entered a large, plain, and most forbidding looking room, with hacked wooden benches and bunks ranged along the side, and a railing before a desk in one corner. The permanent keeper of the place was quietly reading a paper by the long central double bat's wing gas light, and three officers off duty were nodding on a bench. "Not very liberal accommodations," said the officer quietly, "nor always the best of company; but we try to be civil. Be seated, ladies," politely drawing a small bench toward them. "Hallo, my friends," said Pierre, approaching the nodding three beyond, and tapping them on the shoulder. "Hallo, I say, will you do me a little favor? Will you help bring some trunks in from the street? I will satisfy you for your trouble, and be much obliged into the bargain." Instantly the three noddies, used to sudden awakenings, opened their eyes and stared hard; and being further enlightened by the bat's wings and first officer, promptly brought in the luggage as desired. Pierre hurriedly sat down by Isabel, and in a few words gave her to understand that she was now in a perfectly secure place, however unwelcoming; that the officers would take every care of her, while he made all possible speed in running to the house, and indubitably ascertaining how matters stood there. He hoped to be back in less than 10 minutes with good tidings. Explaining his intention to the first officer, and begging him not to leave the girls till he should return, he forthwith sallied into the street. He quickly came to the house, and immediately identified it; but all was profoundly silent and dark. He rang the bell, but no answer; and waiting long enough to be certain that either the house was indeed deserted, or else the old clerk was unawakable or absent, and at all events certain that no slightest preparation had been made for their arrival, Pierre, bitterly disappointed, returned to Isabel with this most unpleasant information. Nevertheless, something must be done, and quickly. Turning to one of the officers, he begged him to go and seek a hack, that the whole party might be taken to some respectable lodging. But the man, as well as his comrades, declined the errand, on the score that there was no stand on their beat, and they could not on any account leave their beat. So Pierre himself must go. He by no means liked to leave Isabel and Delly again on an expedition which might occupy some time; but there seemed no resource, and time now imperiously pressed. Communicating his intention therefore to Isabel, and again entreating the officer's particular services as before, and promising not to leave him unrequited, Pierre again sallied out. He looked up and down the street, and listened; but no sound of any approaching vehicle was audible. He ran on, and turning the first corner, bent his rapid steps toward the greatest and most central avenue of the city, assured that there, if anywhere, he would find what he wanted. It was some distance off, and he was not without hope that an empty hack would meet him ere he arrived there; but the few stray ones he encountered had all muffled fares. He continued on, and at last gained the great avenue. Not habitually used to such scenes, Pierre for a moment was surprised that the instant he turned out of the narrow and dark and death like by street, he should find himself suddenly precipitated into the not yet repressed noise and contention, and all the garish night life of a vast thoroughfare, crowded and wedged by day, and even now, at this late hour, brilliant with occasional illuminations, and echoing to very many swift wheels and footfalls. Chapter II. "I say, my pretty one, dear, dear young man, oh love, you are in a vast hurry, ain't you? Can't you stop a bit now, my dear? Do, there's a sweet fellow." Pierre turned, and in the flashing, sinister, evil cross lights of a druggist's window, his eye caught the person of a wonderfully, beautifully featured girl, scarlet cheeked, glaringly arrayed, and of a figure all natural grace, but unnatural vivacity. Her whole form, however, was horribly lit by the green and yellow rays from the druggist's. "My God!" shuddered Pierre, hurrying forward, "the town's first welcome to youth." He was just crossing over to where a line of hacks were drawn up against the opposite curb, when his eye was arrested by a short gilded name, rather reservedly and aristocratically denominating a large and very handsome house, the second story of which was profusely lighted. He looked up, and was very certain that in this house were the apartments of Glen. Yielding to a sudden impulse, he mounted the single step toward the door, and rang the bell, which was quickly responded to by a very civil black. As the door opened, he heard the distant interior sound of dancing music and merriment. "Is Mr. Stanley in?" "Mr. Stanley? Yes; but he's engaged." "How?" "He is somewhere in the drawing rooms. My mistress is giving a party to the lodgers." "I? Tell Mr. Stanley I wish to see him for one moment, if you please. Only one moment." "I dare not call him, sir. He said that possibly some one might call for him to night. They are calling every night for Mr. Stanley. But I must admit no one on the plea of the party." A dark and bitter suspicion now darted through the mind of Pierre, and ungovernably yielding to it, and resolved to prove or falsify it without delay, he said to the black, "My business is pressing. I must see Mr. Stanley." "I am sorry, sir, but orders are orders. I am his particular servant here, the one that sees his silver every holy day. I can't disobey him. May I shut the door, sir, for as it is, I can not admit you." "The drawing rooms are on the second floor, are they not?" said Pierre quietly. "Yes," said the black, pausing in surprise, and holding the door. "Yonder are the stairs, I think." "That way, sir. But this is yours." And the now suspicious black was just on the point of closing the portal violently upon him, when Pierre thrust him suddenly aside, and springing up the long stairs, found himself facing an open door, from whence proceeded a burst of combined brilliancy and melody, doubly confusing to one just emerged from the street. But bewildered and all demented as he momentarily felt, he instantly stalked in, and confounded the amazed company with his unremoved slouch hat, pale cheek, and whole dusty, travel stained, and ferocious aspect. "Mr. Stanley! Where is Mr. Stanley?" he cried, advancing straight through a startled quadrille, while all the music suddenly hushed, and every eye was fixed in vague affright upon him. "Mr. Stanley! Mr. Stanley!" cried several bladish voices toward the further end of the further drawing room, into which the first one widely opened. "Here is a most peculiar fellow after you. Who the devil is he?" "I think I see him," replied a singularly cool, deliberate, and rather drawling voice, yet a very silvery one, and at bottom perhaps a very resolute one. "I think I see him. Stand aside, my good fellow, will you, ladies? Remove from between me and yonder hat." The polite compliance of the company thus addressed, now revealed to the advancing Pierre the tall, robust figure of a remarkably splendid looking and brown bearded young man, dressed with surprising plainness, almost demureness, for such an occasion. But this plainness of his dress was not so obvious at first, the material was so fine and admirably fitted. He was carelessly lounging in a half sidelong attitude upon a large sofa, and appeared as if but just interrupted in some very agreeable chat with a diminutive but vivacious brunette, occupying the other end. The dandy and the man, strength and effeminacy, courage and indolence, were so strangely blended in this superb eyed youth, that at first sight it seemed impossible to decide whether there was any genuine metal in him or not. Some years had gone by since the cousins had met; years peculiarly productive of the greatest conceivable changes in the general personal aspect of human beings. Nevertheless, the eye seldom alters. The instant their eyes met, they mutually recognized each other, but both did not betray the recognition. "Glen!" cried Pierre, and paused a few steps from him. But the superb eyed only settled himself lower down in his lounging attitude, and slowly withdrawing a small, unpretending, and unribboned glass from his vest pocket, steadily, yet not entirely insultingly, notwithstanding the circumstances, scrutinized Pierre. Then dropping his glass, turned slowly round upon the gentleman near him, saying in the same peculiar mixed and musical voice as before, "I do not know him. It is an entire mistake. Why don't the servants take him out, and the music go on? As I was saying, Miss Clara, the statues you saw in the Louvre are not to be mentioned with those in Florence and Rome. Why, there now is that vaunted chef d'oeuvre, the Fighting Gladiator of the Louvre." "Fighting Gladiator it is!" yelled Pierre, leaping toward him like Spartacus; but the savage impulse in him was restrained by the alarmed female shrieks and wild gestures around him. As he paused, several gentlemen made motions to pinion him, but shaking them off fiercely, he stood erect and isolated for an instant, and fastening his glance upon his still reclining and apparently unmoved cousin, thus spoke: "Glendinning Stanly, thou disown'st Pierre, not so abhorrently as Pierre does thee. By heaven, had I a knife, Glen, I could prick thee on the spot. Let out all thy Glendinning blood, and then sew up the vile remainder. Hound and base blot upon the general humanity." "This is very extraordinary. Remarkable case of combined imposture and insanity. But where are the servants? Why don't that black advance? Lead him out, my good Doc, lead him out. Carefully, carefully, stay," putting his hand in his pocket. "There, take that, and have the poor fellow driven off somewhere." Bolting his rage in him, as impossible to be sated by any conduct in such a place, Pierre now turned, sprang down the stairs, and fled the house. Chapter III. "Hack, sir! Hack, sir! Hack, sir! Cab, sir! Cab, sir! Cab, sir! This way, sir! This way, sir! This way, sir! He's a rogue! Not him! He's a rogue!" Pierre was surrounded by a crowd of contending hackmen, all holding long whips in their hands, while others eagerly beckoned to him from their boxes, where they sat elevated between their two coach lamps, like shabby discarded saints. The whip stalks thickened round him, and several reports of the cracking lashes sharply sounded in his ears. Just bursting from a scene so goading as his interview with the scornful Glen in the dazzling drawing room, to Pierre this sudden tumultuous surrounding of him by whip stalks and lashes seemed like the onset of the chastising fiends upon Orestes. But breaking away from them, he seized the first plated door handle near him, and leaping into the hack, shouted for whoever was the keeper of it to mount his box forthwith, and drive off in a given direction. The vehicle had proceeded some way down the great avenue, when it paused, and the driver demanded whither now, what place? "The watch house of the Ward," cried Pierre. "Hi! hi! Going to deliver himself up, eh?" grinned the fellow to himself. "Well, that's a sort of honest, any way. G'lang, you dogs! Whist! Whee! Wah! G'lang!" The sights and sounds which met the eye of Pierre on re entering the watch house, filled him with inexpressible horror and fury. The before decent, drowsy place now fairly reeked with all things unseemly. Hardly possible was it to tell what conceivable cause or occasion had, in the comparatively short absence of Pierre, collected such a base congregation. In indescribable disorder, frantic, diseased looking men and women of all colors, and in all imaginable flaunting, immodest, grotesque, and shattered dresses, were leaping, yelling, and cursing around him. The torn Madras handkerchiefs of negresses, and the red gowns of yellow girls, hanging in tatters from their naked bosoms, mixed with the rent dresses of deep rouged white women, and the split coats, checkered vests, and protruding shirts of pale, or whiskered, or haggard, or mustached fellows of all nations, some of whom seemed scared from their beds, and others seemingly arrested in the midst of some crazy and wanton dance. On all sides were heard drunken male and female voices in English, French, Spanish, and Portuguese, interlarded now and then with the foulest of all human lingoes, that dialect of sin and death known as the cant language, or the flash. Running among this combined babel of persons and voices, several of the police were vainly striving to still the tumult, while others were busy handcuffing the more desperate; and here and there the distracted wretches, both men and women, gave downright battle to the officers, and still others, already handcuffed, struck out at them with their joined ironed arms. Meanwhile, words and phrases unrepeatable in God's sunlight, and whose very existence was utterly unknown, and undreamed of by tens of thousands of the decent people of the city, syllables obscene and accursed were shouted forth in tones plainly evincing that they were the common household breath of their utterers. The thieves' quarters, and all the brothels, lock and sin hospitals for incurables, and infirmaries and infernos of hell seemed to have made one combined sortie, and poured out upon earth through the vile vomitory of some unmentionable cellar. Though the hitherto imperfect and casual city experiences of Pierre illy fitted him entirely to comprehend the specific purport of this terrific spectacle, still he knew enough by hearsay of the more infamous life of the town to imagine from whence and who were the objects before him. But all his consciousness at the time was absorbed by the one horrified thought of Isabel and Delly, forced to witness a sight hardly endurable for Pierre himself, or possibly sucked into the tumult and in close personal contact with its loathsomeness. Rushing into the crowd, regardless of the random blows and curses he encountered, he wildly sought for Isabel, and soon descried her struggling from the delirious reaching arms of a half clad reeling whiskerando. With an immense blow of his mailed fist he sent the wretch humming, and seizing Isabel, cried out to two officers near, to clear a path for him to the door. They did so, and in a few minutes the panting Isabel was safe in the open air. He would have stayed by her, but she conjured him to return for Delly, exposed to worse insults than herself. An additional posse of officers now approaching, Pierre committing her to the care of one of them, and summoning two others to join himself, now re-entered the room. In another quarter of it, he saw Delly seized on each hand by two bleared and half bloody women, who with fiendish grimaces were ironically twitting her upon her close necked dress, and had already stripped her handkerchief from her. She uttered a cry of mixed anguish and joy at the sight of him, and Pierre soon succeeded in returning with her to Isabel. During the absence of Pierre in quest of the hack, and while Isabel and Delly were quietly awaiting his return, the door had suddenly burst open, and a detachment of the police drove in, and caged the entire miscellaneous night occupants of a notorious stew, which they had stormed and carried during the height of some outrageous orgy. The first sight of the interior of the watch house, and their being so quickly huddled together within its four blank walls, had suddenly lashed the mob into frenzy, so that for the time, oblivious of all other considerations, the entire force of the police was directed to the quelling of the in-door riot, and consequently, abandoned to their own protection, Isabel and Delly had been temporarily left to its mercy. It was no time for Pierre to manifest his indignation at the officer, even if he could now find him, who had thus falsified his individual pledge concerning the precious charge committed to him. Nor was it any time to distress himself about his luggage, still somewhere within. Quitting all, he thrust the bewildered and half lifeless girls into the waiting hack, which, by his orders, drove back in the direction of the stand where Pierre had first taken it up. When the coach had rolled them well away from the tumult, Pierre stopped it, and said to the man that he desired to be taken to the nearest respectable hotel or boarding house of any kind that he knew of. The fellow, maliciously diverted by what had happened thus far, made some ambiguous and rudely merry rejoinder; but warned by his previous rash quarrel with the stage driver, Pierre passed this unnoticed, and in a controlled, calm, decided manner repeated his directions. The issue was, that after a rather roundabout drive, they drew up in a very respectable side street, before a large respectable looking house, illuminated by two tall white lights flanking its portico. Pierre was glad to notice some little remaining stir within, spite of the comparative lateness of the hour. A bareheaded, tidily dressed, and very intelligent looking man, with a broom clothes brush in his hand, appearing, scrutinized him rather sharply at first, but as Pierre advanced further into the light, and his countenance became visible, the man, assuming a respectful but still slightly perplexed air, invited the whole party into a closely adjoining parlor, whose disordered chairs and general dustiness evinced that after a day's activity, it now awaited the morning offices of the housemaids. "Baggage, sir?" "I have left my baggage at another place," said Pierre. "I shall send for it to morrow." "Ah!" exclaimed the very intelligent looking man, rather dubiously. "Shall I discharge the hack, then?" "Stay," said Pierre, bethinking him that it would be well not to let the man know from whence they had last come. "I will discharge it myself, thank you." So, returning to the sidewalk without debate, he paid the hackman an exorbitant fare, who, anxious to secure such illegal gains beyond all hope of recovery, quickly mounted his box and drove off at a gallop. "Will you step into the office, sir, now?" said the man, slightly flourishing with his brush. "This way, sir, if you please." Pierre followed him into an almost deserted, dimly lit room, with a stand in it. Going behind the stand, the man turned round to him a large ledger like book, thickly inscribed with names, like any directory, and offered him a pen, ready dipped in ink. Understanding the general hint, though secretly irritated at something in the manner of the man, Pierre drew the book to him, and wrote in a firm hand, at the bottom of the last named column, "Mr. and Mrs. Pierre Glendinning, and Miss Ulver." The man glanced at the writing inquiringly, and then said, "The other column, sir, where from?" "True," said Pierre, and wrote "Saddle Meadows." The very intelligent looking man re examined the page, and then slowly stroking his shaven chin with a fork, made of his thumb for one tine, and his united four fingers for the other, said softly and whisperingly, "Anywheres in this country, sir?" "Yes, in the country," said Pierre, evasively, and bridling his ire. "But now show me to two chambers, will you? The one for myself and wife. I desire to have opening into another, a third one, never mind how small, but I must have a dressing room." "Dressing room," repeated the man in an ironically deliberative voice. "Dressing room? Hum! You will have your luggage taken into the dressing room, then, I suppose? Oh, I forgot your luggage ain't come yet. Ah, yes, 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 luggage is coming to morrow. Oh, yes, yes, certainly, to morrow, of course. By the way, sir, I dislike to seem at all uncivil, and I am sure you will not deem me so, but" "Well," said Pierre, mustering all his self command for the coming impertinence, "when stranger gentlemen come to this house without luggage, we think ourselves bound to ask them to pay their bills in advance, sir. That is all, sir." "I shall stay here to night, and the whole of to morrow at any rate," rejoined Pierre, thankful that this was all. "How much will it be?" and he drew out his purse. The man's eyes fastened with eagerness on the purse. He looked from it to the face of him who held it, then seemed half hesitating an instant, then brightening up, said with sudden suavity, "Never mind, sir, never mind, sir, though rogues sometimes be gentlemanly, gentlemen that are gentlemen never go abroad without their diplomas. Their diplomas are their friends, and their only friends are their dollars. You have a purse full of friends. We have chambers, sir, that will exactly suit you, I think. Bring your ladies, and I will show you up to them immediately." So saying, dropping his brush, the very intelligent looking man lighted one lamp, and taking two unlighted ones in his other hand, led the way down the dusky lead sheeted hall, Pierre following him with Isabel and Delly. End of Book 16.
Book 17 of Pierre, or the Ambiguities, by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 17, Young America in Literature. Chapter 1. Among the various conflicting modes of writing history, there would seem to be two grand practical distinctions, under which all the rest must subordinately range. By the one mode, all contemporaneous circumstances, facts, and events must be set down contemporaneously. By the other, they are only to be set down as the general stream of the narrative shall dictate. For matters which are kindred in time may be very irrelative in themselves. I elect neither of these. I am careless of either. Both are well enough in their way. I write precisely as I please. In the earlier chapters of this volume, it has somewhere been passingly intimated that Pierre was not only a reader of the poets and other fine writers, but likewise, and what is a very different thing from the other, a thorough allegorical understander of them, a profound emotional sympathizer with them. In other words, Pierre himself possessed the poetic nature. In himself, absolutely, though but latently and floatingly, possessed every whit of the imaginative wealth which he so admired, when by vast painstakings, and all manner of unrecompensed agonies, systematized on the printed page. Not that as yet his young and immature soul had been accosted by the wonderful mutes, and through the vast halls of silent truth had been ushered into the full, secret, eternally inviolable Sanhedrim, where the poetic magi discuss in glorious gibberish the Alpha and Omega of the universe. But among the beautiful imaginings of the second and third degree of poets he freely, comprehendingly ranged. But it still remains to be said that Pierre himself had written many a fugitive thing, which had brought him not only vast credit and compliments from his more immediate acquaintances, but the less partial applauses of the always intelligent and extremely discriminating public. In short, Pierre had frequently done that which many other boys have done, published. Not in the imposing form of a book, but in the more modest and becoming way of occasional contributions to magazines and other polite periodicals. His magnificent and victorious début had been made in that delightful love sonnet entitled "The Tropical Summer." Not only the public had applauded his gemmed little sketches of thought and fancy, whether in poetry or prose, but the high and mighty Campbell clan of editors of all sorts had bestowed upon him those generous commendations, which, with one instantaneous glance, they had immediately perceived was his due. They spoke in high terms of his surprising command of language. They begged to express their wonder at his euphonious construction of sentences. They regarded with reverence the pervading symmetry of his general style. But transcending even this profound insight into the deep merits of Pierre, they looked infinitely beyond, and confessed their complete inability to restrain their unqualified admiration for the highly judicious smoothness and genteelness of the sentiments and fancies expressed. "This writer," said one, in an ungovernable burst of admiring fury, "is characterized throughout by perfect taste." Another, after endorsingly quoting that sapient, suppressed maxim of Dr. Goldsmith's, which asserts that whatever is new is false, went on to apply it to the excellent productions before him, concluding with this: "He has translated the unruffled gentleman from the drawing room into the general levee of letters. He never permits himself to astonish, is never betrayed into anything coarse or new, as assured that whatever astonishes is vulgar, and whatever is new must be crude. Yes, it is the glory of this admirable young author, that vulgarity and vigor, two inseparable adjuncts, are equally removed from him." A third perorated a long and beautifully written review, by the bold and startling announcement, "This writer is unquestionably a highly respectable youth." Nor had the editors of various moral and religious periodicals failed to render the tribute of their severer appreciation, and more enviable because more chary applause. A renowned clerical and philological conductor of a weekly publication of this kind, whose surprising proficiency in the Greek, Hebrew, and Chaldaic, to which he had devoted by far the greater part of his life, peculiarly fitted him to pronounce unerring judgment upon works of taste in the English, had unhesitatingly delivered himself thus: "He is blameless in morals and harmless throughout." Another had unhesitatingly recommended his effusions to the family circle. A third had no reserve in saying that the predominant end and aim of this author was evangelical piety. A mind less naturally strong than Pierre's might well have been hurried into vast self complacency by such eulogy as this, especially as there could be no possible doubt that the primitive verdict pronounced by the editors was irreversible, except in the highly improbable event of the near approach of the millennium, which might establish a different dynasty of taste, and possibly eject the editors. It is true that in view of the general practical vagueness of these panegyrics, and the circumstance that In essence, they were all somehow of the prudently indecisive sort, and considering that they were panegyrics, and nothing but panegyrics, without anything analytical about them, an elderly friend of a literary turn had made bold to say to our hero, "Pierre, this is very high praise, I grant, and you are a surprisingly young author to receive it, but I do not see any criticisms as yet." "Criticisms?" cried Pierre, in amazement. "Why, sir, they are all criticisms. I am the idol of the critics." "Ah!" sighed the elderly friend, as if suddenly reminded that that was true after all. "Ah!" and went on with his inoffensive, non committal cigar. Nevertheless, thanks to the editors, such at last became the popular literary enthusiasm in behalf of Pierre, that two young men, recently abandoning the ignoble pursuit of tailoring for the more honorable trade of the publisher, probably with an economical view of working up in books the linen and cotton shreds of the cutter's counter, after having been subjected to the action of the paper mill, had on the daintiest scalloped edged paper, and in the neatest possible and fine needlework hand, addressed him a letter couched in the following terms. The general style of which letter will sufficiently evince, that though, thanks to the manufacturer, their linen and cotton shreds may have been very completely transmuted into paper, yet the cutters themselves were not yet entirely out of the metamorphosing mill. Honorable Pierre Glendinning, Reverend Sir: The fine cut, the judicious fit of your production fills us with amazement. The fabric is excellent, the finest broadcloth of genius. We have just started in business. Your pantaloons productions, we mean have never yet been collected. They should be published in the library form. The tailors, we mean the librarians, demand it. Your fame is now in its finest nap. Now, before the gloss is off, now is the time for the library form. We have recently received an invoice of chamois, Russia leather. The library form should be a durable form. We respectfully offer to dress your amazing productions in the library form. If you please, we will transmit you a sample of the cloth. We mean a sample page with a pattern of the leather. We are ready to give you 1/10 of the profits, less discount, for the privilege of arraying your wonderful productions in the library form. You cashing the seamstresses, printers, and binders' bills on the day of publication. An answer at your earliest convenience will greatly oblige. Sir, your most obsequious servants, Wonder and Wen. P.S. We respectfully submit the enclosed block sheet, as some earnest of our intentions to do everything in your behalf possible to any firm in the trade. N.B. If the list does not comprise all your illustrious wardrobe works, we mean, we shall exceedingly regret it. We have hunted through all the drawers, magazines. Sample of a coat. Title for the works of Glendinning: The Complete Works of Glendinning. Author of that world famed production, The Tropical Summer, a sonnet. The Weather, a thought. Life, an impromptu. The late Reverend Mark Graceman, an obituary. Honor, a stanza. Beauty, an acrostic. Edgar, an anagram. The Pippin, a paragraph, etc., 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 etc. P. From a designer, Pierre had received the following: Sir, I approach you with unfeigned trepidation, for though you are young in age, you are old in fame and ability. I cannot express to you my ardent admiration of your works, nor can I but deeply regret that the productions of such graphic descriptive power should be unaccompanied by the humbler illustrative labors of the designer. My services in this line are entirely at your command. I need not say how proud I should be if this hint, on my part, however presuming, should induce you to reply in terms upon which I could found the hope of honouring myself and my profession by a few designs for the works of the illustrious Glendinning. But the cursory mention of your name here fills me with such swelling emotions, that I can say nothing more. I would only add, however, that not being at all connected with the trade, my business situation unpleasantly forces me to make cash down on delivery of each design, the basis of all my professional arrangements. Your noble soul, however, would disdain to suppose that this sordid necessity in my merely business concerns could ever impair that profound private veneration and admiration with which I unmercenarily am, great and good Glendinning, yours most humbly, Peter Pence. Chapter II. These were stirring letters. The library form, an illustrated edition, his whole heart swelled. But unfortunately it occurred to Pierre that as all his writings were not only fugitive, but if put together could not possibly fill more than a very small duodecimo, therefore the library edition seemed a little premature perhaps; possibly in a slight degree preposterous. Then, as they were chiefly made up of little sonnets, brief meditative poems, and moral essays, the matter for the designer ran some small risk of being but meagre. In his inexperience he did not know that such was the great height of invention to which the designer's art had been carried, that certain gentlemen of that profession had gone to an eminent publishing house with overtures for an illustrated edition of Coke upon Littleton. Even the City Directory was beautifully illustrated with exquisite engravings of bricks, tongs, and flat irons. Concerning the draft for the title page, it must be confessed that on seeing the imposing enumeration of his titles, long and magnificent as those preceding the proclamations of some German prince, hereditary lord of the back yard of Krantz Jacobi, undoubted proprietor by seizure of the bedstead of the late widow Van Lorn, heir apparent to the bankrupt bakery of Fletz and Flitz, residuary legatee of the confiscated pin money of the late Dowager Dunker, etc., 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 Pierre could not entirely repress a momentary feeling of elation. Yet did he also bow low under the weight of his own ponderosity, as the author of such a vast load of literature. It occasioned him some slight misgivings, however, when he considered that already in his 18th year his title page should so immensely surpass in voluminous statisticals the simple page, which in his father's edition prefixed the vast speculations of Plato. Still he comforted himself with the thought, that as he could not presume to interfere with the bill stickers of the Gazelle magazine, who every month covered the walls of the city with gigantic announcements of his name among the other contributors, so neither could he now, in the highly improbable event of closing with the offer of Messrs. Wonder and Wen, presume to interfere with the bill sticking department of their business concern; for it was plain that they esteemed one's title page but another unwindowed wall, infinitely more available than most walls, since here was at least one spot in the city where no rival bill stickers dared to encroach. Nevertheless, resolved as he was to let all such bill sticking matters take care of themselves, he was sensible of some coy inclination toward that modest method of certain kid gloved and dainty authors, who, scorning the vulgarity of a sounding parade, contented themselves with simply subscribing their name to the title page, as confident that that was sufficient guarantee to the notice of all true gentlemen of taste. It was for petty German princes to sound their prolonged titular flourishes. The Czar of Russia contented himself with putting the simple word Nicholas to his loftiest decrees. This train of thought terminated at last in various considerations upon the subject of anonymousness in authorship. He regretted that he had not started his literary career under that mask, At present it might be too late. Already the whole universe knew him, and it was in vain at this late day to attempt to hood himself. But when he considered the essential dignity and propriety at all points of the inviolably anonymous method, he could not but feel the sincerest sympathy for those unfortunate fellows, who, not only naturally averse to any sort of publicity, but progressively ashamed of their own successive productions, written chiefly for the merest cash, were yet cruelly coerced into sounding title pages by sundry bakers' and butchers' bills, and other financial considerations; inasmuch as the placard of the title page indubitably must assist the publisher in his sales. But perhaps the ruling, though not altogether conscious motive of Pierre in finally declining, as he did, the services of Messrs. Wonder and Wen, those eager applicants for the privilege of extending and solidifying his fame, arose from the idea that being at this time not very far advanced in years, the probability was that his future productions might at least equal, if not surpass in some small degree, those already given to the world. He resolved to wait for his literary canonization until he should at least have outgrown the sophomorean insinuation of the law, which, with a singular affectation of benignity, pronounced him an infant. His modesty obscured from him the circumstance that the greatest lettered celebrities of the time had, by the divine power of genius, become full graduates in the University of Fame, while yet as legal minors forced to go to their mammas for pennies wherewith to keep them in peanuts. Not seldom Pierre's social placidity was ruffled by polite entreaties from the young ladies that he would be pleased to grace their albums with some nice little song. We say that here his social placidity was ruffled; for the true charm of agreeable parlor society is, that there you lose your own sharp individuality, and become delightfully merged in that soft social pantheism, as it were, that rosy melting of all into one, ever prevailing in those drawing rooms which pacifically and deliciously belie their own name, inasmuch as there no one draws the sword of his own individuality, but all such ugly weapons are left, as of old, with your hat and cane in the hall. It was very awkward to decline the albums; but somehow it was still worse, and peculiarly distasteful, for Pierre to comply. With equal justice, apparently, you might either have called that his weakness or his idiosyncrasy. He summoned all his suavity and refused; and the refusal of Pierre, according to Miss Angelica Amabilia of Ambleside, was sweeter than the compliance of others. But then, prior to the proffer of her album in a copse at Ambleside, Pierre, in a gallant whim, had in the lady's own presence voluntarily carved Miss Angelica's initials upon the bark of a beautiful maple. But all young ladies are not Miss Angelicas. Blandly denied in the parlor, they courted repulse in the study. In lovely envelopes they dispatched their albums to Pierre, not omitting to drop a little attar of rose in the palm of the domestic who carried them. While now Pierre, pushed to the wall in his gallantry, shilly shallied as to what he must do, the awaiting albums multiplied upon him, and by monopolized an entire shelf in his chamber; so that while their combined ornate bindings fairly dazzled his eyes, their excessive redolence all but made him to faint; though indeed, in moderation, he was very partial to perfumes; so that of really chilly afternoons he was still obliged to drop the upper sashes a few inches. The simplest of all things it is to write in a lady's album. But cui bono? Is there such a dearth of printed reading, that the monkish times must be revived, and ladies' books be in manuscript? What could Pierre write of his own, on love, or any thing else, that would surpass what divine Heifetz wrote so many long centuries ago? Was there not Anacreon too, and Catullus, and Ovid, all translated and readily accessible? And then, bless all their souls, had the dear creatures forgotten Tom Moore? But the handwriting, Pierre, they want the sight of your hand. Well, thought Pierre, actual feeling is better than transmitted sight any day. I will give them the actual feeling of my hand, as much as they want. And lips are still better than hands; let them send their sweet faces to me, and I will kiss lithographs upon them for ever and a day. This was a felicitous idea. He called dates, and had the albums carried down by the basketful into the dining room. He opened and spread them all out upon the extension table there. Then, modelling himself by the Pope, when his Holiness collectively blesses long crates of rosaries, he waved one devout kiss to the albums, and summoning 3 servants, sent the albums all home, with his best compliments, accompanied with a confectioner's kiss for each album, rolled up in the most ethereal tissue. From various quarters of the land, both town and country, and especially during the preliminary season of autumn, Pierre received various pressing invitations to lecture before lyceums, young men's associations, and other literary and scientific societies. The letters conveying these invitations possessed quite an imposing and most flattering aspect to the unsophisticated Pierre. One was as follows: Quartian Club for the immediate extension of the limits of all knowledge, both human and divine. Zadok Prattsville, June 11th, 18 so on. Author of the Tropical Summer, etc. Honored and dear Sir, official duty and private inclination in this present case most delightfully blend. What was the ardent desire of my heart has now, by the action of the Committee on Lectures, become professionally obligatory upon me. As chairman of our Committee on Lectures, I hereby beg the privilege of entreating that you will honor this society by lecturing before it on any subject you may choose, and at any day most convenient to yourself. The subject of human destiny we would respectfully suggest, without, however, at all wishing to impede you in your own unbiased selection. If you honor us by complying with this invitation, be assured, sir, that the Committee on Lectures will take the best care of you throughout your stay, and endeavor to make Zadok Prattsville agreeable to you. A carriage will be in attendance at the stage house to convey yourself and luggage to the inn, under full escort of the Committee on Lectures, with the chairman at their head. Permit me to join my private homage to my high official consideration for you, and to subscribe myself, very humbly, your servant, Donald Donald. Chapter III. But it was more especially the lecture invitations, coming from venerable gray-headed metropolitan societies, and indited by venerable gray-headed secretaries, which, far from elating, filled the youthful Pierre with the sincerest sense of humility. Lecture, lecture! Such a stripling as I lecture to 50 benches, with 10 gray heads on each, 500 gray heads in all! Shall my one poor inexperienced brain presume to lay down the law in a lecture to 500 life-ripened understandings? It seemed too absurd for thought. Yet the 500, through their spokesman, had voluntarily extended this identical invitation to him. Then how could it be otherwise than that an incipient Timonism should slide into Pierre, when he considered all the disgraceful inferences to be derived from such a fact? He called to mind how that once upon a time, during a visit of his to the city, the police were called out to quell a portentous riot, occasioned by the vast press and contention for seats, at the first lecture of an illustrious lad of 19, the author of A Week at Coney Island. It is needless to say that Pierre most conscientiously and respectfully declined all polite overtures of this sort. Similar disenchantments of his cooler judgment did likewise deprive of their full lusciousness several other equally marked demonstrations of his literary celebrity. Applications for autographs showered in upon him; but in sometimes humorously gratifying the more urgent requests of these singular people, Pierre could not but feel a pang of regret, that owing to the very youthful and quite unformed character of his handwriting, his signature did not possess that inflexible uniformity, which, for mere prudential reasons, if nothing more, should always mark the hand of illustrious men. His heart thrilled with sympathetic anguish for posterity, which would be certain to stand hopelessly perplexed before so many contradictory signatures of one supereminent name. Alas! posterity would be sure to conclude that they were forgeries all, that no chirographic relic of the sublime poet Glendinning survived to their miserable times. From the proprietors of the magazines, whose pages were honored by his effusions, he received very pressing epistolary solicitations for the loan of his portrait in oil, in order to take an engraving therefrom for a frontispiece to their periodicals. But here again the most melancholy considerations obtruded. It had always been one of the lesser ambitions of Pierre to sport a flowing beard, which he deemed the most noble corporeal badge of the man, not to speak of the illustrious author. But as yet he was beardless, and no cunning compound of Roland and Son could force a beard which should arrive at maturity in any reasonable time for the frontispiece. Besides, his boyish features and whole expression were daily changing. Would he lend his authority to this unprincipled imposture upon posterity? Honor forbade. These epistolary petitions were generally couched in an elaborately respectful style, thereby intimating with what deep reverence his portrait would be handled, while unavoidably subjected to the discipline indispensable to obtain from it the engraved copy they prayed for. But one or two of the persons who made occasional oral requisitions upon him in this matter of his engraved portrait seemed less regardful of the inherent respect due to every man's portrait, much more to that of a genius so celebrated as Pierre. They did not even seem to remember that the portrait of any man generally receives, and indeed is entitled to, more reverence than the original man himself, since one may freely clap a celebrated friend on the shoulder, yet would by no means tweak his nose in his portrait. The reason whereof may be this, that the portrait is better entitled to reverence than the man, inasmuch as nothing belittling can be imagined concerning the portrait, whereas many unavoidably belittling things can be fancied as touching the man. Upon one occasion, happening suddenly to encounter a literary acquaintance, a joint editor of the Captain Kidd Monthly, who suddenly popped upon him round a corner, Pierre was startled by a rapid "Good morning, good morning! Just the man I wanted. Come, step round now with me, and have your daguerreotype taken. Get it engraved then, in no time. Want it for the next issue." So saying, this chief mate of Captain Kidd seized Pierre's arm, and in the most vigorous manner was walking him off, like an officer a pickpocket, when Pierre civilly said, "Pray, sir, hold if you please. I shall do no such thing." "Pooh, pooh! Must have it. Public property. Come along. Only a door or two now." "Public property!" rejoined Pierre. "That may do very well for the Captain Kidd Monthly. It's very Captain Kiddish to say so; but I beg to repeat that I do not intend to accede." "Don't, really?" cried the other, amazedly, staring Pierre full in the countenance. "Why, bless your soul, my portrait is published, long ago published." "Can't help that, sir," said Pierre. "Oh, come along, come along!" And the chief mate seized him again, with the most uncompunctious familiarity, by the arm. Though the sweetest tempered youth in the world, when but decently treated, Pierre had an ugly devil in him sometimes, very apt to be evoked by the personal profaneness of gentlemen of the Captain Kidd school of literature. "Look you, my good fellow," said he, submitting to his impartial inspection a determinately double fist, "drop my arm now, or I'll drop you. To the devil with you and your daguerreotype." This incident, suggestive as it was at the time, in the sequel had a surprising effect upon Pierre; for he considered with what infinite readiness now the most faithful portrait of any one could be taken by the daguerreotype; whereas in former times a faithful portrait was only within the power of the moneyed or mental aristocrats of the earth. How natural then the inference, that instead, as in old times, immortalizing a genius, a portrait now only Deizalized a dunce. Besides, when everybody has his portrait published, true distinction lies in not having yours published at all. For if you are published along with Tom, Dick, and Harry, and wear a coat of their cut, how then are you distinct from Tom, Dick, and Harry? Therefore even so miserable a motive as downright personal vanity helped to operate in this matter with Pierre. Some zealous lovers of the general literature of the age, as well as declared devotees to his own great genius, frequently petitioned him for the materials wherewith to frame his biography. They assured him that life of all things was most insecure. He might feel many years in him yet; time might go lightly by him; but in any sudden and fatal sickness, how would his last hours be embittered by the thought that he was about to depart forever, leaving the world utterly unprovided with the knowledge of what were the precise texture and hue of the first trousers he wore. These representations did certainly touch him in a very tender spot, not previously unknown to the schoolmaster. But when Pierre considered that owing to his extreme youth, his own recollections of the past soon merged into all manner of half memories, and a general vagueness, he could not find it in his conscience to present such materials to the impatient biographers, especially as his chief, verifying authority in these matters of his past career, was now eternally departed beyond all human appeal. His excellent nurse Clarissa had been dead 4 years and more. In vain a young literary friend, the well known author of 2 Indexes and 1 Epic, to whom the subject happened to be mentioned, warmly espoused the cause of the distressed biographers, saying that, however unpleasant, one must needs pay the penalty of celebrity. It was no use to stand back, and concluded by taking from the crown of his hat the proof sheets of his own biography, which, with the most thoughtful consideration for the masses, was shortly to be published in the pamphlet form, price only a shilling. It only the more bewildered and pained him, when still other and less delicate applicants sent him their regularly printed biographico solicito circulars, with his name written in ink, begging him to honor them and the world with a neat draft of his life, including criticisms on his own writings; the printed circular indiscriminately protesting that undoubtedly he knew more of his own life than any other living man, and that only he, who had put together the great works of Glendinning, could be fully qualified thoroughly to analyze them, and cast the ultimate judgment upon their remarkable construction. Now it was under the influence of the humiliating emotions engendered by things like the above. It was when thus haunted by publishers, engravers, editors, critics, autograph collectors, portrait fanciers, biographers, and petitioning and remonstrating literary friends of all sorts, it was then that there stole into the youthful soul of Pierre melancholy forebodings of the utter unsatisfactoriness of all human fame, since the most ardent profferings of the most martyrizing demonstrations in his behalf, these he was sorrowfully obliged to turn away. And it may well be believed, that after the wonderful vital world revelation so suddenly made to Pierre at the Meadows, a revelation which, at moments, in some certain things, fairly Timonized him, he had not failed to clutch with peculiar nervous detestation and contempt that ample parcel containing the letters of his biographico, and other silly correspondence, which in a less ferocious hour he had filed away as curiosities. It was with an almost infernal grin that he saw that particular heap of rubbish eternally quenched in the fire, and felt that as it was consumed before his eyes, so in his soul was forever killed the last and minutest undeveloped microscopic germ of that most despicable vanity to which those absurd correspondents thought to appeal. End of Book 17. Book 18 of Pierre, or the Ambiguities, by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Pierre as a juvenile author reconsidered. Chapter 1. Inasmuch as by various indirect intimations much more than ordinary natural genius has been imputed to Pierre, it may have seemed an inconsistency that only the merest magazine papers should have been thus far the sole productions of his mind. Nor need it be added, that in the soberest earnest those papers contain nothing uncommon, indeed entirely, now to drop all irony, if hitherto any thing like that has been indulged in, those fugitive things of Master Pierre's were the veriest commonplace. It is true, as I long before said, that nature at Saddle Meadows had very early been as a benediction to Pierre, had blown her wind clarion to him from the blue hills, and murmured melodious secrecies to him by her streams and her woods. But while nature thus very early and very abundantly feeds us, she is very late in tutoring us as to the proper methodization of our diet. Or, to change the metaphor, there are immense quarries of fine marble, but how to get it out, how to chisel it, how to construct any temple? Youth must wholly quit then the quarry for a while, and not only go forth and get tools to use in the quarry, but must go and thoroughly study architecture. Now the quarry discoverer is long before the stone cutter, and the stone cutter is long before the architect, and the architect is long before the temple, for the temple is the crown of the world. Yes, Pierre was not only very unarchitectural at that time, but Pierre was very young indeed at that time; and it is often to be observed, that as in digging for precious metals in the mines, much earthy rubbish has first to be troublesomely handled and thrown out, so in digging in one's soul for the fine gold of genius, much dullness and commonplace is first brought to light. Happy would it be if the man possessed in himself some receptacle for his own rubbish of this sort, but he is like the occupant of a dwelling, whose refuse cannot be clapped into his own cellar, but must be deposited in the street before his own door, for the public functionaries to take care of. No commonplace is ever effectually got rid of, except by essentially emptying one's self of it into a book. For once trapped in a book, then the book can be put into the fire, and all will be well. But they are not always put into the fire, and this accounts for the vast majority of miserable books over those of positive merit. Nor will any thoroughly sincere man who is an author ever be rash in precisely defining the period when he has completely ridded himself of his rubbish and come to the latent gold in his mine. It holds true in every case that the wiser a man is, the more misgivings he has on certain points. It is well enough known that the best productions of the best human intellects are generally regarded by those intellects as mere immature freshman exercises, wholly worthless in themselves, except as initiatives for entering the great university of God after death. Certain it is that if any inferences can be drawn from observations of the familiar lives of men of the greatest mark, their finest things, those which become the foolish glory of the world, are not only very poor and inconsiderable to themselves, but often positively distasteful. They would rather not have the book in the room. In minds comparatively inferior as compared with the above, these surmising considerations so sadden and unfit, that they become careless of what they write, go to their desks with discontent, and only remain there, victims to headache and pain in the back, by the hard constraint of some social necessity. Equally paltry and despicable to them are the works thus composed, born of unwillingness and the bill of the baker, the rickety offspring of a parent, careless of life herself, and reckless of the germ life she contains. Let not the short sighted world for a moment imagine that any vanity lurks in such minds, only hired to appear on the stage, not voluntarily claiming the public attention. Their utmost life redness and glow is but rouge, washed off in private with bitterest tears. Their laugh only rings because it is hollow, and the answering laugh is no laughter to them. There is nothing so slipperily alluring as sadness. We become sad in the first place by having nothing stirring to do. We continue in it because we have found a snug sofa at last. Even so it may possibly be that, arrived at this quiet retrospective little episode in the career of my hero, this shallowly expansive embayed Tappan Zee of my otherwise deep heady Hudson, I too begin to loungingly expand, and wax harmlessly sad and sentimental. Now what has been hitherto presented in reference to Pierre concerning rubbish, as in some cases the unavoidable first fruits of genius, is in no wise contradicted by the fact that the first published works of many meritorious authors have given mature token of genius, for we do not know how many they previously published to the flames, or privately published in their own brains, and suppressed there as quickly. And in the inferior instances of an immediate literary success in very young writers, it will be almost invariably observable that for that instant success they were chiefly indebted to some rich and peculiar experience in life, embodied in a book, which, because for that cause containing original matter, the author himself, forsooth, is to be considered original. In this way, many very original books being the product of very unoriginal minds. Indeed, man has only to be but a little circumspect, and away flies
the last rag of his vanity. The world is forever babbling of originality, but there never yet was an original man, in the sense intended by the world. The first man himself, who, according to the rabbins, was also the first author, not being an original; the only original author being God. Had Milton's been the lot of Caspar Hauser, Milton would have been vacant as he; for though the naked soul of man doth assuredly contain one latent element of intellectual productiveness, yet never was there a child born solely from one parent; the visible world of experience being that procreative thing which impregnates the Muses, self-reciprocally efficient hermaphrodites being but a fable. There is infinite nonsense in the world on all of these matters; hence blame me not if I contribute my mite. It is impossible to talk or to write without apparently throwing one's self helplessly open. The invulnerable knight wears his visor down. Still it is pleasant to chat, for it passes the time ere we go to our beds, and speech is farther incited, when, like strolling improvisatores of Italy, we are paid for our breath; and we are only too thankful when the gapes of the audience dismiss us, with the few ducats we earn. Chapter II. It may have been already inferred that the pecuniary plans of Pierre, touching his independent means of support in the city, were based upon his presumed literary capabilities. For what else could he do? He knew no profession, no trade. Glad now, perhaps, might he have been, if fate had made him a blacksmith, and not a gentleman, a Glendinning, and a genius. But here he would have been unpardonably rash, had he not already, in some degree, actually tested the fact, in his own personal experience, that it is not altogether impossible for a magazine contributor to juvenile American literature to receive a few pence in exchange for his ditties. Such cases stand upon imperishable record, and it were both folly and ingratitude to disown them. But since the fine social position and noble patrimony of Pierre had thus far rendered it altogether unnecessary for him to earn the least farthing of his own in the world, whether by hand or by brain, it may seem desirable to explain a little here as we go. We shall do so, but always including the preamble. Sometimes every possible maxim or thought seems an old one; yet it is among the elder of the things in that unaugmentable stock, that never mind what one's situation may be, however prosperous and happy, he will still be impatient of it; he will still reach out of himself, and beyond every present condition. So, while many a poor beinked galley slave, toiling with the heavy oar of a quill, to gain something wherewithal to stave off the cravings of nature, and in his hours of morbid self reproach, regarding his paltry wages, at all events, as an unavoidable disgrace to him; while this galley slave of letters would have leaped with delight, reckless of the feeble seams of his pantaloons, at the most distant prospect of inheriting the broad farms of Saddle Meadows, lord of an all sufficing income, and forever exempt from wearing on his hands those treacherous plague spots of indigence, videlicet blots from the inkstand; Pierre himself, the undoubted and actual possessor of the things only longingly and hopelessly imagined by the other, the then top of Pierre's worldly ambition was the being able to boast that he had written such matters as publishers would pay something for in the way of a mere business transaction, which they thought would prove profitable. Yet altogether weak and silly as this may seem in Pierre, let us preambilically examine a little further, and see if it be so indeed. Pierre was proud; and a proud man, proud with the sort of pride now meant, ever holds but lightly those things, however beneficent, which he did not for himself procure. Were such pride carried out to its legitimate end, the man would eat no bread, the seeds whereof he had not himself put into the soil.
not entirely without humiliation, that even that seed must be borrowed from some previous planter. A proud man likes to feel himself in himself, and not by reflection in others. He likes to be not only his own Alpha and Omega, but to be distinctly all the intermediate gradations, and then to slope off on his own spine either way into the endless impalpable ether. What a glory it was then to Pierre when first in his two gentlemanly hands he jingled the wages of labor. Talk of drums and the fife, the echo of coin of one's own earning, is more inspiring than all the trumpets of Sparta. How disdainfully now he eyed the sumptuousness of his hereditary halls, the hangings and the pictures, and the bragging historic armorials, and the banners of the Glendinning renown, confident that if need should come, he would not be forced to turn resurrectionist, and dig up his grandfather's Indian chief grave for the ancestral sword and shield, ignominiously to pawn them for a living. He could live on himself. Oh, twice blessed now in the feeling of practical capacity was Pierre. The mechanic, the day laborer, has but one way to live. His body must provide for his body. But not only could Pierre in some sort do that, he could do the other, and letting his body stay lazily at home, send off his soul to labor, and his soul would come faithfully back and pay his body her wages. So some unprofessional gentlemen of the aristocratic South, who happen to own slaves, give those slaves liberty to go and seek work, and every night return with their wages, which constitute those idle gentlemen's income. Both ambidexter and quadruple armed is that man who in a day laborer's body possesses a day laboring soul. Yet let not such an one be overconfident. Our God is a jealous God. He wills not that any man should permanently possess the least shadow of his own self-sufficient attributes. Yoke the body to the soul, and put both to the plow, and the one or the other must in the end assuredly drop in the furrow. Keep then thy body effeminate for labor, and thy soul laboriously robust; or else thy soul effeminate for labor, and thy body laboriously robust. Elect; the two will not lastingly abide in one yoke. Thus over the most vigorous and soaring conceits doth the cloud of truth come stealing. Thus doth the shot, even of a 62-pounder pointed upward, light at last on the earth. For strive we how we may, we cannot overshoot the earth's orbit to receive the attractions of other planets. Earth's law of gravitation extends far beyond her own atmosphere. In the operative opinion of this world, he who is already fully provided with what is necessary for him, that man shall have more; while he who is deplorably destitute of the same, he shall have taken away from him even that which he hath. Yet the world vows it is a very plain, downright, matter of fact, plodding, humane sort of world. It is governed only by the simplest principles, and scorns all ambiguities, all transcendentals, and all manner of juggling. Now some imaginatively heterodoxical men are often surprisingly twitted upon their wilful inverting of all common sense notions, their absurd and all displacing transcendentals, which say 3 is 4, and 2 and 2 make 10. But if the eminent Jugglarius himself ever advocated in mere words a doctrine 1,000th part so ridiculous and subversive of all practical sense, as that doctrine which the world actually and eternally practices, of giving unto him who already hath more than enough, still more of the superfluous article, and taking away from him who hath nothing at all, even that which he hath, then is the truest book in the world a lie. Wherefore we see that the so-called transcendentalists are not the only people who deal in transcendentals. On the contrary, we seem to see that the utilitarians, the everyday world's people themselves, far transcend those inferior transcendentalists by their own incomprehensible worldly maxims. And what is vastly more, with the one party Their transcendentals are but theoretic and inactive, and therefore harmless, whereas with the other they are actually clothed in living deeds. The highly grovelling doctrine and practice of the world above cited had, in some small degree, been manifested in the case of Pierre. He prospectively possessed the fee of several hundred farms, scattered over part of 2 adjoining counties. And now the proprietor of that popular periodical, the Gazelle magazine, sent him several additional dollars for his sonnets. That proprietor, though in sooth he never read the sonnets, but referred them to his professional adviser, and was so ignorant that for a long time, previous to the periodical's actually being started, he insisted upon spelling the Gazelle with a G for the Z, as thus, Gagelle, maintaining that in the Gazelle connection the Z was a mere impostor, and that the G was soft, for he was a judge of softness, and could speak from experience. That proprietor was undoubtedly a transcendentalist, for did he not act upon the transcendental doctrine previously set forth? Now the dollars derived from his ditties, these Pierre had always invested in cigars, so that the puffs which indirectly brought him his dollars were again returned, but as perfumed puffs, perfumed with the sweet leaf of Havana. So that this highly celebrated and world renowned Pierre, the great author, whose likeness the world had never seen, for had he not repeatedly refused the world his likeness, this famous poet and philosopher, author of The Tropical Summer, a sonnet against whose very life several desperadoes were darkly plotting, for had not the biographers sworn they would have it, this towering celebrity, there he would sit smoking and smoking, mild and self-festooned as a vapory mountain. It was very involuntarily and satisfactorily reciprocal. His cigars were lighted in 2 ways, lighted by the sale of his sonnets, and lighted by the printed sonnets themselves. For even at that early time in his authorial life, Pierre, however vain of his fame, was not at all proud of his paper. Not only did he make allumettes of his sonnets when published, but was very careless about his discarded manuscripts. They were to be found lying all round the house, gave a great deal of trouble to the housemaids in sweeping, went for kindlings to the fires, and were forever flitting out of the windows, and under the door sills, into the faces of people passing the manorial mansion. In this reckless, indifferent way of his, Pierre himself was a sort of publisher. It is true, his more familiar admirers often earnestly remonstrated with him against this irreverence to the primitive vestments of his immortal productions, saying that whatever had once felt the nib of his mighty pen was thenceforth sacred as the lips which had but once saluted the great toe of the Pope. But hardened as he was to these friendly censurings, Pierre never forbade that ardent appreciation of the tear, who, finding a small fragment of the original manuscript containing a dot (tear) over an I, esteemed the significant event providential, and begged the distinguished favor of being permitted to have it for a brooch, and ousted a cameo head of Homer to replace it with the more invaluable gem. He became inconsolable when, being caught in a rain, the dot (tear) disappeared from over the I, so that the strangeness and wonderfulness of the sonnet was still conspicuous, in that though the least fragment of it would weep in a drought, yet did it become all tearless in a shower. But this indifferent and supercilious amateur, deaf to the admiration of the world, the enigmatically merry and renowned author of the tear, the pride of the Gazelle magazine, on whose flaunting cover his name figured at the head of all contributors, no small men either, for their lives had all been fraternally written by each other, and they had clubbed, and had their likenesses all taken by the aggregate job, and published on paper, all bought at one shop. This high prestige Pierre, whose future popularity and voluminousness had become so startlingly announced by what he had already written, that certain speculators came to the Meadows to survey its water power, if any, with a view to start a paper mill expressly for the great author,
and so monopolize his stationary dealings. This vast being, spoken of with awe by all merely youthful aspirants for fame, this age neutralizing Pierre, before whom an old gentleman of 65, formerly librarian to Congress, on being introduced to him at the magazine publisher's, devoutly took off his hat, and kept it so, and remained standing, though Pierre was socially seated with his hat on. This wonderful, disdainful genius, but only life amateur as yet, is now soon to appear in a far different guise. He shall now learn, and very bitterly learn, that though the world worship mediocrity and commonplace, yet hath it fire and sword for all cotemporary grandeur; that though it swears that it fiercely assails all hypocrisy, yet hath it not always an ear for earnestness. And though this state of things, united with the ever multiplying freshets of new books, seems inevitably to point to a coming time when the mass of humanity, reduced to one level of dotage, authors shall be scarce as alchemists are to day, and the printing press be reckoned a small invention; yet even now, in the foretaste of this, let us hug ourselves, O my Aurelian, that though the age of authors be passing, the hours of earnestness shall remain. End of Book 18.
Book 19 of Pierre, or the Ambiguities, by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Church of the Apostles, Chapter 1. In the lower, old-fashioned part of the city, in a narrow street, almost a lane, once filled with demure-looking dwellings, but now chiefly with immense lofty warehouses of foreign importers, and not far from the corner where the lane intersected with a very considerable but contracted thoroughfare for merchants and their clerks, and their carmen and porters, stood at this period a rather singular and ancient edifice, a relic of the more primitive time. The material was a gray stone, rudely cut and masoned into walls of surprising thickness and strength, along two of which walls, the side ones, were distributed as many rows of arched and stately windows. A capacious, square, and wholly unornamented tower rose in front to twice the height of the body of the church. Three sides of this tower were pierced with small and narrow apertures. Thus far, in its external aspect, the building, now more than a century old, sufficiently attested for what purpose it had originally been founded. In its rear was a large and lofty plain brick structure, with its front to the rearward street; but its back presented to the back of the church, leaving a small, flagged, and quadrangular vacancy between. At the sides of this quadrangle, 3 stories of homely brick colonnades afforded covered communication between the ancient church and its less elderly adjunct. A dismantled, rusted, and forlorn old railing of iron fencing in a small courtyard in front of the rearward building seemed to hint that the latter had usurped an unoccupied space formerly sacred as the old church's burial enclosure. Such a fancy would have been entirely true, built when that part of the city was devoted to private residences, and not to warehouses and offices as now. The old Church of the Apostles had had its days of sanctification and grace, but the tide of change and progress had rolled clean through its broad aisle and side aisles, and swept by far the greater part of its congregation 2 or 3 miles up town. Some stubborn and elderly old merchants and accountants lingered awhile among its dusty pews, listening to the exhortations of a faithful old pastor, who, sticking to his post in this flight of his congregation, still propped his half-palsied form in the worm-eaten pulpit, and occasionally pounded, though now with less vigorous hand, the moth-eaten covering of its desk. But it came to pass that this good old clergyman died, and when the gray-headed and bald-headed remaining merchants and accountants followed his coffin out of the broad aisle to see it reverently interred, then that was the last time that ever the old edifice witnessed the departure of a regular worshipping assembly from its walls. The venerable merchants and accountants held a meeting, at which it was finally decided that, hard and unwelcome as the necessity might be, yet it was now no use to disguise the fact that the building could no longer be efficiently devoted to its primitive purpose. It must be divided into stores, cut into offices, and given for a roost to the gregarious lawyers. This intention was executed even to the making offices high up in the tower, and so well did the thing succeed that ultimately the churchyard was invaded for a supplemental edifice, likewise to be promiscuously rented to the legal crowd. But this new building very much exceeded the body of the church in height. It was some 7 stories, a fearful pile of Titanic bricks, lifting its tiled roof almost to a level with the top of the sacred tower. In this ambitious erection the proprietors went a few steps, or rather a few stories too far, for as people would seldom willingly fall into legal altercations unless the lawyers were always very handy to help them, so it is ever an object with lawyers to have their offices as convenient as feasible to the street, on the ground floor if possible, without a single acclivity of a step, but at any rate not in the 7th story of any house, where their clients might be deterred from employing them at all, if they were compelled to mount 7 long flights of stairs, one over the other, with very brief landings, in order even to pay their preliminary retaining fees. So, from some time after its throwing open, the upper stories of the less ancient attached edifice remained almost wholly without occupants, and by the forlorn echoes of their vacuities, right over the head of the business thriving legal gentlemen below, must, to some few of them at least, have suggested unwelcome similitudes, having reference to the crowded state of their basement pockets, as compared with the melancholy condition of their attics. Alas, full purses and empty heads! This dreary posture of affairs, however, was at last much altered for the better by the gradual filling up of the vacant chambers on high, by scores of those miscellaneous bread and cheese adventurers, and ambiguously professional nondescripts, in very genteel but shabby black, and unaccountable foreign-looking fellows, in blue spectacles, who previously issuing from unknown parts of the world, like storks in Holland, light on the eaves and in the attics of lofty old buildings in most large seaport towns. Here they sit and talk like magpies, or descending in quest of improbable dinners, are to be seen drawn up along the curb in front of the eating houses, like lean rows of broken-hearted pelicans on a beach, their pockets loose, hanging down and flabby, like the pelicans' pouches when fish are hard to be caught. But these poor penniless devils still strive to make ample amends for their physical forlornness, by resolutely revelling in the region of blissful ideals. They are mostly artists of various sorts, painters or sculptors, or indigent students or teachers of languages, or poets, or fugitive French politicians, or German philosophers. Their mental tendencies, however heterodox at times, are still very fine and spiritual upon the whole, since the vacuity of their exchequers leads them to reject the coarse materialism of Hobbes, and incline to the airy exaltations of the Berkeleian philosophy. Often groping in vain in their pockets, they cannot but give in to the Descartian vortices, while the abundance of leisure in their attics, physical and figurative, unite with the leisure in their stomachs, to fit them in an eminent degree for that undivided attention indispensable to the proper digesting of the sublimated categories of Kant, especially as Kant is the one great palpable fact in their pervadingly impalpable lives. These are the glorious paupers, from whom I learn the profoundest mysteries of things, since their very existence in the midst of such a terrible precariousness of the commonest means of support affords a problem on which many speculative nutcrackers have been vainly employed. Yet let me here offer up 3 locks of my hair to the memory of all such glorious paupers who have lived and died in this world. Surely and truly I honor them, noble men, often at bottom, and for that very reason I make bold to be gamesome about them. For where fundamental nobleness is, and fundamental honor is due, merriment is never accounted irreverent. The fools and pretenders of humanity, and the impostors and baboons among the gods, these only are offended with raillery, since both those gods and men whose titles to eminence are secure seldom worry themselves about the seditious gossip of old apple women and the skylarkings of funny little boys in the street. When the substance is gone, men cling to the shadow. Places once set apart to lofty purposes still retain the name of that loftiness, even when converted to the meanest uses. It would seem as if forced by imperative fate to renounce the reality of the romantic and lofty, the people of the present would fain make a compromise by retaining some purely imaginative remainder. The curious effects of this tendency is oftenest evinced in those venerable countries of the old transatlantic world, where, still over the Thames, one bridge yet retains the monastic tide of Blackfriars, though not a single Blackfriar, but many a pickpocket has stood on that bank, since a good ways beyond the days of Queen Bess; where still innumerable other historic anomalies sweetly and sadly remind the present man of the wonderful procession that preceded him in his new generation. Nor, though the comparative recentness of our own foundation upon these Columbian shores excludes any considerable participation in these attractive anomalies, yet are we not altogether, in our more elderly towns, wholly without some touch of them, here and there. It was thus with the ancient Church of the Apostles, better known, even in its primitive day, under the abbreviative of the Apostles, which, though now converted from its original purpose to one so widely contrasting, yet still retained its majestical name. The lawyer or artist tenanting its chambers, whether in the new building or the old, when asked where he was to be found, invariably replied, "At the Apostles'." But because now, at last, in the course of the inevitable transplantations of the more notable localities of the various professions, in a thriving and amplifying town, the venerable spot offered not such inducements as before to the legal gentleman; and as the strange nondescript adventurers, and artists, and indigent philosophers of all sorts, crowded in as fast as the others left, therefore, in reference to the metaphysical strangeness of these curious inhabitants, and owing in some sort to the circumstance that several of them were well known teleological theorists, and social reformers, and political propagandists of all manner of heterodoxical tenets. Therefore, I say, and partly, peradventure, from some slight waggishness in the public, the immemorial popular name of the ancient church itself was participatingly transferred to the dwellers therein. So it came to pass that in the general fashion of the day, he who had chambers in the old church was familiarly styled an apostle. But as every effect is but the cause of another and a subsequent one, so it now happened that finding themselves thus clannishly, and not altogether infelicitously entitled, the occupants of the venerable church began to come together out of their various dens, in more social communion, attracted toward each other by a title common to all. By and by from this they went further, and insensibly at last became organized in a peculiar society, which, though exceedingly inconspicuous and hardly perceptible in its public demonstrations, was still secretly suspected to have some mysterious ulterior object, vaguely connected with the absolute overturning of church and state, and the hasty and premature advance of some unknown great political and religious millennium. Still, though some zealous conservatives and devotees of morals several times left warning at the police office to keep a wary eye on the old church, and though indeed sometimes an officer would look up inquiringly at the suspicious narrow window slits in the lofty tower, yet, to say the truth, was the place to all appearance a very quiet and decorous one, and its occupants a company of harmless people, whose greatest reproach was efflorescent coats and crack-crowned hats, all potting in the sun. Though in the middle of the day many bales and boxes would be trundled along the stores in front of the Apostles', and along its critically narrow sidewalk, the merchants would now and then hurry to meet their checks ere the bank should close. Yet the street being mostly devoted to mere warehousing purposes, and not used as a general thoroughfare, it was at all times a rather secluded and silent place. But from an hour or two before sundown to 10 or 11 o'clock the next morning, it was remarkably silent and depopulated, except by the Apostles themselves, while every Sunday it presented an aspect of surprising and startling quiescence, showing nothing but one long vista of 6 or 7 stories of inexorable iron shutters on both sides of the way. It was pretty much the same with the other street, which, as before said, intersected with the warehousing lane, not very far from the Apostles'. For though that street was indeed a different one from the latter, being full of cheap refectories for clerks, foreign restaurants, and other places of commercial resort, yet the only hum in it was restricted to business hours. By night it was deserted of every occupant but the lamp posts, and on Sunday to walk through it was like walking through an avenue of sphinxes. Such then was the present condition of the ancient Church of the Apostles, buzzing with a few lingering, equivocal lawyers in the basement, and populous with all sorts of poets, painters, paupers, and philosophers above. A mysterious professor of the flute was perched in one of the upper stories of the tower, and often of silent moonlight nights his lofty melodious notes would be warbled forth over the roofs of the 10,000 warehouses around him. As of yore the bell had pealed over the domestic gables of a long departed generation. Chapter II. On the third night following the arrival of the party in the city, Pierre sat at twilight by a lofty window in the rear building of the Apostles'. The chamber was meager even to meanness. No carpet on the floor, no picture on the wall, nothing but a low, long, and very curious looking single bedstead, that might possibly serve for an indigent bachelor's pallet, a large blue chintz-covered chest, a rickety, rheumatic, and most ancient mahogany chair, and a wide board of the toughest live oak, about 6 feet long, laid upon 2 upright empty flour barrels, and loaded with a large bottle of ink, an unfastened bundle of quills, a penknife, a folder, and a still unbound ream of foolscap paper, significantly stamped "Ruled blue." There, on the third night, at twilight, sat Pierre by that lofty window of a beggarly room in the rear building of the Apostles'. He was entirely idle, apparently. There was nothing in his hands, but there might have been something on his heart. Now and then he fixedly gazes at the curious looking, rusty old bedstead. It seemed powerfully symbolical to him. And most symbolical it was; for it was the ancient, dismemberable, and portable camp bedstead of his grandfather, the defiant defender of the fort, the valiant captain in many an unsuccumbing campaign. On that very camp bedstead there, beneath his tent on the field, the glorious old mild eyed and warrior hearted general had slept, and but waked to buckle his night making sword by his side. For it was noble knighthood to be slain by Grand Pierre. In the other world his foes' ghosts bragged of the hand that had given them their passports. But has that hard bed of war descended for an inheritance to the soft body of peace? In the peaceful time of full barns, and when the noise of the peaceful flail is abroad, and the hum of peaceful commerce resounds, is the grandson of two generals a warrior too? Oh, not for naught, in the time of this seeming peace, are warrior grandsires given to Pierre. For Pierre is a warrior too, life his campaign, and three fierce allies, woe, and scorn, and want, his foes. The wide world is banded against him, for lo you, he holds up the standard of right, and swears by the eternal and true. But ah, Pierre, Pierre, when thou goest to that bed, how humbling the thought, that thy most extended length measures not the proud 6 feet 4 of thy grand John of Gaunt's sire. The stature of the warrior is cut down to the dwindled glory of the fight. For more glorious, in real tented field, to strike down your valiant foe, than in the conflicts of a noble soul, with a dastardly world, to chase a vile enemy, who ne'er will show front. There, then, on the third night, at twilight, by the lofty window of that beggarly room, sat Pierre in the rear building of the Apostles'. He is gazing out from the window now; but except the donjon form of the old gray tower, seemingly there is nothing to see but a wilderness of tiles, slate, shingles, and tin; the desolate hanging wildernesses of tiles, slate, shingles, and tin, wherewith we modern Babylonians replace the fair hanging gardens of the fine old Asiatic times, when the excellent Nebuchadnezzar was king. There he sits, a strange exotic, transplanted from the delectable alcoves of the old manorial mansion, to take root in this niggard soil. No more do the sweet purple airs of the hills round about, the green fields of Saddle Meadows, come revivingly wafted to his cheek. Like a flower he feels the change; his bloom is gone from his cheek is wilted and pale. From the lofty window of that beggarly room, what is it that Pierre is so intently eyeing? There is no street at his feet. Like a profound black gulf, the open area of the quadrangle gapes beneath him. But across it, and at the further end of the steep roof of the ancient church, there looms the gray and grand old tower, emblem to Pierre of an unshakable fortitude, which, deep rooted in the heart of the earth, defied all the howls of the air. There is a door in Pierre's room, opposite the window of Pierre; and now a soft knock is heard in that direction, accompanied by gentle words, asking whether the speaker might enter. "Yes, always, sweet Isabel," answered Pierre, rising and approaching the door. "Here, let us drag out the old camp bed for a sofa. Come, sit down, my sister, and let us fancy ourselves anywhere thou wilt." "Then, my brother, let us fancy ourselves in realms of everlasting twilight and peace, where no bright sun shall rise, because the black night is always its follower. Twilight and peace, my brother, twilight and peace." "It is twilight now, my sister, and surely this part of the city at least seems still." "Twilight now, but night soon; then a brief sun, and then another long night. Peace now, but sleep and nothingness soon; and then hard work for thee, my brother, till the sweet twilight come again." "Let us light a candle, my sister, the evening is deepening." "For what light a candle, dear Pierre? Sit close to me, my brother." He moved nearer to her and stole one arm around her. Her sweet head leaned against his breast. Each felt the other's throbbing. "Oh, my dear Pierre, why should we always be longing for peace, and then be impatient of peace when it comes? Tell me, my brother, not 2 hours ago thou wert wishing for twilight, and now thou wantest a candle to hurry the twilight's last lingering away." But Pierre did not seem to hear her. His arm embraced her tighter. His whole frame was invisibly trembling. Then suddenly, in a low tone of wonderful intensity, he breathed, "Isabel, Isabel!" She caught one arm around him, as his was around herself. The tremor ran from him to her. Both sat dumb. He rose and paced the room. "Well, Pierre, thou camest in here to arrange thy matters, thou saidst. Now what hast thou done? Come, we will light a candle now." The candle was lighted, and their talk went on. "How about the papers, my brother? Dost thou find everything right? Hast thou decided upon what to publish first, while thou art writing the new thing thou didst hint of? Look at that chest, my sister. Seest thou not that the cords are yet untied? Then thou hast not been into it at all as yet?" "Not at all, Isabel. In 10 days I have lived 10,000 years. Forewarned now of the rubbish in that chest, I can not summon the heart to open it. Trash, dross, dirt." "Pierre, Pierre, what change is this? Didst thou not tell me ere we came hither that thy chest not only contained some silver and gold, but likewise far more precious things, readily convertible into silver and gold? Ah, Pierre, thou didst swear we had naught to fear." "If I have ever willingly deceived thee, Isabel, may the high gods prove Benedict Arnolds to me, and go over to the devils to reinforce them against me. But to have ignorantly deceived myself and thee together, Isabel, that is a very different thing. Oh, what a vile juggler and cheat is man! Isabel, in that chest are things which in the hour of composition I thought the very heavens looked in from the windows in astonishment at their beauty and power. Then afterward, when days cooled me down, and again I took them up and scanned them, some underlying suspicions intruded. But when in the open air I recalled the fresh, unwritten images of the bunglingly written things, then I felt buoyant and triumphant again, as if by that act of ideal recalling I had forsooth transferred the perfect ideal to the miserable written attempt at embodying it. This mood remained; so that afterward, how I talked to thee about the wonderful things I had done, the gold and the silver mine I had long before sprung for thee and for me, who never were to come to want in body or mind. Yet all this time there was the latent suspicion of folly; but I would not admit it. I shut my soul's door in its face. Yet now the 10,000 universal revealings brand me on the forehead with fool; and like protested notes at the banker's, all those written things of mine are jaggingly cut through and through with the protesting hammer of truth. Oh, I am sick, sick, sick! Let the arms that never were filled but by thee, lure thee back again, Pierre, to the peace of the twilight, even though it be of the dimmest." She blew out the light, and made Pierre sit down by her, and their hands were placed in each other's. "Say, are not thy torments now gone, my brother?" "But replaced by oh God, Isabel, unhand me!" cried Pierre, starting up. "Ye heavens, that have hidden yourselves in the black hood of the night, I call to ye, if to follow virtue to her uttermost vista, where common souls never go; if by that I take hold on hell, and the uttermost virtue, after all, prove but a betraying pander to the monstrousest vice; then close in and crush me, ye stony walls, and into one gulf let all things tumble together." "My brother, this is some incomprehensible raving," pealed Isabel, throwing both arms around him. "My brother, my brother!" "Hark thee to thy furthest inland soul!" thrilled Pierre, in a steeled and quivering voice. "Call me brother no more. How knowest thou I am thy brother? Did thy mother tell thee? Did my father say so to me? I am Pierre, and thou Isabel, wide brother and sister in the common humanity, no more. For the rest, let the gods look after their own combustibles. If they have put powder casks in me, let them look to it, let them look to it. Ah, now I catch glimpses, and seem to half see, somehow, that the uttermost ideal of moral perfection in man is wide of the mark. The demigods trample on trash, and virtue and vice are trash. Isabel, I will write such things. I will gospelize the world anew, and show them deeper secrets than the Apocalypse. I will write it. I will write it. Pierre, I am a poor girl, born in the midst of a mystery, bred in mystery, and still surviving to mystery. So mysterious myself, the air and the earth are unutterable to me. No word have I to express them. But these are the circumambient mysteries. Thy words, thy thoughts, open other wonder worlds to me, whither by myself I might fear to go. But trust to me, Pierre, with thee, I would boldly swim a starless sea, and be buoy to thee there, when thou, the strong swimmer, shouldst faint. Thou, Pierre, speakest of virtue and vice. Life secluded Isabel knows neither the one nor the other, but by hearsay. What are they in their real selves, Pierre? Tell me first, what is virtue? Begin. If on that point the gods are dumb, shall a pygmy speak? Ask the air. Then virtue is nothing. Not that. Then vice? Look, a nothing is the substance. It casts one shadow one way, and another the other way, and these two shadows cast from one nothing. These, seems to me, are virtue and vice. Then why torment thyself so, dearest Pierre? It is the law. What? That a nothing should torment a nothing, for I am a nothing. It is all a dream. We dream that we dreamed we dream. Pierre, when thou just hovered on the verge, thou wert a riddle to me. But now that thou art deep down in the gulf of the soul, now when thou wouldst be lunatic to wise men perhaps, now doth poor ignorant Isabel begin to comprehend thee. Thy feeling hath long been mine, Pierre. Long loneliness and anguish have opened miracles to me. Yes, it is all a dream. Swiftly he caught her in his arms. From nothing proceeds nothing, Isabel. How can one sin in a dream? First, what is sin, Pierre? Another name for the other name, Isabel. For virtue, Pierre? No, for vice. Let us sit down again, my brother. I am Pierre. Let us sit down again, Pierre. Sit close, thy arm. And so, on the third night, when the twilight was gone, and no lamp was lit, within the lofty window of that beggarly room, sat Pierre and Isabel hushed. End of Book 19. Book 20 of Pierre, or the Ambiguities, by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Charlie Millthorpe. Chapter 1. Pierre had been induced to take chambers at the Apostles' by one of the Apostles themselves, an old acquaintance of his, and a native of Saddle Meadows. Millthorpe was the son of a very respectable farmer, now dead, of more than common intelligence, and whose bowed shoulders and homely garb had still been surmounted by a head fit for a Greek philosopher, and features so fine and regular that they would have well graced an opulent gentleman. The political and social levelings and confoundings of all manner of human elements in America produce many striking individual anomalies unknown in other lands. Pierre well remembered old Farmer Millthorpe, the handsome, melancholy, calm-tempered, mute old man, in whose countenance, refinedly ennobled by nature, and yet coarsely tanned and attenuated by many a prolonged day's work in the harvest, rusticity and classicalness were strangely united. The delicate profile of his face bespoke the loftiest aristocracy. His knobbed and bony hands resembled a beggar's. Though for several generations the Millthorpes had lived on the Glendinning lands, they loosely and unostentatiously traced their origin to an emigrating English knight who had crossed the sea in the time of the elder Charles. But that indigence which had prompted the knight to forsake his courtly country for the howling wilderness was the only remaining hereditament left to his bedwindled descendants in the fourth and fifth remove. At the time that Pierre first recollected this interesting man, he had, a year or two previous, abandoned an ample farm on account of absolute inability to meet the manorial rent, and was become the occupant of a very poor and contracted little place, on which was a small and half ruinous house. There he then harbored with his wife, a very gentle and retiring person, his three little daughters, and his only son, a lad of Pierre's own age. The hereditary beauty and youthful bloom of this boy, his sweetness of temper, and something of natural refinement, as contrasted with the unrelieved rudeness and oftentimes sordidness of his neighbors, these things had early attracted the sympathetic, spontaneous friendliness of Pierre. They were often wont to take their boyish rambles together, and even the severely critical Mrs. Glendinning, always fastidiously cautious as to the companions of Pierre, had never objected to his intimacy with so prepossessing and handsome a rustic as Charles. Boys are often very swiftly acute in forming a judgment on character. The lads had not long companioned ere Pierre concluded that, however fine his face and sweet his temper, young Millthorpe was but little vigorous in mind; besides possessing a certain constitutional sophomorean presumption and egotism, which, however, having nothing to feed on but his father's meal and potatoes, and his own essentially timid and humane disposition, merely presented an amusing and harmless, though incurable, anomalous feature in his character, not at all impairing the good will and companionableness of Pierre. For even in his boyhood Pierre possessed a sterling charity, which could cheerfully overlook all minor blemishes in his inferiors, whether in fortune or mind; content and glad to embrace the good whenever presented, or with whatever conjoined. So in youth do we unconsciously act upon those peculiar principles, which in conscious and verbalized maxims shall systematically regulate our maturer lives; a fact which forcibly illustrates the necessitarian dependence of our lives, and their subordination, not to ourselves, but to fate. If the grown man of taste possess not only some eye to detect the picturesque in the natural landscape, so also has he as keen a perception of what may not unfitly be here styled the povertiresque in the social landscape. To such an one, not more picturesquely conspicuous is the dismantled thatch in a painted cottage of Gainsborough, than the time tangled and want thinned locks of a beggar, povertiresquely diversifying those snug little cabinet pictures of the world, which, exquisitely varnished and framed, are hung up in the drawing room minds of humane men of taste, and amiable philosophers of either the compensation or optimist school. They deny that any misery is in the world, except for the purpose of throwing the fine povertiresque element into its general picture. Go to. God hath deposited cash in the bank, subject to our gentlemanly order. He hath bounteously blessed the world with a summer carpet of green. Begone, Heraclitus, the lamentations of the rain are but to make us our rainbows. Not that in equivocal reference to the povertiresque old farmer Millthorpe, Pierre is here intended to be hinted at. Still, man can not wholly escape his surroundings. Unconsciously, Mrs. Glendinning had always been one of these curious optimists; and in his boyish life Pierre had not wholly escaped the maternal contagion. Yet often, in calling at the old farmer's for Charles of some early winter mornings, and meeting the painfully embarrassed, thin, feeble features of Mrs. Millthorpe, and the sadly inquisitive and hopelessly half envious glances of the three little girls, and standing on the threshold, Pierre would catch low, aged, life weary groans from a recess out of sight from the door. Then would Pierre have some boyish inklings of something else than the pure povertiresque in poverty; some inklings of what it might be to be old, and poor, and worn, and rheumatic, with shivering death drawing nigh, and present life itself but a dull and a chill; some inklings of what it might be for him who in youth had vivaciously leaped from his bed, impatient to meet the earliest sun, and lose no sweet drop of his life, now hating the beams he once so dearly loved, turning round in his bed to the wall to avoid them, and still postponing the foot which should bring him back to the dismal day when the sun is not gold but copper, and the sky is not blue but grey, and the blood, like Rhenish wine, too long unquaffed by death, grows thin and sour in the veins. Pierre had not forgotten that the augmented penury of the Millthorpes was, at the time we now retrospectively treat of, gravely imputed by the gossiping frequenters of the Black Swan Inn to certain insinuated moral derelictions of the farmer. The old man tipped his elbow too often, once said in Pierre's hearing an old bottle necked fellow, performing the identical same act with a half emptied glass in his hand. But though the form of old Millthorpe was broken, his countenance, however sad and thin, betrayed no slightest sign of the sot, either past or present. He never was publicly known to frequent the inn, and seldom quitted the few acres he cultivated with his son. And though, alas, indigent enough, yet was he most punctually honest in paying his little debts of shillings and pence for his groceries. And though Heaven knows he had plenty of occasion for all the money he could possibly earn, yet Pierre remembered that when one autumn a hog was bought of him for the servants' hall at the mansion, the old man never called for his money till the midwinter following. And then, as with trembling fingers he eagerly clutched the silver, he unsteadily said, "I have no use for it now. It might just as well have stood over." It was then that, chancing to overhear this, Mrs. Glendinning had looked at the old man with a kindly and benignantly interested eye to the povertiresque, and murmured, "Ah, the old English knight is not yet out of his blood. Bravo, old man!" One day, in Pierre's sight, 9 silent figures emerged from the door of old Millthorpe. A coffin was put into a neighbor's farm wagon, and a procession, some 30 feet long, including the elongated pole and box of the wagon, wound along Saddle Meadows to a hill, where at last old Millthorpe was laid down in a bed, where the rising sun should affront him no more. Oh, softest and daintiest of Holland linen is the motherly earth! There, beneath the sublime tester of the infinite sky, like emperors and kings, sleep in grand state the beggars and paupers of earth. I joy that death is this democrat, and hopeless of all other real and permanent democracies, still hug the thought, that though in life some heads are crowned with gold, and some bound round with thorns, yet chisel them how they will, headstones are all alike. This somewhat particular account of the father of young Millthorpe will better set forth the less immature condition and character of the son, on whom had now descended the maintenance of his mother and sisters. But though the son of a farmer, Charles was peculiarly averse to hard labor. It was not impossible that by resolute hard labor he might eventually have succeeded in placing his family in a far more comfortable situation than he had ever remembered them. But it was not so fated. The benevolent state had in its great wisdom decreed otherwise. In the village of Saddle Meadows there was an institution, half common school and half academy, but mainly supported by a general ordinance and financial provision of the government. Here, not only were the rudiments of an English education taught, but likewise some touch of belles lettres and composition, and that great American bulwark and bore, elocution. On the high raised stage platform of the Saddle Meadows Academy, the sons of the most indigent day laborers were wont to drawl out the fiery revolutionary rhetoric of Patrick Henry, or gesticulate impetuously through the soft cadences of Drake's Culprit Fay. What wonder then that of Saturdays, when there was no elocution or poesy, these boys should grow melancholy and disdainful over the heavy plodding handles of dun forks and hoes? At the age of 15, the ambition of Charles Millthorpe was to be either an orator or a poet; at any rate, a great genius of one sort or other. He recalled the ancestral knight, and indignantly spurned the plough, detecting in him the first germ of this inclination, old Millthorpe had very seriously reasoned with his son, warning him against the evils of his vagrant ambition. Ambition of that sort was either for undoubted genius, rich boys, or poor boys, standing entirely alone in the world, with no one relying upon them. Charles had better consider the case. His father was old and infirm. He could not last very long. He had nothing to leave behind him but his plough and his hoe. His mother was sickly, his sisters pale and delicate, and finally, life was a fact, and the winters in that part of the country exceedingly bitter and long. 7 months out of the 12 the pastures bore nothing, and all cattle must be fed in the barns. But Charles was a boy. Advice often seems the most wantonly wasted of all human breath. Man will not take wisdom on trust. Maybe it is well, for such wisdom is worthless. We must find the true gem for ourselves, and so we go groping and groping for many and many a day. Yet was Charles Millthorpe as affectionate and dutiful a boy as ever boasted of his brain, and knew not that he possessed a far more excellent and angelical thing in the possession of a generous heart. His father died. To his family he resolved to be a second father and a careful provider now, but not by hard toil of his hand, but by gentler practices of his mind. Already he had read many books, history, poetry, romance, essays, and all. The manorial bookshelves had often been honored by his visits, and Pierre had kindly been his librarian. Not to lengthen the tale, at the age of 17, Charles sold the horse, the cow, the pig, the plough, the hoe, and almost every movable thing on the premises, and converting all into cash, departed with his mother and sisters for the city, chiefly basing his expectations of success on some vague representations of an apothecary relative there resident. How he and his mother and sisters battled it out, how they pined and half starved for a while, how they took in sewing, and Charles took in copying, and all but scantily sufficed for a livelihood, all this may be easily imagined. But some mysterious latent goodwill of fate toward him had not only thus far kept Charles from the poor house, but had really advanced his fortunes in a degree. At any rate, that certain harmless presumption and innocent egotism which have been previously adverted to as sharing in his general character, these had by no means retarded him, for it is often to be observed of the shallower men that they are the very last to despond. It is the glory of the bladder that nothing can sink it. It is the reproach of a box of treasure that once overboard it must down. Chapter II. When arrived in the city, and discovering the heartless neglect of Glen, Pierre, looking about him for whom to apply to in this strait, bethought him of his old boy companion, Charlie, and went out to seek him, and found him at last. He saw before him a tall, well grown, but rather thin and pale, yet strikingly handsome young man of 22, occupying a small dusty law office on the 3rd floor of the older building of the Apostles. Assuming to be doing a very large and hourly increasing business among empty pigeon holes, and directly under the eye of an unopened bottle of ink, his mother and sisters dwelling in a chamber overhead, and himself not only following the law for a corporeal living, but likewise interlinked with the peculiar secret theologico politico social schemes of the Masonic order of the seedy-coated Apostles, and pursuing some crude transcendental philosophy for both a contributory means of support as well as for his complete intellectual aliment. Pierre was at first somewhat startled by his exceedingly frank and familiar manner. All old manorial deference for Pierre was clean gone and departed, though at the first shock of their encounter Charlie could not possibly have known that Pierre was cast off. "Ha, Pierre, glad to see you, my boy. Hark ye, next month I am to deliver an address before the Omega Order of the Apostles. The Grand Master Plinlimmon will be there. I've heard on the best authority that he once said of me, 'That youth has the primitive categories in him. He is destined to astonish the world.' Why, lad, I have received propositions from the editors of the Spinozaist to contribute a weekly column to their paper, and you know how very few can understand the Spinozaist. Nothing is admitted there but the ultimate transcendentals. Hark now in your ear. I think of throwing off the apostolic disguise and coming boldly out. Pierre, I think of stumping the state and preaching our philosophy to the masses. When did you arrive in town?" Spite of all his tribulations, Pierre could not restrain a smile at this highly diverting reception; but well knowing the youth, he did not conclude from this audacious burst of enthusiastic egotism that his heart had at all corroded. For egotism is one thing, and selfishness another. No sooner did Pierre intimate his condition to him, than immediately Charlie was all earnest and practical kindness; recommended the Apostles as the best possible lodgment for him, cheap, snug, and convenient to most public places. He offered to procure a cart, and see himself to the transport of Pierre's luggage; but finally thought it best to mount the stairs and show him the vacant rooms. But when these at last were decided upon, and Charlie, all cheerfulness and alacrity, started with Pierre for the hotel, to assist him in the removal, grasping his arm the moment they emerged from the great arched door under the tower of the Apostles, he instantly launched into his amusing heroics, and continued the strain till the trunks were fairly in sight. "Lord, my law business overwhelms me. I must drive away some of my clients. I must have my exercise, and this ever growing business denies it to me. Besides, I owe something to the sublime cause of the general humanity. I must displace some of my briefs for my metaphysical treatises. I cannot waste all my oil over bonds and mortgages. You said you were married, I think?" But without stopping for any reply, he rattled on. "Well, I suppose it is wise after all. It settles, centralizes, and confirms a man, I have heard. No, I didn't. It is a random thought of my own, that. Yes, it makes the world definite to him. It removes his morbid subjectiveness, and makes all things objective. 9 small children, for instance, may be considered objective. Marriage, eh? A fine thing, no doubt, no doubt. Domestic, pretty, nice, all round. But I owe something to the world, my boy. By marriage I might contribute to the population of men, but not to the senses of mind. The great men are all bachelors, you know. Their family is the universe. I should say the planet Saturn was their elder son, and Pluto their uncle. So you are married." But again reckless of answers, Charlie went on. "Pierre, a thought, my boy, a thought for you. You do not say it, but you hint of a low purse. Now I shall help you to fill it. Stump the state on the Kantian philosophy. $1 a head, my boy. Pass round your beaver, and you'll get it. I have every confidence in the penetration and magnanimousness of the people. Pierre, hark in your ear. It's my opinion the world is all wrong. Hist, I say, an entire mistake. Society demands an avatar. Courteous, my boy, to leap into the fiery gulf, and by perishing himself, save the whole empire of men. Pierre, I have long renounced the allurements of life and fashion. Look at my coat, and see how I spurn them. Pierre, but stop. Have you ever a shilling? Let's take a cold cut here. It's a cheap place. I go here sometimes. Come, let's in." End of Book 20. Book 21 of Pierre, or the Ambiguities, by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Pierre immaturely attempts a mature work. Tidings from the Meadows. Plinlimmon. Chapter 1. We are now to behold Pierre permanently lodged in 3 lofty adjoining chambers of the Apostles, and passing on a little further in time, and overlooking the 101 domestic details of how their internal arrangements were finally put into steady working order, how poor Delly, now giving over the sharper pangs of her grief, found in the lighter occupations of a handmaid and familiar companion to Isabel, the only practical relief from the memories of her miserable past; how Isabel herself, in the otherwise occupied hours of Pierre, passed some of her time in mastering the chirographical incoherencies of his manuscripts, with a view to eventually copying them out in a legible hand for the printer; or went below stairs to the rooms of the Millthorpes, and in the modest and amiable society of the 3 young ladies and their excellent mother, found some little solace for the absence of Pierre; or, when his day's work was done, sat by him in the twilight, and played her mystic guitar, till Pierre felt chapter after chapter born of its wondrous suggestiveness; but, alas, eternally incapable of being translated into words, for where the deepest words end, there music begins with its supersensuous and all confounding intimations. Disowning now all previous exertions of his mind, and burning in scorn even those fine fruits of a care free fancy, which, written at Saddle Meadows in the sweet legendary time of Lucy and her love, he had jealously kept from the publishers, as too true and good to be published. Renouncing all his foregone self, Pierre was now engaged in a comprehensive, compacted work, to whose speedy completion two tremendous motives unitedly impelled: the burning desire to deliver what he thought to be new, or at least miserably neglected truth to the world, and the prospective menace of being absolutely penniless, unless by the sale of his book he could realize money. Swayed to universality of thought by the widely explosive mental tendencies of the profound events which had lately befallen him, and the unprecedented situation in which he now found himself, and perceiving, by presentiment, that most grand productions of the best human intellects ever are built round a circle, as atolls, that is, the primitive coral islets, which, raising themselves in the depths of profoundest seas, rise funnel like to the surface, and present there a hoop of white rock, which, though on the outside everywhere lashed by the ocean, yet excludes all tempests from the quiet lagoon within, digestibly including the whole range of all that can be known or dreamed. Pierre was resolved to give the world a book, which the world should hail with surprise and delight; a varied scope of reading, little suspected by his friends, and randomly acquired by a random but lynx eyed mind, in the course of the multifarious incidental bibliographic encounterings of almost any civilized young inquirer after truth. This poured one considerable contributory stream into that bottomless spring of original thought, which the occasion and time had caused to burst out in himself. Now he congratulated himself upon all his cursory acquisitions of this sort, ignorant that in reality, to a mind bent on producing some thoughtful thing of absolute truth, all mere reading is apt to prove but an obstacle hard to overcome, and not an accelerator helpingly pushing him along. While Pierre was thinking that he was entirely transplanted into a new and wonderful element of beauty and power, he was, in fact, but in one of the stages of the transition. That ultimate element once fairly gained, then books no more are needed for buoys to our souls, our own strong limbs support us, and we float over all bottomlessnesses with a jeering impunity. He did not see, or if he did, he could not yet name the true cause for it, that already in the incipiency of his work, the heavy unmalleable element of mere book knowledge would not congenially weld with the wide fluidness and ethereal airiness of spontaneous creative thought. He would climb Parnassus with a pile of folios on his back. He did not see that it was nothing at all to him, what other men had written; that though Plato was indeed a transcendently great man in himself, yet Plato must not be transcendently great to him, Pierre, so long as he, Pierre himself, would also do something transcendently great. He did not see that there is no such thing as a standard for the creative spirit; that no one great book must ever be separately regarded, and permitted to domineer with its own uniqueness upon the creative mind; but that all existing great works must be federated in the fancy, and so regarded as a miscellaneous and pantheistic whole. And then, without at all dictating to his own mind, or unduly biasing it any way, Thus combined, they would prove simply an exhilarative and provocative to him. He did not see that even when thus combined, all was but one small mite compared to the latent infiniteness and inexhaustibility in himself; that all the great books in the world are but the mutilated shadowings forth of invisible and eternally unembodied images in the soul, so that they are but the mirrors distortedly reflecting to us our own things. And never mind what the mirror may be, if we would see the object, we must look at the object itself, and not at its reflection. But as to the resolute traveller in Switzerland, the Alps do never in one wide and comprehensive sweep instantaneously reveal their full awfulness of amplitude, their overawing extent of peak crowded on peak, and spur sloping on spur, and chain jammed behind chain, and all their wonderful battalionings of might. So hath Heaven wisely ordained, that on first entering into the Switzerland of his soul, man shall not at once perceive its tremendous immensity, lest, illy prepared for such an encounter, his spirit should sink and perish in the lowermost snows. Only by judicious degrees, appointed of God, does man come at last to gain his Mont Blanc, and take an overtopping view of these Alps; and even then the tithe is not shown, and far over the invisible Atlantic the Rocky Mountains and the Andes are yet unbeheld. Appalling is the soul of a man. Better might one be pushed off into the material spaces beyond the uttermost orbit of our sun, than once feel himself fairly afloat in himself. But not now to consider these ulterior things. Pierre, though strangely and very newly alive to many before unregarded wonders in the general world, still had he not as yet procured for himself that enchanter's wand of the soul, which, but touching the humblest experiences in one's life, straightway it starts up all eyes, in every one of which are endless significancies. Not yet had he dropped his angle into the well of his childhood, to find what fish might be there; for who dreams to find fish in a well? The running stream of the outer world, there doubtless swim the golden perch and the pickerel. 10,000,000 things were as yet uncovered to Pierre. The old mummy lies buried in cloth on cloth. It takes time to unwrap this Egyptian king. Yet now, forsooth, because Pierre began to see through the first superficiality of the world, he fondly weens he has come to the unlayered substance. But far as any geologist has yet gone down into the world, it is found to consist of nothing but surface stratified on surface. To its axis, the world being nothing but superinduced superficies. By vast pains we mine into the pyramid; by horrible gropings we come to the central room; with joy we espy the sarcophagus; but we lift the lid, and no body is there. Appallingly vacant, as vast is the soul of a man. Chapter II. He had been engaged some weeks upon his book, in pursuance of his settled plan avoiding all contact with any of his city connections or friends, even as in his social downfall they sedulously avoided seeking him out; nor ever once going or sending to the post office, though it was but a little round the corner from where he was, since, having dispatched no letters himself, he expected none. Thus isolated from the world, and intent upon his literary enterprise, Pierre had passed some weeks, when verbal tidings came to him of three most momentous events. First, his mother was dead. Second, all Saddle Meadows was become Glen Stanly's. Third, Glen Stanly was believed to be the suitor of Lucy, who, convalescent from an almost mortal illness, was now dwelling at her mother's house in town. It was chiefly the first mentioned of these events which darted a sharp natural anguish into Pierre. No letter had come to him; no smallest ring or memorial been sent to him; no slightest mention made of him in the will. and yet it was reported that an inconsolable grief had induced his mother's mortal malady, and driven her at length into insanity, which suddenly terminated in death. And when he first heard of that event, she had been cold in the ground for 25 days. How plainly did all this speak of the equally immense pride and grief of his once magnificent mother, and how agonizedly now did it hint of her mortally wounded love for her only and best beloved Pierre. In vain he reasoned with himself, in vain remonstrated with himself, in vain sought to parade all his stoic arguments to drive off the onslaught of natural passion. Nature prevailed, and with tears that like acid burned and scorched as they flowed, he wept, he raved at the bitter loss of his parent, whose eyes had been closed by unrelated hands that were hired, but whose heart had been broken, and whose very reason been ruined by the related hands of her son. For some interval it almost seemed as if his own heart would snap, his own reason go down. Unendurable grief of a man, when death itself gives the stab, and then snatches all availments to solacement away. For in the grave is no help, no prayer thither may go, no forgiveness thence come, so that the penitent whose sad victim lies in the ground, for that useless penitent his doom is eternal, and though it be Christmas day with all Christendom, with him it is hell day, and an eaten liver forever. With what marvelous precision and exactitude he now went over in his mind all the minutest details of his old joyous life with his mother at Saddle Meadows. He began with his own toilet in the morning, then his mild stroll into the fields, then his cheerful return to call his mother in her chamber, then the gay breakfast, and so on and on, all through the sweet day, till mother and son kissed, and with light loving hearts separated to their beds to prepare themselves for still another day of affectionate delight. This recalling of innocence and joy in the hour of remorsefulness and woe, this is as heating red hot the pincers that tear us. But in this delirium of his soul, Pierre could not define where that line was, which separated the natural grief for the loss of a parent from that other one which was born of compunction. He strove hard to define it, but could not. He tried to cozen himself into believing that all his grief was but natural, or if there existed any other, that must spring not from the consciousness of having done any possible wrong, but from the pang at what terrible cost the more exalted virtues are gained. Nor did he wholly fail in this endeavor. At last he dismissed his mother's memory into that same profound vault, where hitherto had reposed the swooned form of his Lucy. But as sometimes men are coffined in a trance, being thereby mistaken for dead, so it is possible to bury a tranced grief in the soul, erroneously supposing that it hath no more vitality of suffering. Now immortal things only can beget immortality. It would almost seem one presumptive argument for the endless duration of the human soul, that it is impossible in time and space to kill any compunction arising from having cruelly injured a departed fellow being. Ere he finally committed his mother to the profoundest vault of his soul, fain would he have drawn one poor alleviation from a circumstance which nevertheless, impartially viewed, seemed equally capable either of soothing or intensifying his grief. His mother's will, which, without the least mention of his own name, bequeathed several legacies to her friends, and concluded by leaving all Saddle Meadows and its rent rolls to Glendinning Stanly. This will bore the date of the day immediately succeeding his fatal announcement on the landing of the stairs of his assumed nuptials with Isabel. It plausibly pressed upon him, that as all the evidences of his mother's dying unrelentingness toward him were negative, and the only positive evidence, so to speak, of even that negativeness, was the will which omitted all mention of Pierre, therefore, as that will bore so significant a date, it must needs be most reasonable to conclude that it was dictated in the not yet subsided transports of his mother's first indignation. But small consolation was this, when he considered the final insanity of his mother. For whence that insanity but from a hate grief unrelenting, even as his father must have become insane from a sin grief irreparable? Nor did this remarkable double doom of his parents wholly fail to impress his mind with presentiments concerning his own fate, his own hereditary liability to madness. Presentiment, I say, but what is a presentiment? How shall you coherently define a presentiment, or how make anything out of it which is at all lucid, unless you say that a presentiment is but a judgment in disguise? And if a judgment in disguise, and yet possessing this preternaturalness of prophecy, how then shall you escape the fateful conclusion that you are helplessly held in the 6 hands of the sisters? For while still dreading your doom, you foreknow it. Yet how foreknow and dread in one breath, unless, with this divine seeming power of prescience, you blend the actual slimy powerlessness of defense? That his cousin, Glen Stanly, had been chosen by his mother to inherit the domain of the Meadows was not entirely surprising to Pierre. Not only had Glen always been a favorite with his mother by reason of his superb person and his congeniality of worldly views with herself, but excepting only Pierre, he was her nearest surviving blood relation, and moreover in his Christian name bore the hereditary syllables Glendinning; so that if to any one but Pierre the Meadows must descend, Glen, on these general grounds, seemed the appropriate heir. But it is not natural for a man, never mind who he may be, to see a noble patrimony, rightfully his, go over to a sole alien, and that alien once his rival in love, and now his heartless, sneering foe. For so Pierre could not but now argue of Glen. It is not natural for a man to see this without singular emotions of discomfort and hate. Nor in Pierre were these feelings at all soothed by the report of Glen's renewed attentions to Lucy. For there is something in the breast of almost every man, which at bottom takes offence at the attentions of any other man offered to a woman, the hope of whose nuptial love he himself may have discarded. Fain would a man selfishly appropriate all the hearts which have ever in any way confessed themselves his. Besides, in Pierre's case, this resentment was heightened by Glen's previous hypocritical demeanor. For now all his suspicions seemed abundantly verified; and comparing all dates, he inferred that Glen's visit to Europe had only been undertaken to wear off the pang of his rejection by Lucy, a rejection tacitly consequent upon her not denying her affianced relation to Pierre. But now, under the mask of profound sympathy, in time ripening into love for a most beautiful girl, ruffianly deserted by her betrothed, Glen could afford to be entirely open in his new suit, without at all exposing his old scar to the world. So at least it now seemed to Pierre. Moreover, Glen could now approach Lucy under the most favorable possible auspices. He could approach her as a deeply sympathizing friend, all wishful to assuage her sorrow, but hinting nothing at present of any selfish matrimonial intent. By enacting this prudent and unclamorous part, the mere sight of such tranquil, disinterested, but indestructible devotedness could not but suggest in Lucy's mind very natural comparisons between Glen and Pierre, most deplorably abasing to the latter. Then no woman, as it would sometimes seem, no woman is utterly free from the influence of a princely social position in her suitor, especially if he be handsome and young. And Glen would come to her now, the master of 2 immense fortunes, and the heir by voluntary election, no less than by blood propinquity to the ancestral bannered hall, and the broad manorial meadows of the Glendinnings. And thus, too, the spirit of Pierre's own mother would seem to press Glen's suit. Indeed, situated now as he was, Glen would seem all the finest part of Pierre, without any of Pierre's shame; would almost seem Pierre himself, what Pierre had once been to Lucy. And as in the case of a man who has lost a sweet wife, and who long refuses the least consolation; as this man at last finds a singular solace in the companionship of his wife's sister, who happens to bear a peculiar family resemblance to the dead; and as he in the end proposes marriage to this sister, merely from the force of such magical associative influences; so it did not seem wholly out of reason to suppose that the great manly beauty of Glen, possessing a strong related similitude to Pierre's, might raise in Lucy's heart associations, which would lead her at least to seek, if she could not find, solace for one now regarded as dead and gone to her forever, in the devotedness of another, who would, notwithstanding, almost seem as that dead one brought back to life. Deep, deep, and still deep and deeper must we go, if we would find out the heart of a man, descending into which is as descending a spiral stair in a shaft without any end, and where that endlessness is only concealed by the spiralness of the stair and the blackness of the shaft. As Pierre conjured up this phantom of Glen, transformed into the seeming semblance of himself, as he figured it, advancing toward Lucy, and raising her hand in devotion, an infinite quenchless rage and malice possessed him. Many commingled emotions combined to provoke this storm, but chief of all was something strangely akin to that indefinable detestation which one feels for any impostor who has dared to assume one's own name and aspect in any equivocal or dishonorable affair; an emotion greatly intensified if this impostor be known for a mean villain at bottom, and also by the freak of nature to be almost the personal duplicate of the man whose identity he assumes. All these, and a host of other distressful and resentful fancies, now ran through the breast of Pierre. All his faith born, enthusiastic, high wrought, stoic, and philosophic defenses were now beaten down by this sudden storm of nature in his soul. For there is no faith, and no stoicism, and no philosophy that a mortal man can possibly evoke, which will stand the final test of a real impassioned onset of life and passion upon him. Then all the fair philosophic or faith phantoms that he raised from the mist, slide away and disappear as ghosts at cockcrow. For faith and philosophy are air, but events are brass. Amidst his gray philosophizings, life breaks upon a man like a morning. While this mood was on him, Pierre cursed himself for a heartless villain, and an idiot fool. Heartless villain, as the murderer of his mother; idiot fool, because he had thrown away all his felicity; because he had himself, as it were, resigned his noble birthright to a cunning kinsman, for a mess of pottage, which now proved all but ashes in his mouth. Resolved to hide these new and, as it latently seemed to him, unworthy pangs from Isabel, as also their cause, he quitted his chamber, intending a long vagabond stroll in the suburbs of the town, to wear off his sharper grief, ere he should again return into her sight. III. As Pierre, now hurrying from his chamber, was rapidly passing through one of the higher brick colonnades connecting the ancient building with the modern, there advanced toward him, from the direction of the latter, a very plain, composed, manly figure, with a countenance rather pale, if anything, but quite clear and without wrinkle. Though the brow, and the beard, and the steadiness of the head, and settledness of the step indicated mature age, yet the blue, bright, but still quiescent eye offered a very striking contrast. In that eye, the gay immortal youth Apollo seemed enshrined; while on that ivory throned brow, old Saturn cross legged sat. The whole countenance of this man, the whole air and look of this man, expressed a cheerful content. Cheerful is the adjective, for it was the contrary of gloom. Content, perhaps acquiescence, is the substantive, for it was not happiness or delight. But while the personal look and air of this man were thus winning, there was still something latently visible in him which repelled. That something may best be characterized as non benevolence. Non benevolence seems the best word, for it was neither malice nor ill will, but something passive. To crown all, a certain floating atmosphere seemed to invest and go along with this man. That atmosphere seems only renderable in words by the term inscrutableness. Though the clothes worn by this man were strictly in accordance with the general style of any unobtrusive gentleman's dress, yet his clothes seemed to disguise this man. One would almost have said his very face, the apparently natural glance of his very eye, disguised this man. Now as this person deliberately passed by Pierre, he lifted his hat, gracefully bowed, smiled gently, and passed on. But Pierre was all confusion. He flushed, looked askance, stammered with his hand at his hat to return the courtesy of the other. He seemed thoroughly upset by the mere sight of this hat lifting, gracefully bowing, gently smiling, and most miraculously self possessed non benevolent man. Now who was this man? This man was Plotinus Plinlimmon. Pierre had read a treatise of his in a stage-coach coming to the city, and had heard him often spoken of by Millthorpe and others as the Grand Master of a certain mystic society among the Apostles. Whence he came no one could tell. His surname was Welsh, but he was a Tennesseean by birth. He seemed to have no family or blood ties of any sort. He never was known to work with his hands, never to write with his hands. He could not even write a letter. He never was known to open a book. There were no books in his chamber. Nevertheless, some day or other he must have read books, but that time seemed gone now. As for the sleazy works that went under his name, they were nothing more than his verbal things taken down at random and bunglingly methodized by his young disciples. Finding Plinlimmon thus unfurnished, either with books or pen and paper, and imputing it to something like indigence or a foreign scholar, a rich nobleman who chanced to meet him once, sent him a fine supply of stationery, with a very fine set of volumes, Cardan, Epictetus, the Book of Mormon, Abraham Tucker, Condorcet, and the Zendavesta. But this noble foreign scholar, calling next day, perhaps in expectation of some compliment for his great kindness, started aghast at his own package deposited just without the door of Plinlimmon, with all fastenings untouched. "Missent," said Plotinus Plinlimmon, placidly. "If anything, I look for some choice curacoa from a nobleman like you. I should be very happy, my dear Count, to accept a few jugs of choice curacoa." "I thought that the society of which you are the head excluded all things of that sort," replied the Count. "Dear Count, so they do, but Mohammed hath his own dispensation." "Ah, I see," said the noble scholar, archly. "I'm afraid you do not see, dear Count," said Plinlimmon, and instantly before the eyes of the Count the inscrutable atmosphere eddied and eddied round about this Plotinus Plinlimmon. His chance brushing encounter in the corridor was the first time that ever Pierre had without medium beheld the form or the face of Plinlimmon. Very early after taking chambers at the Apostles' he had been struck by a steady, observant, blue-eyed countenance at one of the loftiest windows of the old gray tower, which on the opposite side of the quadrangular space rose prominently before his own chamber. Only through two panes of glass, his own and the stranger's, had Pierre hitherto beheld that remarkable face of repose; repose neither divine nor human, nor anything made up of either or both, but a repose separate and apart, a repose of a face by itself. One adequate look at that face conveyed to most philosophical observers a notion of something not before included in their scheme of the universe. Now as to the mild sun, glass is no hindrance at all, but he transmits his light and life through the glass. Even so through Pierre's panes did the tower face transmit its strange mystery. Becoming more and more interested in this face, he had questioned Millthorpe concerning it. "Bless your soul," replied Millthorpe, "that is Plotinus Plinlimmon, our Grand Master, Plotinus Plinlimmon. By Gad, you must know Plotinus thoroughly, as I have long done. Come away with me, now, and let me introduce you instanter to Plotinus Plinlimmon." But Pierre declined, and could not help thinking that though in all human probability Plotinus well understood Millthorpe, yet Millthorpe could hardly yet have wound himself into Plotinus; though indeed Plotinus, who at times was capable of assuming a very off-hand, confidential, and simple sophomorean air, might, for reasons best known to himself, have tacitly pretended to Millthorpe that he, Millthorpe, had thoroughly wriggled himself into his Plotinus' innermost soul. A man will be given a book, and when the donor's back is turned, will carelessly drop it in the first corner. He is not over anxious to be bothered with the book. But now, personally point out to him the author, and 10 to 1 he goes back to the corner, picks up the book, dusts the cover, and very carefully reads that invaluable work. One does not vitally believe in a man till one's own two eyes have beheld him. If then, by the force of peculiar circumstances, Pierre, while in the stage, had formerly been drawn into an attentive perusal of the work on chronometricals and horologicals, how then was his original interest heightened by catching a subsequent glimpse of the author? But at the first reading, not being able, as he thought, to master the pivot idea of the pamphlet, and as every incomprehended idea is not only a perplexity, but a taunting reproach to one's mind, Pierre had at last ceased studying it altogether, nor consciously troubled himself further about it during the remainder of the journey. But still thinking now it might possibly have been mechanically retained by him, he searched all the pockets of his clothes, but without success. He begged Millthorpe to do his best toward procuring him another copy, but it proved impossible to find one. Plotinus himself could not furnish it. Among other efforts, Pierre in person had accosted a limping, half-deaf old bookstall man, not very far from the Apostles'. "Have you the Chronometrics, my friend?" forgetting the exact title. "Very bad," said the old man, rubbing his back. "Has had the chronic rheumatics ever so long. What's good for 'em?" Perceiving his mistake, Pierre replied that he did not know what was the infallible remedy. "Whist! Let me tell ye, then, young un," said the old cripple, limping close up to him and putting his mouth in Pierre's ear. "Never catch 'em. Now's the time, while you're young. Never catch 'em." By and by the blue-eyed, mystic, mild face in the upper window of the old gray tower began to domineer in a very remarkable manner upon Pierre. When in his moods of peculiar depression and despair, when dark thoughts of his miserable condition would steal over him, and black doubts as to the integrity of his unprecedented course in life would most malignantly suggest themselves, when a thought of the vanity of his deep book would glidingly intrude, if glancing at his closet window that mystic mild face met Pierre's, under any of these influences the effect was surprising, and not to be adequately detailed in any possible words. "Vain," said the face to him. "Fool," said the face to him. "Quit," said the face to him. But when he mentally interrogated the face as to why it thrice said "Vain, fool, quit" to him, here there was no response. For that face did not respond to anything. Did I not say before that that face was something separate and apart, a face by itself? Now anything which is thus a thing by itself, never responds to any other thing. If to affirm be to expand one's isolated self, and if to deny be to contract one's isolated self, then to respond is a suspension of all isolation. Though this face in the tower was so clear and so mild, though the gay youth Apollo was enshrined in that eye, and paternal old Saturn sat cross-legged on that ivory brow, yet somehow to Pierre the face at last wore a sort of malicious leer to him. But the contests might say that this was a subjective sort of leer in Pierre. Anyway, the face seemed to leer upon Pierre, and now it said to him, "Ass, ass, ass." This expression was insufferable. He procured some muslin for his closet window, and the face became curtained like any portrait. But this did not mend the leer. Pierre knew that still the face leered behind the muslin. What was most terrible was the idea that by some magical means or other the face had got hold of his secret. "Ay," shuddered Pierre, "the face knows that Isabel is not my wife, and that seems the reason it leers." Then would all manner of wild fancyings float through his soul, and detached sentences of the Chronometrics would vividly recur to him; sentences before but imperfectly comprehended, but now shedding a strange baleful light upon his peculiar condition, and emphatically denouncing it. Again he tried his best to procure the pamphlet, to read it now by the commentary of the mystic mild face. Again he searched through the pockets of his clothes for the stage coach copy, but in vain. And when, at the critical moment of quitting his chambers that morning of the receipt of the fatal tidings, the face itself, the man himself, this inscrutable Plotinus Plinlimmon himself, did visibly brush by him in the brick corridor, and all the trepidation he had ever before felt at the mild mystic aspect in the tower window, now redoubled upon him; so that, as before said, he flushed, looked askance, and stammered with his saluting hand to his hat. Then anew did there burn in him the desire of procuring the pamphlet. "Cursed fate that I should have lost it!" he cried. "More cursed, that when I did have it and did read it, I was such a ninny as not to comprehend, and now it is all too late." Yet to anticipate here, when years after an old Jew clothesman rummaged over a surtout of Pierre's, which by some means had come into his hands, his lynx like fingers happened to feel something foreign between the cloth and the heavy quilted bombazine lining. He ripped open the skirt, and found several old pamphlet pages, soft and worn almost to tissue, but still legible enough to reveal the title, "Chronometricals and Horologicals." Pierre must have ignorantly thrust it into his pocket in the stage, and it had worked through a rent there, and worked its way clean down into the skirt, and there helped pad the padding. so that all the time he was hunting for this pamphlet he himself was wearing the pamphlet. When he brushed past Plinlimmon in the brick corridor, and felt that renewed intense longing for the pamphlet, then his right hand was not 2 inches from the pamphlet. Possibly this curious circumstance may in some sort illustrate his self-supposed non-understanding of the pamphlet, as first read by him in the stage. Could he likewise have carried about with him in his mind the thorough understanding of the book, and yet not be aware that he so understood it? I think that, regarded in one light, the final career of Pierre will seem to show that he did understand it. And here it may be randomly suggested, by way of bagatelle, whether some things that men think they do not know, are not for all that thoroughly comprehended by them, and yet, so to speak, though contained in themselves, are kept a secret from themselves. The idea of death seems such a thing. End of Book 21.